Hello everyone, and welcome back to Kevin Audiobook TV. For today's special episode, I've put together 50 chapters of Shadow Slave into one long compilation, so you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the story continuously without interruptions between chapters. And while you're waiting for the next Shadow Slave chapter, I'd also like to introduce you to another audiobook channel of mine. If you're looking for something new to listen to in the meantime, you can check out Complete Martial Arts Attributes. I've pinned the link down below, so feel free to take a look whenever you have some free time. Now grab your headphones, get comfortable, and let's dive back into Shadow Slave. Enjoy the story, everyone. Shadow Slave, Chapter 3101, Against All Odds. When the Dream Gate was forcefully closed and destroyed, Nephis was hit by a devastating backlash. Her transcendent form collapsed, and she staggered. A torrent of blood exploded from her mouth. She fell to the ground, trembling, the white flames that burned in her eyes dancing erratically. Her mind was in tatters, temporarily plunged into a dazed state. The world was enveloped by darkness once more, flakes of ash swirling in the air. 2 of the 3 remaining tendrils collided with the shattered stones of the devastating district, dissolving into cold currents and crumbling. The third one, however, the one that had destroyed the gate, still loomed like a towering edifice, damaged and tattered, swaying above Nephis. Sonny suddenly felt a deathly chill permeating his consciousness. The situation was critical. He had not recovered from witnessing the dreadful expanse of the abyssal horror's true extent yet, and now he had to think fast again. Nephis was temporarily out of commission, but the enemy still remained. More than that, the enemy was as powerful as an unholy abomination. Even if the abyssal horror was severely wounded by the incinerating light of Sun God's lifeless shell, it was still strong enough to wipe them out. In fact, it would probably do that in just a few short moments. What to do? Sonny's thoughts were calm, as if even his ability to panic was too damaged to function. No matter how he thought about it, there seemed to be no way to turn the situation around. However, just then, the spell whispered something into his ear. It was a sound so sweet that, if Sonny could, he would have given the spell a hug. It said, "You have slain a great Titan, Prince of Darkness. Your shadow grows stronger." Sonny's mind settled. Somewhere far away, in the heart of the ancient city, where the radiance of Godgrave had not reached, hidden in the flowing mist of nothingness, Saint had usurped the darkness of the Jade Titan and destroyed him. Wrapped around her battered body, Sonny could feel her heart of darkness straining to contain the ocean of elemental darkness that had poured into it after the Jade Titan perished. He sensed something about Saint changing. The shadow that served as her soul was cracking under immense pressure, balancing on the verge of collapse. But at the same time it was expanding. As it did, a roaring current of true darkness flowed into her, and at the same time Saint's body suddenly began to absorb vast amounts of the white mist that swirled and flowed around her, causing a vast vortex to form. She was evolving. But just as it had happened before, she was slowing down and suppressing her evolution, unwilling to leave the battlefield before the battle was over. This time, however, the process was different. It felt like Saint was not only trying to slow down her evolution, but also guide it, attempting to remain summoned until her rise to the tyrant class was complete. Sonny would have been exhilarated by the fact that his most loyal shadow would become a supreme tyrant soon, but at the moment he could not afford to feel anything, let alone joy. He and Nephis were about to be destroyed by the abyssal horror, and despite her efforts, Saint was in no shape to fight that thing, and wouldn't be any time soon. However, that did not really matter, because her evolution was not the only boon granted to Sonny by her triumph over the Jade Titan. One of the 7 princes of the underworld, the Prince of Darkness. The Titan himself was a boon, too. His shade was Sonny separated himself from Nephis, landing on the shattered stones between her and the towering tendril of darkness. He stood there, looking up with a dark, defiant expression. At that moment, he felt the same gaze that had followed him throughout the underworld expedition again, only this time there was nothing subtle about it. Instead, it was focused on him entirely. The power of that harrowing gaze alone, dreadful enough to make him groan, streams of blood flowing out of his mouth, nose, and eyes. Even blood weave, which usually prevented him from bleeding, could not stem the flow. In fact, his whole body was going haywire. Nevertheless, Sonny raised a trembling hand and pointed it at the gargantuan tendril. His bloodied lips moved, as if he was trying to remember how to form words. In the end, he managed to force out a few. You, hey, you, what? What are you staring at, bastard? With that, Sonny's lips twisted into a smile. The tendril twisted as if observing him, and then dove in his direction with shocking speed. Oh, crap! Before the crushing mass of darkness could swallow Sonny and Nephis, though there was a rustle. And then the blade of a colossal greatsword passed through the tendril, severing it at the base. Well, at least at the closest thing to a base the blade could reach. The roots of the tendril were still hidden in the abyss, after all. There, behind the gargantuan tendril of darkness, a stone colossus in fearsome black armor, at least 200 meters high, had appeared a few moments ago. It was the shadow of the Prince of Darkness, the shade of the great Titan Saint had slain. Sonny had summoned it just as he baited the abyssal horror into attacking him. The last visible tendril of that harrowing being plummeted from its great height, threatening to crush Sonny and Nephis. But instead it dissolved in Neph's light, dissipating into the surrounding darkness. For a moment, dead silence enveloped the devastating district of the ancient city. In that silence, Sonny let out a shaky breath. He looked around with a pale, hesitant expression. Are we alive?" His voice was tentative. Raising both hands, he briefly touched his chest and shoulders. Then his expression changed to that of bewildered surprise. "We actually are!" Sonny paused for a moment. "Well, I'll be damned." Chapter 3102, Tides of Darkness. Far away, Saint crouched, lowering herself to the surface of the river, and then leapt into the air. Wreathed in darkness and mist, her towering figure soared above the shattered stalagmite and landed on what remained of the ancient amphitheater's arena. She rose slowly, ruby dust spilling down the tattered surface of her black armor. Her eyes burned with crimson flames, regarding the world with cold intensity. She turned slowly, struggling to contain the furious tempest of devastating forces raging in the depths of her lightless being, and looked south where, in the distance, the remnants of her silent army were making their last stand against the legion of fallen stone saints who defended the city. Without their commander, the tainted saints had lost some of their flawless cohesion. However, they still fought unlike other nightmare creatures, maintaining strict discipline and adhering to proper strategy. They still were a deadly threat, eradicating the shades with ruthless swiftness. Not all of them were, though. Now that the Jade Titan was dead and they had escaped his authority, some of the tainted saints slowed down and fell away from the battle formations. Now they were all facing the heart of the city. They were facing Saint, looking at her across the vast distance, just like she was looking at them, and under her gaze they slowly lowered their weapons and knelt. In the next moment, Saint turned into a torrent of crushing darkness and rushed south. Reaching the battlefield, she assumed her tangible form and immediately brandished her tenebrous sword. The kneeling abominations fell to its sharp edge first, slaughtered without mercy or hesitation. They accepted their deaths calmly, stalwart and unflinching until the very last moment. As they perished, a vast field of annulment enveloped the battlefield. Then Saint plunged into the battle formation of her fallen kin, like a whirlwind of darkness, sowing death and devastation everywhere she went. When she appeared, the remaining shades surged forward with newfound strength as well. It was as if they regained a spark of their former glory, pushing the enemy back despite being few in number. The tainted saints were still strong and numerous, but Sonny felt a strange confidence that all of them would fall to Saint's blade. The defenders of the city were being cut down one after another. The Jade Titan was dead. The abyssal horror, shuddering in terror that he could not control, Sonny wiped the blood off his face and threw a fearful look toward the great chasm. "It's not dead!" Neph's voice sounded hoarse. Having regained a semblance of composure, she rose from the ground, swayed, and then steadied herself by leaning on the blessing. The two of them looked into the boundless darkness, still reeling from the harrowing encounter. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then asked, "How do you know?" Because the spell did not announce its death. That could mean something, or it could mean nothing. Creatures of darkness did not seem to possess shadows, after all. They existed outside the cycle of life and death. When Sunny and Nephis killed the motes of darkness hiding inside stone shells, the spell had remained silent. It could have been because they had never been alive to begin with, or because those pieces of darkness were merely tiny parts of the abyssal horror, not independent beings. In any case, there was no guarantee that the spell would announce the death of that terrifying thing. Nephis did not seem to rely on the spell at the moment either. She shook her head. Those tendrils were merely its limbs. They extended from the abyss, but we never saw their source, so even if the tendrils are destroyed, the source still remains. Looking in the direction of the great chasm, Sunny paled. Not only because the thought of that thing still being alive was chilling, but also because he felt something. He was drawn to the edge of the chasm. It was not a mundane feeling, but it was not some kind of outside influence either. Instead, it was the familiar, vague sensation he had experienced a few times before, the sensation of his very blood being pulled in a certain direction that only happened when another piece of Weaver's lineage was nearby. So, either Shadow Weave was at the very edge of the city, or Broken Sword had somehow made it into the abyss. If it was the latter, then the last part of Weaver's lineage was either still inside the abyss or below it. As the name suggested, the underworld was located below the world, and below the underworld there was the abyss. And what was below the abyss? It was the Shadow Realm, the realm of death. Sunny doubted that Shadow Weave was there, though, because he would have sensed something otherwise granted. Even though he had been on the outer reaches of the Shadow Realm, he had never made his way to the precise area where its dark sky connected to the abyss. Why would he, if that was where the dark drifters came from? So chances were that Shadow Weave was much closer. However, if it's in the abyss where that damn thing is as well, I'll just give up on completing the lineage. Sunny did not hesitate to make that decision. He was not going to fight an unholy being before. The abyssal horror had almost killed him by merely looking in his direction. There was no prize in the world valuable enough to voluntarily crawl into that thing's den. In fact, the mere fact that Sunny was not running away without looking back at the moment was already the height of foolishness. The smartest thing he could do was abandon the expedition immediately and flee the underworld. But well, he had brought 2 incarnations to this dark realm. One of them, currently with Saint, used his gloomy shadow as the avatar. The other used the crazy shadow. And maybe because of that, Sunny felt like he could not leave yet. He had to check, at least. He hesitated for a moment. Even if it's not dead, it has to be seriously wounded, right? Neither Sunny nor Nephis were strong enough to wound the abyssal horror. The sky of Godgrave, though? He knew that the terrifying being had sacrificed a lot to banish the merciless light from its dark domain. It destroyed the Dream Gate, something Sunny had not even known was possible, effortlessly, but reaching the gate had cost it a lot. So Sunny and Nephis probably had a bit of time before the terrifying creature sprouted new tendrils to reach for them from the abyss. Sunny stared in the direction of the great chasm for a short while, then looked at Nephis. Saint was still in the throes of evolution. There was Nether's citadel waiting to be conquered as well. I want to check the edge of the city, I think. I hope there is time. Nephis studied him for a few moments, then nodded. Then let's go and see. Chapter 303, Spark of Light. Saint was still fighting her fallen kin, while Sunny and Nephis set their sights on the very edge of the ancient city. There the great river plummeted into the abyssal chasm in the roar of an immense waterfall, and white mist billowed in cold winds. Before they ventured forward, however, Sunny hesitated for a moment. He looked around, at the ruins of the devastated streets around them, and asked in a low tone, "Should I leave a tether here? Just in case." It was unlikely that they would be able to remain in the underworld for much longer, but even if they were forced to retreat, a tether could help him return here at will. Sunny had doubts, though. Nephis shook her head. "You shouldn't." She wiped the blood off her lips and looked at the scorched expanse of shattered stone where her dream gate had stood. Her expression darkened. Now that we are facing cursed and unholy beings, we need to rethink a lot of things. In the battle against the cursed demon, Abjuration, it was able to use my connection to the longing domain to target its subjects. This time, the thing from the abyss was able to destroy my dream gate. Who's to say that some unholy horror won't be able to make use of your tether as well?" Sunny's expression turned grim. Nephis was right. The harrowing deities of the dream realm were beyond their understanding and wielded powers that defied reason. It would already be bad enough if the abyssal horror could trace the tether back to Sunny and attack his soul. But what if it could follow him to the other end of the tether as well? Imagining that thing extending its tendrils into NQSC or Bastion made Sunny shudder. "We only have one attempt, then. We'd better not waste it." Sharing an uneasy look, they moved toward the edge of the city. They had to fly again, landing on the rock outcropping above the swirling white mist. Nephis was still reeling from the dire strain of the battle against the dark copy, but she summoned her wings, gritting her teeth as pain and exhaustion washed over her. Nether's flying stronghold was now behind and above them, while in front of them a seemingly boundless expanse of impenetrable darkness stretched as far as they could see, which wasn't far considering that Saint was on the other end of the city. Neph's radiance, which usually resembled a brilliant star, seemed like a tiny spark in the face of that vast expanse of cold darkness. Her light didn't reach far, barely illuminating the wisps of mist below. Beyond that, there was only an endless, inscrutable black void. The roar of the unseen waterfall enveloped them, the air full of cool vapor. Sunny inhaled deeply, still failing to suppress the instinctual terror that held his heart in an icy grasp. The abyssal horror still hid somewhere in the depths of that black void. Sunny could not see it, could not sense it. He did not know if a towering tendril would rise the next moment to envelop him and pull him down into the darkness. However, he still forced himself to look ahead, facing the boundless darkness, and then his expression changed. Sunny's eyes glinted, and he raised a hand, pointing forward. "Neph, do you see it?" she answered, in a quiet, reserved tone. "Yeah." Sunny let out a quiet sigh. There, below them, another tiny spark of light was shining in the boundless darkness. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other. A few moments passed in silence. There was so much each of them had to say, and yet no words could express the truth of what they felt. In the end, Sunny raised a hand and lightly gripped Neph's shoulder. Then he let go, took a step forward, and spread his dark wings. They glided across the black void, enveloped by the roaring of the waterfall and the clouds of water vapor, the swirling mass of white mist just a few meters below them. In the end, they reached the source of the mysterious light. There, a shelf or rugged rock extended from the sheer rock, protruding from the roaring wall of falling water. It tapered to a point, hanging above the abyss like a narrow cliff. The light they had seen shone at the very tip of that cliff, shimmering lightly below. There was nothing but darkness. The stones were slippery, and if one lost their footing, all that awaited them was an endless, harrowing fall. Sunny walked forward with careful steps. Nephis followed, moving slowly. It was as if she was afraid of what lay ahead, gathering all her courage to face it. Sunny did not know what to expect, but he knew that they had found what he had been searching for. His blood told him, pulling him forward with subtle but strangely inescapable force. There, hidden in the mysterious light, Shadow Weave, the last fragment of Weaver's lineage, awaited, and Broken Sword as well. Finally, they arrived at the tip of the cliff and discovered where the light was coming from. On the very edge of boundless darkness, a cracked sword was thrust into the stone at an angle. An enchanted lantern hung from its crossguard, illuminating a small patch of dark stone with brilliant light. Despite the decades that had passed, the lantern still burned brightly, keeping the unfathomable mass of darkness at bay. And in front of the cracked sword, both Sunny and Nephis froze, looking down. They were looking at different things, though. Neph's gaze was aimed at the weathered bones that lay on the edge of the abyss. A white skull, a scattering of broken ribs, a fractured arm extending to the lantern. It was a skeleton of a human battered and broken, covered by the tattered remains of a faded military uniform. It was her father, Broken Sword, the first human to have ever conquered the third nightmare and the fourth one as well. What remained of him, hidden in eternal darkness? Sunny, however, was not looking at the forlorn remains of the great hero of humanity. Instead, he was looking at the shadow cast by the skeleton. The shadow was lying on the cold stones. However, it was not broken or battered. It was not a human shadow either. Instead, it was tall and imposing, shrouded in a long mantle. 8 hands extended from the folds of the mantle and atop the shadow's head. 3 twisting horns rose like a crown. It was a shadow of Weaver, the demon of fate. Chapter 3104, Broken Sword. So he was dead after all. Neff's even voice sounded like a dull blade. She remained motionless for a long while, then slowly approached the weathered skeleton. A soft sigh escaped from her lips. She stayed silent, then asked in a quiet whisper, "Why are you lying here all alone?" Sonny kept quiet as well, still looking at the tall shadow that the remains of Broken Sword cast. The shadow of Weaver. Then he slowly pulled his gaze away and looked at Nephis. Her pale face was smeared in blood and dust, gaunt from fatigue. The white sparks that usually danced in the depths of her eyes were gone, and her lips were pressed into a line. Her gaze was both intense and distant. Sonny turned to look at the weathered bones, too. This was Broken Sword. The legendary, glorious Broken Sword, one of the greatest, if not the greatest, heroes of humanity. A swordsman of sublime skill and talent, as well as an awakened whose power had paved the way for all humans to follow. A man who had conquered the 3rd nightmare before anyone even knew what a saint was. A man who had become a sovereign while humanity was still reaching toward the seemingly insurmountable peak of transcendence. A man who had been betrayed by his comrades and slain in the lightless depths of the underworld, never to see the light of day again. Sonny had hoped until the last moment that somehow Broken Sword would still be alive. The legendary warrior of the human race was just that kind of person, someone who was larger than life. How could death claim him so easily? But in the end, Sonny's hopes had been for naught. No matter how ingenious and powerful Broken Sword had been, death still claimed him, like it claimed everyone else. The betrayal of the Dream Spawn, Anvil of Valor, and Key Song, Aster Song, and Veil had achieved its goal, setting everything that happened since in motion. Neff's lonely and nightmarish upbringing, the forgotten shore, the clash of Song and Valor forces in Antarctica, the tomb of Ariel, Godgrave, the return of the Dream Spawn and his eventual fall. It had all started here from that man, from his bitter, lonesome death. How would history have turned out if he survived? Sonny did not know. Would things have been different if Broken Sword had not discovered Shadow Weave while pursuing apotheosis, thus forcing the hands of his companions? Sonny did not know that either. Perhaps the sovereigns would have betrayed him anyway. Gods knew the Dream Spawn certainly had been harboring sinister ideas, and Anvil had not needed a reason to disdain Broken Sword. He had only needed an excuse. But none of that mattered now, since all of them were gone. Broken Sword was gone as well. Had been gone for a long, long time. His death was avenged, and the 3 traitors who had killed him were slain or sealed by his daughter. Justice had prevailed, and the Immortal Flame clan still thrived. And yet, looking at the bones of the first sovereign, Sonny could not help but feel mournful. That sense of melancholy overpowered even the terror that was squeezing his heart, making him sigh heavily. Everyone deserved better than what the Age of the Nightmare spell offered them, but Broken Sword especially did not deserve to have died alone in this dark, desolate, dreadful pit. Damn it all! Nephis, meanwhile, knelt near the remains of her father and touched his skull gently as if brushing his cheek. She did not say anything, looking down with a distant expression. After a while, though, she spoke. "What am I meant to say? Should I tell him that I've dealt with the people who killed him?" She paused for a few moments and then smiled bitterly. Or should I ask why he abandoned me all those years ago? 4 years old. Did he really have to leave for the next nightmare so soon? Sighing heavily, Nephis shook her head. Our family was already on the verge of collapse after my mother and grandfather perished, but he did not get to see how everything rotted and collapsed after his disappearance. How our retainers all left one after another or were killed, how our fortune dwindled until it was entirely gone. How my grandmother grew older and older under the crushing weight of being hunted by his former friends until she was gone as well. Nephis brushed her fingers across Broken Sword's skull once more, then sighed again. Her voice sounded wistful. It's so easy being dead. Despite the harsh words, her gaze was strangely tender. After a long pause, she added, "But still, he tried. He tried his best. He did it earnestly. It must have been so hard to do everything he did." She lingered for a moment, then smiled. "In my mind, he has always been a giant. But now that I think about it, he must have felt pain the same way I do. He must have felt sorrow and despair the same way I do. He was even younger than I am today when he died. So what can I say to him?" Nephis hesitated and then bowed slightly to the weathered bones. "Rest well now, my father. Your nightmare is over." Sunny stayed still for a while, then bowed as well. He remained bowed for some time, then straightened and looked at the cracked sword rising from the stone and the lantern hanging from its cross-guard. Why were they here? The answer was obvious. Broken Sword had made his way to the edge of the abyss so that no one could find him. But then he left a lantern to illuminate his final resting place so that his shadow remained. Shadows could not exist without light, after all, which meant that, somehow, he had known that someone would come to collect the fragment of Weaver's lineage one day, that someone would need it one day, and he had not wanted it to fall into the wrong hands. What had Broken Sword known that Sunny did not? And who was it that Broken Sword had wanted to recover his legacy? There were no answers, and there would probably never be. Nephis remained silent for a few moments, and then said quietly, "We shouldn't linger, so it would be wise to do what you wanted to do fast. I'll take his bones after you're done. He should be buried with the rest of my family. Actually, most of those graves are empty, but now there will be one less." Sunny nodded slowly and then approached the towering shadow of Weaver. Throwing a guarded look into the dark chasm, he hesitated for a moment and then reached toward the shadow, drawing it into his soul. It responded to his call without resistance. In the next moment, Sunny shuddered. Chapter 3105, Shadow Weave. Every time Sunny had inherited a part of Weaver's lineage, he had to endure harrowing agony. That was because his very being was assimilating something that was forbidden, and turning into something it was not meant to be. The gods themselves had forbidden daemons from propagating after all. So by inheriting the legacy of Weaver, Sunny was going against the will of the gods, against the nature of his existence itself. However, when a shadow cast by the demon of destiny fused with his own, there was no pain. There was no agony either. And he did not lose consciousness like he had when accepting Mind Weave. However, the transformation he was undergoing was so profound and all-encompassing that it made Sunny feel instinctual fear. He was a creature of shadows, after all, so Shadow Weave was bound to alter the very foundation of him, the very depths of his vast, lightless soul, and being changed so entirely could not be anything but frightening. In the dark expanse of his soul sea, the silent waters surged, growing restless. In the black void of the sky above them, devastating winds rose, slamming into the seven tenebrous shadow cores. The shadow cores themselves trembled, as if great forces were raging within them. Then a weave of golden threads shimmered in the darkness, permeating the world. That was the intricate web of the soul weave, which usually remained invisible, helping his soul endure the transformations. Sunny could feel other parts of his existence reacting as well. His blood rushed, boiling. His bones seemed to vibrate. His muscles contracted and relaxed uncontrollably, answering an unknown impulse. His state of mind changed subtly, making him feel like he was observing himself from outside himself. His titanic will expanded and receded like an ocean, as if affected by the pull of some unfathomable, invisible mass. Perhaps it was the mass of his will itself changing as well. What? Sunny drew a labored breath. Then a quiet groan escaped from his lips. He swayed and leaned on Nephis to support himself, feeling a profound change overcoming his entire self. What is happening to me? For a moment, a frightening thought flashed through Sunny's mind. He was suddenly afraid that by inheriting all fragments of Weaver's lineage, he was becoming Weaver. that the treacherous daemon had left these seeds for some unfortunate soul to find, so that the great and terrible demon of fate could be reborn, replacing their foolish, short-sighted heir, their epigone. But no, that was not how lineages worked. None of those who had inherited the lineages of the great gods became vessels for the dead gods. More than that, Weaver had willingly and meticulously arranged their own death if they wanted to escape it. They would not have spared Orphany of the Nine to begin with. Weaver had definitely scattered fragments of their lineage across the dream realm for a purpose, but simply being reborn. The treacherous demon of fate would have pursued a goal so trivial. They would definitely have had a far more diabolical purpose in mind. One part of their legacy was the nightmare spell. The other? Sunny was that legacy, at least a part of it, but even he did not fully understand Weaver's intent. I just have to endure. Gritting his teeth, Sunny tried to calm himself and explore the changes his nature was undergoing. He did not know what inheriting Shadow Weave had done to Broken Sword, or would have done to anyone else for that matter, anyone else except him. Sunny was a divine shadow after all, so he was bound to have a special connection to this part of Weaver's inheritance. Shadow Weave fused with his dark existence, producing a powerful and wondrous synergy. Sunny could feel all aspects of him being enhanced and altered, as if a binding substance was added to the sublime alloy of his body and soul. In fact, there was not one but two great waves of alteration happening to him. The first came from Shadow Weave altering his whole being. The second came from the seventh fragment of Weaver's legacy fusing with the other six, completing the forbidden lineage. What exactly? Even before reading the description of the spell, Sunny tried to fathom the nature of what was happening to him, of the first wave of alterations at least. His powers were not exactly growing. However, they were changing. It felt as if a whole new facet of the Shadow Slave aspect was being revealed to him, something he had always been meant to know and control, but failed to understand and master on his own. Perhaps he could never have mastered it to begin with, not without receiving the lineage of a deity. Shadow God's lineage, which he had been meant to inherit, ended up being swallowed by Blood Weave, but now he was receiving a tenacious substitute created by the demon of fate. It led him on a path different from what the lineage of Shadow God would have opened for him, but not necessarily inferior. So that was what it meant. Raising his hand, Sunny peered into the depths of his existence, where shadow essence flowed through invisible veins. He had always known that he was different from other awakened, who controlled soul essence instead, however. It was only now that he understood the fundamental distinction. Soul essence was the essence of life, while shadow essence was the essence of death. No wonder he could only grow more powerful by slaying living things, however. Shadow essence was far more than mere force of destruction. Shadows were formless, and so was shadow essence. In fact, it could assume the form of any energy. As Sunny watched, the lightless currents of his essence turned radiant and pure, no different from soul essence, before reverting back. If he wanted to, he could turn it into something else as well. Heat, kinetic force, electricity. He could even turn it into matter or other, more esoteric kinds of things as well. True darkness, nothingness, one day with effort? Most obviously, though, he could turn his essence into shadows, thus becoming their source, not only their ruler. The shadows he created could then be controlled, called upon to shroud him, or manifested like any other. In fact, Shadow Weave had greatly enhanced the power of shadow manifestation. Before, the shadows he manifested permanently were equivalent to materials roughly 2 ranks below his. Now, that gap was reduced to merely 1 rank, meaning that at the moment he could create permanent tools and weapons worthy of a saint. More importantly, the shifting nature of his essence could greatly ease his efforts to master shadow dance. After all, if he truly wanted to shadow a being, he needed to shadow the shape of their soul as well. He had already took a step in that direction by shadowing Neph's soul flame, but the malleable nature of his essence could greatly accelerate his progress. Sunny also fathomed how to channel his essence into his shades, granting them far greater power. He even felt a hint of an ability to influence living shadows with his essence. In order to truly discover that ability, however, he would still need to explore and experiment. And those were not the only boons Shadow Weave granted him either. The power granted to those his 7 shadows augmented was enhanced, while the 7 shadows themselves became more tenacious and difficult to destroy. The range and intricacy of his shadow step was increased. The innate affinity of his will deepened, making it stronger as far as visiting death upon living beings went. Sunny was the sovereign of death, after all, and death had been created by Shadow, so when he accepted Shadow Weave, the death aspect of his spirit was greatly enhanced. The most profound and instantly recognizable transformation, though, happened to his shadow sense, which now encompassed more than just the shape and depths of the shadows that surrounded him. Now he could effortlessly communicate with those shadows, learning far more about the things that cast them from mundane things like color and taste to more metaphysical things like rank, class, and nature. It was as if a colorless, silent world had suddenly become full of vibrant colors and varied sensations, making Sunny feel as if he had been blind all this time. He felt it all: the rough texture of the weathered stone, the coldness of the falling water, the weight of moisture hanging in the air, the beautiful gray painting of Neff's eyes. It almost overwhelmed him. Even then, Sunny felt that this was not the most important thing he had gained, though the true expansion of his abilities came from somewhere else. It was hard to sense, and even harder to fathom, but Sunny felt that a profound change had happened to his very soul, as well as to the nature of his domain, to the power he wielded over his shadows and his shades. In the past, 7 shadows had come to dwell in his soul. Some of them had been shadow creatures to begin with, while some Sunny had created by fusing shades and echoes with the help of the nightmare spell, with the exception of the marvelous mimic, whom he had created on his own by turning a memory into an echo, then animating that echo with the shade of the mordant mimic. But now Sunny felt that he did not need the transitional medium of the echo anymore, and neither did he need the assistance of the spell. The nascent understanding of how to elevate shades to the status of shadows was already in his mind, and now all he needed to do was experiment and develop the complete process. Shades did not possess agency or a sense of self, and therefore they were not imbued with the will. More importantly, they were dead things and therefore static. They could not change, evolve, or grow. His shadows, however, were different. Although peculiar creatures, they were beings with their own minds and individuality. They wielded their will as any other creature would, and were capable of growth. Needless to say, their existence was superior to that of shades who lacked personhood. Of course, not all shades were fit to become shadows, but some were, and many of those who weren't could be helped along the way by Sunny's power. There was an even deeper layer of mastery over his domain that Sunny sensed, but could not quite grasp yet after all. Now, he was already capable of transforming shades, but was this transformation limited to becoming shadows? Or could he do something else? Could he consume his shades, for example, to rebuild his cores? Could he destroy them and turn them into soul essence, like Shadow God had been able to? Could he nourish strong shades with the weaker ones, thus making them more powerful? All these questions needed to be answered, but Sunny suspected that he was now on the threshold of an entirely new horizon of possibilities. However, there was a contradiction. Why would he try to consume the shades in order to build new shadow cores if he was already a Titan? And why would he elevate the shades to the status of shadows if he already ruled 7 shadows and could not accept more? And there hid the final part of the new power Sunny sensed. A long time ago, Urice had said that his shadows, while powerful, were not complete. Now Sunny felt like he stumbled onto a hint of the understanding of how to finally make them whole, but before he could think on that matter deeply, the spell suddenly whispered into his ear. It said, "You have lost an attribute. You 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 have lost an attribute." And then, in a voice that hinted at triumphant satisfaction, the spell said, its voice echoing in the darkness, "You have received an attribute. You are complete." Sunny flinched and stayed motionless for a few long moments. Then he inhaled deeply and summoned his runes. As the shimmering field of them ignited in the darkness, his gaze rushed to the string describing his attributes. and there Sunny saw something that he had long expected to see. The runes read, Attributes, Lord of Shadows, Flame of Divinity, Jade Shell. The curse, Fated. And at the end of it, a new one. The Weave. Chapter 3106, Third Paradox. Sunny inhaled deeply, trying to sense what changes had happened to him due to the completion of the Weave. He remembered how he had started on the path of inheriting the lineage of the mysterious demon, and all the trials he had to overcome to obtain it. Back then on the forgotten shore, ignorant of the world and enthralled by the soul devourer. Why was it that he had decided to climb the branches of that malevolent tree? Sunny barely remembered. Oh, right, I wanted to find the most delicious fruit to give it to Nephis and lift her mood. Nephis had resisted the enthrallment a bit better than Sunny and Cassie, spending most of her days on the shore of the Ashen Barrow and looking west with longing in her eyes, like Odysseus dreaming of Ithaca on the shore of Ogygia. Even if she could not remember why she had wanted to leave and what she was striving to achieve, she still felt restless and lost in the deceitful bliss of the mind hex. Sunny, brainwashed as he was, could not understand why she seemed to be so down, so he decided to bring her some delicious soul fruits to cheer her up. That was why he stumbled on the thieving bird's nest, destroyed the thieving bird's egg, and received blood weave. That was what put him on the path of searching for the scattered parts of Weaver's lineage. Had it really been a coincidence, or was all of it a part of Weaver's plan? To be honest, Sunny did not know if anything having to do with him could be called a coincidence. He was fated, after all. He wasn't sure that anything having to do with Weaver could be called a coincidence either. However, now that he had spent more than a decade searching for traces of the nebulous daemon and learning more about that mysterious creature, Sunny thought that he understood the demon of fate, and fate itself, at least a little bit better. As such, he did not think that once, a long time ago, Weaver had imagined a street rat called Sunny finding the first fragment of their lineage and going on to hunt for the rest. However, Weaver could very well had read the currents of fate and twisted them ever so slightly, making sure that one day in the future the world would assume just the right shape for just the right kind of person to end up in the right place at the right time, setting Weaver's plan in motion, making Weaver's plan inevitable even. So while Weaver might not have known Sunny's face or name, they would have known what kind of being their heir would be. A kind of being who would survive an encounter with the soul-devouring tree and the vile thieving bird's spawn, descend into the depths of the sky below and swallow Weaver's phalanx, reach the estuary of the great river in the tomb of Ariel, conquer the illusory world of the demon of imagination, lay siege to the eternal city at the bottom of the twilight sea, win Ariel's game, and brave the dark depths of the underworld. Sunny sighed deeply, looking at the runes with a dark expression. I think I already said it, but couldn't that damn demon leave the pieces of his lineage in more easily accessible places? They really put me through a whole damn lot. Just one of those harrowing adventures was enough to kill the absolute majority of people. Surviving 7 in a row, even for a fated individual, it was a stretch. Shaking his head, Sunny felt relieved. It was all over now, at least. All that was left was to claim his prize, and what a prize it was. Sunny could already feel it. All parts of him being tempered as all 7 fragments of the weave fused into a single whole, each growing stronger and supporting the rest. His blood had grown more potent, both making him more durable and greatly enhancing his endurance. His already unbreakable bones had become nearly indestructible, the marrow within them absorbing great torrents of vitality. His muscles, tendons, and organs had been reforged and tempered, making him even more resilient and offering him even greater explosive strength. His spirit had become vaster, the weight of his will leaving a deeper dent in the fabric of the world. His soul had become both more malleable and harder to destroy. His mind expanded, offering him an even greater capacity to fathom countless ideas at the same time. His shadows swelled with greater power, the potency of his essence increasing as well, but those were merely side effects of the weave being completed. Before turning his mind to the last and true boon gifted to him by it, Sunny aimed his gaze at the runes and read the description of his new attribute. The runes read, "Tell me." "O demon of fate," said Oblivion. "How can fate be changed?" The demon of fate laughed, looking at the great tapestry of fate with wonder and fear. "Why would you want to change fate?" Fate cannot be changed. Fate cannot be bargained with. Fate cannot be escaped either, because fate does not know the distinction between the past and the future. Everything that has ever happened, is happening, and will happen is inscribed in the threads of fate, because fate is great, and there is nothing greater than fate. The demon of fate looked at Oblivion and said in a nebulous tone, "Mortal men are powerless in front of fate. We the daemons are just as powerless as mortals. Even the great gods bow their heads to fate, and those who dwell in the void are not above it either. Fate rules all as above all. It is a force that looms above the flame and the void, governing both, encompassing all of existence." The demon of fate smiled bitterly. How can the future be changed if time itself is merely a weapon created by the gods, and the gods are powerless against fate? Fate cannot be changed because it doesn't know time. It exists in the flash of a single moment. Fate is not something that is happening, it is something that has already happened. It is an axiom, immutable and inalienable. How are you going to change something that has already transpired, sister? That is impossible. Hearing the demon of fate, Oblivion shook her head. "It is possible," the demon of fate scoffed and said in a tone of amusement. "What makes you so sure?" Oblivion leaned forward then and said, her voice echoing in the darkness, "The void is ever-changing, and therefore, in its endless permutations, it eventually gave birth to something unchangeable, to the flame of desire. That is the paradox of chaos. Fate is no different. If it truly governs all possible events and encompasses all possible outcomes, then it will give birth to something that cannot be encompassed or governed one day. It will give birth to the paradox that will destroy it. Creating such a paradox, that is how fate can be changed." The demon of fate seemed appalled. A third paradox? What kind of treacherous being can summon it into existence? That thing would have to possess the power of a great god, the curse of a daemon, and be the avatar of fate itself on top of that. Do you think I can create such an abomination, sister? The demon of fate grinned. "Is that a challenge?" Sunny stared at the runes, dumbfounded. "Huh!" The power of a great god, the curse of a demon, an avatar of fate. What did it mean to be an avatar of fate? Gods had avatars. Lesser beings could sometimes control incarnations as well. Sunny himself was an example of such a creature. But fate? Fate did not possess personhood. It did not have goals or ambitions either. It simply existed, and therefore it could not incarnate its consciousness in a mortal vessel. So what kind of avatar could fate create? If Sunny imagined fate as a force as opposed to a being, then maybe its avatar did not have to wield its consciousness. Maybe it simply had to be a manifestation of fate as a force, its personification, a living embodiment of inevitability, a person who enforced fate by the mere fact of their existence, whether they wanted to or not. And who could these champions of fate have been? One group came to mind. The Nine. The Nine who were all fated, just like Sunny was. His eyes widened slightly. An avatar of fate? A fated person? Then his eyes widened a little more. Wait, then! The power of a god, the curse of a daemon, an avatar of fate. That described a person who has the fated attribute, a divine aspect, and the lineage of a daemon. That's me, God damn it! The paradoxical abomination Weaver had mentioned was Sunny. Sunny, who was fated, wielded the shadow slave aspect and obtained the weave. His expression changed. You've got to be kidding me. And who is that damned demon calling an abomination? Chapter 3107, set in stone. What right did that creepy daemon have to call anyone an abomination? That eerie thing had 8 hands, with 7 fingers on each one. And it doesn't even make sense. Why 8 hands? Because spiders who wove silk had 8 legs. What about Weaver's legs? The great and terrible demon of fate had those too, presumably. Add those to the 8 hands, and you get 10 limbs. That would make Weaver more like a crab or a lobster, not a spider. Where did that creepy lobster get the nerve to call Sunny an abomination? Sunny grimaced and rubbed his face. What am I even thinking about? He was simply reeling from reading the description of the weave. That one sounded like a personal message to him more than any other, answering the question he had just asked himself. However, like all the answers the spell gave, it only gave birth to a greater swarm of questions. There is a lot to ponder on here. Sonny closed his eyes for a moment. First of all, and most importantly, was the identity of who Weaver was talking to, as well as the general content of their conversation. It was a conversation between the demon of fate and the demon of oblivion, the most mysterious and least known of all the daemons. More than that, shockingly, the description of the weave suggested that it was Oblivion who had first broached the subject of changing fate, not Weaver. Can I even trust anything Weaver said? Weaver was known to be a consummate liar. However, somehow, Sonny felt like the nebulous daemon had been sincere in this conversation. In fact, the whole tone of the conversation was unlike the Weaver Sonny had come to know. It almost felt like the version of the demon of fate shown in this description was much younger and less burdened than all other versions Sonny had witnessed. Still, Sonny had always felt that Weaver's true ambition was to break fate. And how could he not? After all, the nightmare spell, Weaver's greatest masterpiece, had always rewarded its carriers for defying fate as much as they could. The more your actions in the nightmare changed the fated outcome, the greater its evaluation was. It was startling to find out that the idea of going against fate, as well as the general blueprint of how to achieve it, had actually come from, wait, who was it again? Sonny frowned and seemed confused for a moment. Right, from the demon of oblivion. It was Oblivion who seemed to have given Weaver the initial motivation to struggle against fate. Or maybe it was not so simple. Sonny had to admit that he knew close to nothing about Oblivion. And if he was truly honest, he would have to admit that despite inheriting their lineage and chasing their ghost for more than a decade, he knew very little about Weaver as well. What was the relationship between these two demons? What had Oblivion been scheming? And how had she died? He didn't know. And then there was a peculiar detail about the description of the weave, although Sonny was not sure if it carried any meaning. Throughout the entire conversation, the spell had never once called Weaver by name. It had only described the nebulous daemon as the demon of fate. Was that because Weaver had not earned their name yet, back when that conversation happened? Or was it pure coincidence? The spell was quite liberal in its descriptions, so it could very well have been. Or was there a different reason Sonny did not yet understand? In fact, Sonny failed to understand a lot of things about the mystifying conversation between Weaver and Oblivion. Where do I even start? There was the way Weaver had described fate. In hindsight, it was sort of obvious, but Sonny had never considered it before. The fact that not only mortals, but even the gods had been powerless in the face of fate, were subject to fate. That alone was not the truly explosive piece of information, though. What truly stunned him was that, according to Weaver, even the void beings, even the eternal void itself, were subject to fate. Why wouldn't they be, though? The gods themselves were void beings. So if they were affected by fate, then the rest of their kin would be too, which framed fate as something that existed on a plane of its own, a higher plane than any other. An absolute above the absolute. There had been a time when Sonny thought of fate as one of the universal laws of existence. These laws, however, were created by the gods. Beyond the framework of laws that composed existence, there was the everlasting void and the alien, unfathomable undercurrents that ruled it. And beyond that, apparently there was fate. Not only that, but Weaver had also described fate as a force that existed beyond and above time. Therefore, Sonny felt a headache. Therefore, from the cosmic perspective of fate, the future could never be changed. Because the future was never a vague expanse of potentials and possibilities, it was not something that was yet to happen. Instead, it had already happened, had always have happened, and was therefore set in stone. It was a fact, since fate existed above time and fused the past, the present, and the future into a single, eternal, immutable fact, or maybe a process that was both endless and instantaneous, but irrespectively finished and complete. It naturally couldn't be changed. Only it could. Weaver and Oblivion had set the scheme to break fate in motion, while Sonny and Cassie completed it. The vast tapestry of fate was in shambles, and the future, which had been set in stone like a fact, was now as unknown and unknowable as it was meant to be. Someone went and broke the whole damn stone. which created a paradox. If fate was truly like a serpent eating its own tail, knowing no distinction between cause and effect, between the past and the future, if it was indeed an absolute law above all absolute laws, axiomatic and immutable, then how the hell could it have become infinitely malleable and incomplete? One hell of a paradox indeed. And Sonny was the confluence of endlessly improbable eventualities that had made that paradox possible, a person who had inherited an aspect of a god, a lineage of a daemon, and a unique connection to fate. Sonny was not a stranger to improbable events due to being fated, but seen in that light his strange existence really took the cake. Was that what oblivion had meant? That only a fated being could cause the impossible confluence of events capable of changing fate, meaning that only fate could destroy fate, and not only that the seeds of its destruction had always been hidden in its very nature? Sonny was not sure that he was qualified to know the answer to that question. All of it was more than a little bit above his pay grade, even as a demigod. All he felt toward this cosmic kind of understanding was sheer terror. The universe was already vast enough, and mysteries hidden beyond its veil were not for the likes of him to glean. Chapter 3108. Chaos, Order, and Fate. Sonny did want to know one thing, though. The third paradox? Oblivion had called the birth of the flame the first paradox, the paradox of chaos. Weaver, meanwhile, had called the destruction of fate at the hands of a fated being the paradox of fate, the third paradox. Then what was the second paradox? Once again, that question had no answer. However, Sonny had an inkling of a suspicion. The paradoxes were numbered, which suggested that they came in order. The first paradox, the paradox of chaos, described the inevitability of a forever changing entity, the void, eventually creating an unchangeable axiom, the flame of desire. Due to their very nature, the void and the flame had been destined to clash, which led to the void being sealed. Thus, the void was the source of its own fall. The third paradox, the paradox of fate, described the inevitability of a flawlessly determined force, fate, eventually creating a being who could render it impossible to determine. Was that being Weaver? Or was it Sonny? Or were they one and the same as far as the eventual paradox went? It did not matter. What mattered was that fate was the source of its own destruction as well. So what came between the paradox of the void and the paradox of fate? Sonny was inclined to believe that it was the flame, the void, the flame, and fate. These were three absolute forces, with fate governing the other two. Both fate and the void had a destructive paradox woven into their very foundation, so why would the flame be any different? In fact, Sonny already knew the seed of destruction woven into the very foundation of the flame, of the existence created by the gods. In fact, there were two strong candidates for what the second paradox, the paradox of order, could be. The first potential seed of destruction was defined by a simple question that Nether, the demon of destiny, had once asked the goddess of the black skies, and later expanded on by the puppeteer moth, the spirit of doubt. Why did the flame wane? Sonny found it uncomfortable to think about, but it was true that the flame that gave life to all of existence waned. Perhaps because it had been cut off from the fuel that was meant to feed it, the void, or perhaps because that was simply its nature, but the flame constantly grew weaker. The flame was waning, yet at the same time it was growing stronger because the lives and aspirations of those the flame gave life to fueled it. According to the puppeteer, living beings existed exclusively to feed the flame with their lives, which was the epitome of cruelty and endless hunger. Sonny, however, did not really believe the sinister moth. He rather saw the process as a part of natural, symbiotic, and even beautifully poetic order. The puppeteer insisted that the gods could have made their world flawless, thus sparing all the living things populating it the need to struggle, strive, and aspire to hurt, fight, and despair. But Sonny agreed with what Ananke had said once, that a flawless thing was no different from a dead thing, because it could never grow and improve, it could only remain still and unchanging. So, being flawed was the essence of life. Regardless of whether the puppeteer had deceived him or not, the flame waned, but it also fueled itself and grew stronger. It was a wondrous self-sustaining miracle, But would it always remain the same? Who was to say that the flames of desires burning in the souls of living beings would not become insufficient to fuel the flame one day, and that it would not be extinguished? That, in Sonny's mind, was the first possible explanation of the paradox of order. The second one was far more obvious. It was the forgotten God who was destined to consume the world one day, the literal flaw of existence, or maybe it was daemons who were born of the forgotten God. The daemons. Were they the paradox of order? Sonny thought that it was quite probable. He scratched the tip of his nose. Honestly, though, I'm not even sure if I should care. Cosmic paradoxes and theoretical principles that were so great that even the confines of the vast universe could not contain them. What did any of it have to do with him? Sonny had a bunch of far more practical problems to deal with, like eldritch deities who had fallen to corruption, abyssal horrors that defied understanding, the complicated intricacies of apotheosis, and the literal damn apocalypse. Who had time to ponder lofty issues of cosmic proportions when they had to deal with the lowly, mundane issue of the world ending? Definitely not Sonny. In fact, Sonny felt that as soon as words like paradoxical, axiomatic, and cosmic entered the conversation, and as soon as he felt the need to invent a word for something more absolute than the absolute, that was his sign to scamper off. I should probably follow my own advice and do just that. Sonny threw a final look at the runes before dismissing them. There was one last fact he was yet to address. It was that, apparently, he had the dubious honor of being an avatar of fate. He had been one in the past, at least, before fate was torn apart. Much more interesting, though, was that the 9 had been avatars of fate. That was bitterly ironic. After all, one would expect Weaver, the demon of fate, to be its champion. Turned out it was actually the opposite. Weaver had been the enemy of fate, while its 9 champions had been born by fate to destroy the nebulous daemon. In hindsight, it was a miracle that Weaver had survived for so long while going against 9 walking manifestations of fate, of an absolute force that both the void and the flame bowed to, despite their humble beginning. Not only that, but Weaver had even defeated the 9, thwarting their plan to destroy all of existence and enthroning the nightmare spell as its new governing force. The mission of the nightmare spell was still shrouded in mystery. One thing about it, however, was clear. It was that the spell had not completed its mission yet. Would it achieve what Weaver had created it to do in the end? I guess it depends on me, Nephis, and Cassie. Coincidentally, Sonny was an heir of a daemon, Nephis was an heir of a god, and Cassie was a seer deeply connected to fate. How would their journey, and therefore Weaver's design, end? To answer that question, they would have to wait and see. Chapter 309. The Spellweave. Sonny sighed and looked into the darkness where the runes had shimmered a few moments ago. It would have been nice if the spell had explained clearly what the function of the weave truly was. However, in its usual manner, it presented him with a riddle in the form of a conversation between 2 daemons instead. Sure, he had learned a lot from the description of the weave, but nothing about the weave itself. That Sonny would have to discover himself. He inhaled deeply. In front of him, Nephis noticed that the shadow cast by the remains of her father was gone. She would have felt the change that had happened to Sonny as well. In fact, she might have already read his runes. However, at the moment, she was not in a state to pay attention to the esoteric mysteries of cosmic order. She was fully focused on Broken Sword instead. Reaching forward, she touched the weathered bones softly, and then drew them into her soul sea. When the remains of her father disappeared, hidden safely in the depths of her soul, Nephis let out a heavy sigh and looked up at the cracked sword, rising from the stone and the enchanted lantern hanging from its crossguard. Somewhere far away on the other side of the ancient city, Saint and the shades of her fallen kin were still slaughtering the last defenders of the city. There were not a lot of abominations left, while the ranks of her taciturn army were swelling. That battle, too, would be over soon. However, now that the initial daze of having completed the weave was gone, Sonny felt an eerie, cold feeling settle in his chest. He was still overcome with terror. In fact, his fear had become much more overwhelming, almost palpable. Sonny frowned and directed his focus inward. The weave. Why did that sinister demon create you? What exactly did Weaver want to bequeath to their epigony? The weave granted Sunny many boons, most of which simply made him stronger and more tenacious, especially the latter. But the same could be said about all divine lineages. Each of them comprehensively empowered the descendants of the gods, focusing on one aspect of their being in particular. So what was left if Sunny disregarded the overall tempering he had undergone due to collecting the weave? The answer was quite simple. It was almost comically obvious, in fact. He was left with the ability to weave. One way or another, each fragment of Weaver's lineage enhanced his ability to practice Weaver's sorcery. Blood weave granted him the ability to perceive spell weaves. Bone weave allowed him to interact with them. Flesh weave increased his finesse when handling essence string, and so on. There was even the nightmare spell, which presented him with an endless supply of memories and echo to study and learn from. So it would not be a reach to say that Weaver had wanted their epigone to master weaving. But why? Sunny was a powerful sorcerer, but in the grand scheme of things, his unique way of creating enchantments was not fundamentally greater than other schools of sorcery. He was ahead of most human sorcerers, but that was largely due to his personal talent and power, not the uniqueness of his methods as an enchanter. He was not the only weaver in existence anymore either. Ananke was already mastering it, and others would follow. So what was so important about weaving that the lineage of the Demon of Fate centered around it? Sunny remained motionless for a moment, searching for something inside himself, and then held his breath. Is that? The answer he found was frightening in its implications. It was that there was nothing important about weaving in and of itself. Teaching him how to weave enchantments did not matter. What mattered was what learning how to weave prepared him for. Sunny had learned how to weave from the nightmare spell. He had mastered the foundations of sorcery by observing how it wove memories and echoes. So what was the next step? The next step was to learn from the being who had created the nightmare spell, from Weaver. And to do that, Sunny had to observe what Weaver had woven. Sunny did, in fact, possess something that the Demon of Fate had created personally. It was Weaver's mask, one of the two divine memories that Weaver had woven and gifted to the High Priest and the High Priestess of the nightmare spell. That was not what Sunny had to observe, though. There was another creation of Weaver that he had access to. It was the nightmare spell. The nightmare spell, the inner workings of which all awakened saw in the brief moments between conquering a nightmare and returning into the harsh embrace of reality, the endless black void illuminated by countless stars, all connected by rays of silver light, into a vast and unfathomable pattern. That starlit void as well was a spell weave. It was the spell weave, and by observing it, Sunny could learn what Weaver had wanted him to master. Damnation. It was right in front of him, in front of everyone this whole time. An ugly expression settled on Sunny's face as he felt the cold claws of fear gripping his heart tighten. He had a feeling that he needed to follow this train of thought to its logical conclusion, fast, or something dreadful was going to happen. It felt like hours had passed since he absorbed Shadow Weave, but in reality it was just a handful of seconds, and as another second passed by, Sunny felt a shiver run down his spine. The spell weave? There was one glaring, fundamental difference between the weave of the nightmare spell and the weaves of memories and echoes it and Sunny created. It was that memories were woven out of essence string, while the nightmare spell was woven out of strings of fate. Sunny had already gained the ability to touch the strings of fate, and he could even glimpse knowledge from them. However, that ability of his was both rudimentary and dangerous. So logically, that was what the weave had to have granted him, a greater capacity to manipulate the strings of fate. Chapter 310 Den, Gazing into the Abyss. There was one peculiar trait of divine lineages that Sunny had noticed after observing Nephis, as well as heirs of the great clans, for a long time. It was that their divine lineages did not seem like an overwhelming advantage if the inheritor was weak, but gradually revealed more of their unfathomable potential as the inheritor walked the path of ascension and climbed to higher ranks. It was as if by drawing closer to the divine rank and to beings who had left behind the lineages, the heirs of the gods could use more of their inheritance, and only by becoming gods themselves would they unlock its full potential. Sunny had no reason to believe that Weaver's lineage was any different. So even if the purpose of the weave was to grant him the ability to manipulate the strings of fate, he would not be capable of doing so immediately as a mere supreme. However, if he was right, then he would at least be able to see where the path he had been walking was leading and know which direction to follow. All Sonny had to do was confirm his suspicion, and just now he did. While peering into the depths of his being, he finally discovered the fundamental change that had happened to him when the weave was completed. Not the quantitative enhancement various aspects of him had undergone, but a qualitative change. The change had not happened to his body, soul, or mind, or even his shadow. Instead, it happened to his spirit, building upon the foundation that Spirit Weave had already established. That alteration had to do with the innate affinity of his will. Before the natural inclination of Sonny's spirit, and therefore of his will, was to express the concept of death. However, he had always possessed another, minor affinity, an affinity to fate. There was nothing minor about it now, though. His lesser affinity had been elevated to a startling height, becoming just as profound as his affinity to shadows and death. In fact, it might have even surpassed them. As such, for all intents and purposes, Sonny was a unique existence now. He was a supreme who drew power from two source elements in equal measure, and therefore, in theory, could rule two domains. He had no idea what a fate domain could look like, or how he was supposed to build it, but he already felt a profound change in his perception of the world. Somewhere in that change most likely hid the key to learning how to manipulate the strings of fate. For now, however, Sonny could only tell that he had become greatly attuned to them, no less than Cassie was, perhaps. That attunement expressed itself as a mystical, miraculous intuition. Sonny was not even sure that he could call that sense intuition now. It was a far more expansive and profound form of perception than mere instinct. It not only provided him with seemingly prophetic hints and hunches, but also granted him a profound, subliminal understanding of everything that surrounded him. As if he was subconsciously drawing knowledge from the strings of fate that brushed against him, Sonny suspected that if the part of the great tapestry of fate that described the future was still intact, he would have been able to sense what would happen in the future as well. Since Cassie and he had broken fate, though, all he could sense was the past and present, however. His subconscious grasp of what had transpired and was transpiring around him was now far greater than his conscious understanding, granting him far greater awareness. His intuition had reached a truly supernatural level. Sonny finally inhaled, shivering. Because now that he was aware of how his intuition had changed, he could not help but realize that the eerie fear that had pierced his heart was not rational. It was his subconscious connection to fate telling him that something dreadful was about to happen, that something terrifying was now imminent. What? Concentrating on his newfound miraculous intuition, Sonny tried to discern more about the imminent danger. He couldn't quite sense what it was, but he managed to determine the direction from which the threat was emanating. Unsurprisingly, it was the bottomless chasm in front of them. "It's time for us to run." That was what Sonny wanted to say. However, as he directed his attention to the dark abyss, a strange compulsion suddenly overcame him. It was as if something vast and invisible enveloped him, effortlessly breaking his formidable defenses, the great fortress wall built around his mind, as well as the deep moat filled to the brim with his titanic will. He did not even realize what had happened. As Saint finished off the last defenders of the city, and as Nephis rose from the ground with a distant look on her face, Sonny fell into a daze. Not quite realizing what he was doing, he walked past her and stopped at the very edge of the cliff beyond the cracked sword and the shining lantern. Then, even knowing that he would not see anything in the endless void of elemental darkness, Sonny gazed into the abyss, and when he did, the abyss gazed back at him. Sonny froze. Even though he was unable to see, he still perceived what was hidden far below. Perhaps he sensed it through the vibrations of the strings of fate, or perhaps the laws of existence were simply twisted and perverted by the being hidden there. What he saw, drifting there in the abyssal darkness, was a giant, weathered skeleton of a humanoid being. Its bones were broken, the proportions of its body were slightly wrong, and there were 3 harrowing, empty sockets on its eerie skull. The being's flesh was long gone, but it was not dead. Instead, a universe of appalling corruption made its nest in the flawlessly white bones, animating them with a profane semblance of life. No, not profane, unholy. The being gazing at Sunny from the depths of the abyss was an unholy nightmare creature, a dark god of corruption. However, it was not the abyssal horror he and Nephis had fought, because Sunny could perceive that horror too. The abyssal horror was like a web of dark tendrils that had wrapped itself around the giant's skeleton, endlessly flowing, binding it, restraining it like shackles and imprisoning it in the abyss. Or at least it had been. Now that hundreds of the dark tendrils had been incinerated by the flames of Godgrave, its ability to restrain the unholy abomination was grievously diminished. In fact, it had become woefully insufficient, and the prisoner of the abyss was on the verge of breaking free. At that moment, Sunny's shoulders fell. He realized that it was already too late to escape. In fact, he had already failed to escape, because the moment the unholy one's gaze fell on him, and the moment Sunny beheld its harrowing visage, the seeds of corruption began to bloom in his soul, consuming it, a part of it at least. One of his shadow cores, the one that belonged to the incarnation standing on the edge of the great chasm, was now overflowing with appalling darkness, being slowly swallowed by it. Far below, more of the dark tendrils snapped, and the skeleton moved its giant hand slightly, pointing a bony finger up. At that moment, Sunny did two things. He dismissed Saint, and he pushed Nephis, who had just pulled the cracked sword out of the stone and picked up her father's lantern back, with all the strength he could muster. Nephis' eyes widened as she was sent flying through the air, breaching hundreds of meters in a single moment. Almost at the same time, something pierced Sunny's back. He looked down, his eyes widening in horror, and saw a strange, needle-like spike of squirming black material protruding from his chest. He did not even feel any pain. A moment later, one of his shadow cores exploded. His incarnation collapsed and was dispelled, his shadow utterly destroyed and vanquished with a single blow. A wave of blinding pain washed over his consciousness, and somewhere far away, his avatars fell to their knees. The 6 of them did. Because the 7th was no more. Chapter 3111, Final Heartbeat. Your shadow has been destroyed. As one of his shadow cores exploded, a few others cracking from the aftershock of the devastating blow, Sunny was blinded by pain. He staggered and fell to his knees. All of his remaining incarnations did, some hidden from sight in the dark embrace of shadows, some surrounded by people, some waging war against dreadful abominations on calamitous battlefields. Not good. He had lost a shadow core, becoming a terror once again, in an instant. One of his 7 shadows, the crazy guy, had also been destroyed. Sunny did not have time to mourn the death of his invaluable helper, though, or think about how easily his incarnation had been killed. How easily he had been killed, after all. The disaster was not yet over. The unholy abomination was still there, and neither Sunny nor Nephis was out of danger. In fact, Sunny thought that he would be lucky to only lose one incarnation today, that thing in the abyss. To say that it scared him would be no different from describing an asteroid impact as bad weather. There were simply no words in the human language to name the feeling it inspired. Sunny was shaken. However, he had to act, and he had to act fast. There had been 2 of his incarnations in the underworld. One was gone now, but the other one remained. When Sunny dismissed Saint, he was left alone in utter darkness, suppressed and suffocated by its tenebrous expanse. He could feel the fractured surface of the ramparts beneath him, as well as the cold wind blowing from the distant abyss. The defenders of the city had been slaughtered, and the shades were gone, having returned into the dark expanse of his soul with their commander. Only the shadow of the Prince of Darkness remained, slowly turning toward the great chasm far away in the distance. Nephis flashed past the towering colossus, then landed nimbly on the scorched and fractured surface of the devastated square. She slid back dozens of meters, finally coming to a halt at the very edge of a deep fissure. By then the Prince of Darkness was already swinging his enormous sword. The blade of the titanic greatsword, almost 200 meters in length, was slow to accelerate, however. When it gathered momentum, its edge was heavy enough to cut the world apart. However, before the colossal shade could deliver the blow, An invisible presence flickered in the darkness in front of it. In the next moment, the towering figure of the Prince of Darkness was obliterated, disintegrating into a million pieces. The shadow of a supreme titan crumpled in the blink of an eye, vanquished without offering any resistance. Torn apart like a paper figurine, Sonny was covered in cold sweat, gritting his teeth as terror clawed at his heart. He was surrounded by elemental darkness, utterly devoid of power. There was no time to assume the form of the Jade Saint and channel Nef's flames either. He only had a few moments left to act, so, gathering all his strength, he raised his hand, made it into a fist, and slammed it into the ground with all the strength of a supreme. The ground quaked. In an instant, a dreadful amount of kinetic energy was converted into heat. The surface of the ancient stone shattered beneath his blow, melting and vaporizing in a destructive conflagration. And therefore, there was a flash of light. This mundane light was weak and feeble, easily defeated by the endless mass of true darkness. Its radiance was dim, and it had only lasted a brief moment. But that moment was all Sonny needed to dive into the embrace of shadows cast by the fleeting explosion of light and emerge from them many kilometers away in front of Nephis. There, the mystical lantern left behind by Broken Sword still glowed, illuminating the ruined streets of the ancient city and summoning countless shadows into existence. Sonny arrived just in time to reach forward and catch Nephis, helping her balance herself and pulling her away from the edge of the deep fissure. For a moment they were face to face, pale and terrified. That terror was not something they could control. It was simply an inevitable consequence of mortal beings finding themselves in the presence of a god, a fallen and corrupted god. That was why even Nephis, who had always shared a distant relationship with fear, could not control it now. Sonny. Her whisper was barely audible. Unlike Sonny, Nephis was not sensitive to fate, so she had not witnessed the prisoner of the abyss. However, she had inherited the knowledge of corruption, so she must have sensed it in her own way. Sonny did not answer. There was no time for words. He knew that they only had moments left to live. Trying to run was meaningless as well. How could they hope to outrun a god? Speed and distance meant nothing in the face of an unholy creature. Reality was nothing but a malleable canvas for that being, fragile and brittle. With a thought, it could bring them back. Sonny raised a hand, feeling like he was suffocating. He had not felt so weak and powerless, utterly helpless in a long, long while. How could a demigod feel that way? Sonny was standing with his back to the great chasm, while Nephis was facing it. He saw her eyes widen as he looked over his shoulder, trembling uncontrollably. Faster, faster. He looked down, fearing catching a glimpse of what Nephis saw, reflected in the dark depths of her terrified eyes. There was an eerie sound, the sound of stone turning to dust, of a waterfall turning to ice, of winds dying as something that had never been meant to exist moved through them. Perhaps it was a giant, skeletal hand rising above the edge of the boundless black void. Sonny felt it then, a clear premonition, a damning understanding that he only had a single heartbeat left to live. Faster, and just then, a memory finally manifested itself into existence in his hand, woven out of darkness. It was a small lantern carved from black stone. Sonny finally remembered how to breathe. Before the gaze of the unholy horror fell on them, he turned into a shadow and pulled Nephis into the gate of the shadow lantern. In the next moment, both of them disappeared. The black lantern fell to the ground, rolled on shattered stone, and vanished without a trace. A dead silence settled over the underworld. Now, once again, only darkness remained, shrouding its vast and dreadful expanse. Chapter 3:1112 Shoot for the Moon. Escaping the shadows, Sonny and Nephis rolled down a tall dune of obsidian dust before coming to a stop at its bottom. Above them, the black sky of the Shadow Realm was illuminated by the pale radiance of a distant essence storm. Around them, the desolate expanse of the Realm of Death stretched endlessly in all directions, cold winds blowing across its surface. The world was silent. The two of them remained motionless for a long while, breathing heavily. Their wildly beating hearts were slow to calm down, and the indescribable terror of facing an unholy one still echoed in their dazed, rattled minds. Eventually, though, Sonny was able to breathe normally again. He let out a heavy sigh and groaned, finally sensing the dull pain radiating through his soul. Where one of his soul cores had been once, there was now nothing but emptiness. The jagged wound dealt to his soul was not fatal, but it was still painful, making him feel like a cripple. Still, we made it out. At the end there, all he could think about was summoning the shadow lantern and escaping through its gate. Once Sonny pulled Nephis with him into the embrace of shadows, he hurriedly dismissed the divine memory, leaving the prisoner of the abyss no chance to follow them. Perhaps the creature could have twisted the enchantments of a different memory with its profane will, but the shadow lantern was a relic left behind by Shadow God, so Sonny had hoped that even an unholy abomination would not be able to influence it easily. It seemed like he had been right. After all, neither of them would be alive otherwise. Thinking about the creature imprisoned in the abyss made Sonny shiver again, and his instinctual fear swelled once more. Damnation! He was properly shaken by the encounter with that horrid thing. After a while, Nephis sat up and brushed the obsidian dust off her hair. Sonny pushed himself off the ground as well, looking around with a lost expression. Neither of them said anything, trying to recover from the harrowing experience. Sonny's thoughts were wild and disjointed, swarming in his head like a cloud of wasps. A long while later he looked at Nephis and hesitated for a moment before speaking. In the end, all he could say was, "That thing? The unholy one? It simply pointed at me, Nephis. And I died." Sonny's voice was grim. He pursed his lips and then added somberly, "No. Even before that, it only had to gaze at me to infect my soul with corruption. It only had to look my way to destroy me. Sonny was not just anyone either. He had been a supreme titan. He stood at the very pinnacle of power among all humans. People who could compare to him could be counted on the fingers of one hand, and even among them nobody could claim to surpass him with any measure of confidence. And yet the prisoner of the abyss obliterated him so easily. Neff's expression was dark. She remained silent for a moment, then said quietly, "We knew how powerful the unholy nightmare creatures would be." Then she inhaled deeply and shook her head. "However, knowing and experiencing it are two entirely different things. The power of that dreadful thing was beyond anything I had imagined. It was sobering." Sonny could only give a grim nod. Sobering. Yes, that was the right word. He had known that unholy abominations would be terrifying and unfathomably powerful, and yet he still underestimated just how harrowing they would be. Sonny and Nephis were in a hurry to challenge the fifth nightmare and become spirits. Before he had thought that conquering apotheosis would buy them some time, but now he was starting to suspect that simply becoming sacred would not be enough to prepare them for what was about to come. Sonny could not imagine winning a battle against the prisoner of the abyss without becoming a divine being himself first. Even if he and Nephis managed to defeat the horrid creature somehow while still being spirits, Sonny was suddenly covered in cold sweat. Even if they defeated that profane creature, there were others like it. Was there a handful of them? A dozen? More? The thought itself was terrifying. At the moment, Sonny knew of only a few unholy nightmare creatures. There was the thing in the abyss. One was theorized to dwell in the skull of the continent-sized skeleton in Godgrave. It was too close to human civilization for him to remain undisturbed by the idea. And then there was one hidden on the moon. No wonder Professor Obel warned me to never look at the moon too closely. There was probably an unholy abomination hidden in the heart of the burned forest, another one in the frozen wastelands west of Ravenheart. Perhaps the eerie darkness that was swallowing citadels in the far east was a manifestation of an unholy one's power as well. Who knew how many more there were and where they were hiding, but it was the one on the moon that frightened Sonny the most. Once the waking world was entirely consumed by the dream realm, Earth's moon would be swallowed as well. It would shine upon the dream realm one day where the laws of the waking world would not be suppressing the being that dwelled on its surface anymore. The being would be able to gaze down and abandon its lunar prison then. Descending into the world below, how would humanity survive then? Sonny's expression turned darker and darker. Having become sacred, would he and Nephis survive if beings like the one they had just barely escaped besieged them on all sides? That was highly unlikely. So if they conquered the fifth nightmare, there would be no time at all to collect themselves and prepare for the next one. They would have to reach the moon and challenge the sixth nightmare as well. Challenge it almost immediately. So entering the seed of the fifth nightmare would be like reaching the finish line. After that, it would be full steam ahead until they either became divine, became true gods, or died. Therefore, humanity would either be saved or perish with them. Sonny grimaced. What is it that people say? Dream big, shoot for the moon? He had never thought that this simple phrase would sound so sinister one day. Chapter 3:113, Post Mortem. Sonny fell silent again, finally able to think straight. There was a lot to think about, albeit not much time to do so. They had escaped the danger momentarily, but he did not feel safe. In fact, Sonny felt more vulnerable than ever, here in the lifeless realm that was supposed to be his natural environment. Strangely enough, his soul was not being eroded by the shadow realm nearly as much as it had been before. That was probably because this time he had not come here as a masterless shadow. His connection to Nephis was protecting him to a large degree. Nephis herself was not affected too much either. It was unclear whether staying in the shadow realm for long would still destroy her, but for now she seemed fine. In fact, it was as if her entire figure was emanating a subtle, beautiful radiance, illuminating the dark sands around them. Nevertheless, Sonny was anxious. The shadow realm was connected to the underworld, after all. It was connected to it by the abyss, so the prisoner of the abyss was not that far, hidden somewhere in the darkness above them. That thing was not the only danger they could face either. There were the dark drifters and other creatures of darkness that came to the realm of death to hunt the shadows. There were far more terrifying creatures here as well. Sonny had not forgotten the warning Uriz had given him once, the warning about harrowing beings that dwelled in the heart of the shadow realm. However, he understood that warning better now. The last and most dreadful battle of the Doom War had happened right here in this desolate land. The Void Gate had been opened here as well at its very center. What did it mean? It meant that the strongest beings of both the Demon Legion and the Divine Host had been here when corruption invaded the world. It spread from here across all of existence, which meant that the soldiers who had fought in that calamitous final battle were the first ones to be swallowed by corruption. The strongest champions of the Doom War and corruption were not a good mix. Sonny was suddenly very glad that he had listened to Uriz and abandoned his ambitions of exploring the depths of the Shadow Realm. That bastard is not entirely useless after all, and speaking of Uriz, had he not mentioned reaching the Shadow Realm by traversing the abyss? Now that Sonny knew what dwelled in that bottomless well of elemental darkness, he could not help but feel a sense of grim astonishment. How the hell did he get past both the abyssal horror and that horrid thing? No wonder Uriz had been in such a pathetic state when Sonny stumbled on him, with many of his bones shattered, barely able to move. The fact that there was anything left of him at all was already startling. Sonny inhaled deeply, thinking back to the dreadful visage of the giant skeleton hidden in the abyss. What was that thing? Was it a Nephilim who had succumbed to corruption? That was not supposed to be possible. Or was it the corpse of one, reanimated by an endless mass of corruption that used its bones as a shell? Or was it the remains of an actual angel? What about the abyssal horror, then? What was it, and why would it keep the unholy one bound? Was it feeding on it somehow? Had it been created by Nether instead, tasked with restraining a test subject? Had it been born before or after the Doom War? Sonny was not sure. What he was certain about, however, was that the metaphor that had come to his mind when he first beheld the prisoner of the abyss was not entirely figurative. He could only describe the terrifying rot nestling within the ancient bones as a universe of appalling darkness, and he did not know if that was an exaggeration. Sonny knew that the souls of divine beings were vast. The entire Shadow Realm had been hidden inside Shadow God once, had been Shadow God, so how vast was the rotten expanse of an unholy abomination's soul. The world inside Ariel's tomb was fashioned from the soul of an unholy titan, whom the demon of dread had slain. If anything, Sonny now suspected that Ariel had only used a fraction of it to create his masterpiece. He could not help but shiver. When he read the story of how Ariel had slain the stone titan for the first time, it sounded quite epic. But now, having met an actual unholy being, Sonny could only think of it as utterly terrifying. Damn daemons. He inhaled deeply, trying to calm himself, and thought back to the moment of his death. Only now that some time had passed did Sonny begin to realize how close to complete destruction he had come. It was, as he told Nephis, all the prisoner of the abyss had to do was point at his incarnation to destroy it. Actually, that might have been a mercy. Although that thing probably did not know it, it had done Sonny a favor. If the unholy horror had not destroyed his incarnation, all of Sonny would have become a nightmare creature by now. All 7 of his shadow cores consumed by corruption. I should count my blessings, I guess. Sonny smiled weakly. The most terrifying part, however, was that they had gotten impossibly lucky. Sonny was a unique being because he was divided into 7 incarnations, so he only lost one of them. If anyone else had happened to be in his place, however, they would have simply been killed in the blink of an eye. Nephis, Mordred, Cassie, and Anke, none of them would have survived that blow. The moment the prisoner of the abyss pointed at them, they would have been erased from existence once and for all. That, too, put the power of the unholy ones into perspective, and that perspective was so stark that it was difficult not to fall to the ground in utter despair. Sonny remained motionless for a long while, then grimaced. That's nothing new. He had felt the same way when facing the Mountain King for the first time, watching the Spire Messenger fly above the forgotten shore when Sylvain tore the heart out of his chest in the Kingdom of Hope, when the winter beast wiped out the remains of the first evacuation army in the Antarctic Center, when he first witnessed a storm made of rustling swords obscure the sky. All those threats, and countless others like them, had seemed insurmountable once, and yet to the Sonny of today they were nothing but trivial obstacles. With enough time and effort, the prisoner of the abyss and other unholy horrors would be the same, so there was no point in wasting time on despair. That was what Sonny forced himself to believe, at least. For now, he had more practical matters to attend to. Chapter 3114, Missing Core. Sonny's soul had been dealt a severe blow, losing one of his shadow cores. There were obvious consequences, like the dull pain he was experiencing and his diminished power. The craziest of his shadows was gone, making him feel sad and a little depressed, as if a part of him was gone. It was, quite literally. I'll miss that guy. His feelings regarding the demise of a loyal shadow aside, there was also the fact that he was once again a terror, meaning that there was less of him out there. He could be in fewer places at the same time, could empower fewer things, and if he wanted to focus all his power in one place, the augmentation would not be as potent as it had been before. As for the soul wound, it wasn't as bad as it could have been. Losing a single core was not going to kill a Titan, and especially not Sonny. His soul was especially tenacious after all, and would slowly recover if even a little piece of it remained intact. However, there were also less obvious consequences of plummeting to a lesser class. Sonny would be unable to summon the full form of the curse until his 7th shadow core was rebuilt, for example. Much more importantly, one of his shadows was homeless now. Each of the shadows dwelled in one of his shadow cores, drawing on its power and retreating into its nurturing dark flames to heal and recover. Now that Sonny was a terror, he had 7 shadows, but only 6 cores, meaning that someone could not find shelter within his soul anymore. That someone was Slayer. Sonny had been afraid that this strange situation would result in the destruction of the bond between him and the murderous shadow, but luckily, the situation was not that dire. Slayer was still his shadow, and he still felt a connection to her. However, she could not be dismissed. That meant that if Slayer was wounded, she could not be healed by the dark flames of his soul, which presented a problem, since she was in the middle of a vicious war against the Barrow Wraiths right now. Receiving ghastly wounds and being mangled by the enemy was not a rare occurrence, and if these wounds kept accumulating, Slayer would inevitably be destroyed. Unknown complications could arise in the near future as well. Sonny did not entirely understand how the connection between him and the shadows functioned, but he knew that they depended on him. Where did the essence they used to fuel themselves come from? Would its current run dry without the dark cradle of a shadow core? Would they wither and fade as time went on? Sonny did not know, and he would rather not find out. Luckily for him. Sunny looked around. If he wanted to build a new shadow core and become a Titan again, he was in the right place. There was nowhere in the dream realm where he could accomplish that goal faster. The vast expanse of the shadow realm surrounded him, promising a thrilling hunt. It was just that Sunny was not in the mood to wander the realm of death in search of powerful shadows to consume. He did not have the time, and there were all the threats he had just been thinking about as well. However, Sunny's expression turned pensive. Maybe he didn't need to, after all. He had just attained Shadow Weave. Among various boons it granted him, there was one that could help him solve this particular issue. Perhaps it was time to test his new powers. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then took a deep breath and dove into his soul sea. Here goes nothing. Instantly, the familiar landscape revealed itself to his mind's eye. The dark waters of his soul were still and silent. The lightless sky above encompassed 6 tenebrous black spheres, a few of them covered in cracks and healing slowly. The nameless temple towered above the water, surrounded by a legion of shades. There was a vast sea of silent shadows populating his soul now. Some were distinct, while some were vague and elusive. The former were whole, while the latter had been vanquished recently and were now being mended. Sunny's gaze shifted to a particular direction, where the newest recruits of the Shadow Legion stood. Unlike the rest of the shades, these ones were assembled into neat battle formations, standing upon the still water like a disciplined army. They were 6,000 Shadow Saints, commanded by dozens of supreme officers. The colossal shadow of the Prince of Darkness was also there, wreathed in nurturing black flames. The mighty shade had been utterly obliterated by the prisoner of the abyss, but luckily, the Titan of tainted jade was merely vanquished, not destroyed. In a few days he would be ready to be summoned again, adding his strength to the power of the Shadow Legion. Beyond them, countless other shades stood, stretching toward the dark horizon. Every living being Sunny had slain over the years, except for those who were summoned and fighting his enemies on various battlefields. Hundreds of thousands still remained, all looking at the steps of the nameless temple, where their sovereign stood. Sunny exhaled and sat down on one of the steps, looking at his shades intently. Slowly his gaze focused on a particular one, a beast he had once slain on the Chained Isles, an eternity ago. He could feel a deeper connection to that beast than before. It was as if his authority over the shades had expanded, becoming not necessarily greater but broader in its implications. There was no instruction manual to Shadow Weave, unless the cryptic conversation between Weaver and Oblivion could be considered one, but Sunny could vaguely sense a new kind of power slumbering somewhere deep within him. So, he reached toward that power and explored it carefully, trying to discern its functions. He felt like a blind man trying to guess the nature of an unknown mechanism by tracing its shape with his fingers. It was mysterious, unclear, and covered in darkness. Eventually, though, his intuition gave him a hint of what he had to do and how he could do it. Sunny inhaled deeply and looked at the bestial shade, commanding it to dissolve. For a few moments, nothing happened. Then, the black beast was suddenly enveloped by dark flames, its form slowly melting in their tenebrous embrace. In a few moments, the shade vanished in a black blaze, disappearing without a trace. Once the dark flames were dispelled, the spell whispered in Sunny's ear, "Your shadow grows stronger." Summoning the runes, Sunny looked at the string he had not paid attention to for a long, long while. It read, "Shadow Fragments, 066,000. He grimaced. He had clearly felt his soul being reinforced when the black beast was consumed. It was just that it did not offer him as many shadow fragments as a true shadow would. Instead, it offered him as many as consuming an ascended soul shard would grant a fraction of a single shadow fragment, but not nothing. Sunny exhaled slowly and looked down. That works. When he raised his gaze again, his eyes glinted darkly, and when they did, a vast inferno of dark flames suddenly enveloped the silent expanse of his soul. Thousands of shades burned in the cataclysmic blaze, chosen carefully to become sacrifices. The runes shimmered and changed. Shadow fragments, 36,000. Shadow fragments, 23,6,000. Shadow fragments, 194 6000. Shadow fragments 447 6000. Shadow fragments 347 6000. Shadow fragments 134 6000. The counter continued to climb and climb, until eventually it reached completion. Oh, hell! Focused on his new power, Sonny had forgotten what would follow. A ghastly pain suddenly pierced his entire being. The pain of a new shadow core forming in the depths of his soul. Chapter 3015 bid, dark and sinister. Your shadow is complete. Sonny hissed, finally feeling that the pain tearing his soul apart was subsiding. His new shadow core was fully formed, and he was a Titan again already. It did not take him long to reclaim his class at all. Of course, it had also cost him countless shades, weakening his domain somewhat. But all in all, that loss was one he could easily cope with. With the kind of battles he was fighting these days, those of his shades that were below the ascended rank rarely had an opportunity to do something useful. So he had consumed many of those, as well as some that were more powerful, but were difficult to integrate into the Shadow Legion. In fact, it felt like he was doing a long-needed cleanup of his soul. It already felt less crowded. In the future, he would have to explore this newfound ability more. Could he consolidate the Shadow Legion, perhaps? Making those of his shades that were truly powerful even more so. Somehow, Sonny doubted it. Shades were dead after all, and therefore static. It was against their nature to change and grow. However, he could turn some of his shades into shadows and fuel those with the lesser shades. He would not need to hunt for memories to feed them anymore, at least up to the supreme rank. Beyond that, even he did not know how to help his shadows conquer apotheosis, or if it was even possible. The spell, at least, was either refusing or incapable of offering assistance. Regardless, at the moment, Sonny could only shelve that idea. He already had 7 shadows, after all, and could not accommodate another. Sonny felt that he would find a way to do just that sooner or later, though. For now he exhaled slowly and looked at Nephis. She seemed to have recovered somewhat, looking at him silently. Sonny did not have to explain what had happened to him, since Nephis could read his runes just fine. She would know that he had completed the weave, that he lost a shadow core, and that he managed to build a new one by sacrificing thousands of his shades. A pale smile appeared on Sonny's lips. "See, I'm as good as new, no need to worry, then," he groaned and spat a bit of blood. Nephis gave him a long look, then sighed and shook her head. "Your shadow is staring at me." Hearing that, Sonny turned his gaze to the shadow his body was casting onto the black sand. It was even darker than the obsidian dust it was lying on, motionless, gazing at Nephis intently, instead of obediently copying his movements. Sonny frowned. He had not known what to expect from the new shadow, but hoped that it would be like the crazy guy reborn. However, the newcomer was quite different from his fallen predecessor. The new shadow just seemed dark, far darker than it was supposed to be, and more than a little bit sinister as well. In fact, Sonny felt a cold chill run down his spine when he looked at it. He sighed. "Welcome to the world of the living, new guy. Well, to the realm of death, I guess. I'll call you— Wait, we already have a creepy shadow. Huh? What then?" Sonny pondered for a moment, then opened his mouth with a glint in his eyes. However, before he could speak, Nephis interrupted him. "Do not name him Creepy Number 2. The glint in Sonny's eyes dimmed. He remained silent for a moment, then scoffed. "Whatever. Let's go with Eerie, then. That fits your sinister ambiance, too." The eerie shadow slowly turned its head and stared at him silently. All shadows were silent, but this shadow's subtle silence was strangely unsettling. Sonny coughed, took control of his new invaluable helper, and manifested him into an avatar. After doing that, he allowed his other incarnation to turn into a shadow instead. Looking at Nephis, he sighed. Should we finish our expedition here? It was easy for him to leave the Shadow Realm. All he had to do was use one of his other incarnations to summon the Shadow Lantern and escape the desolate land through its gate. Nephis raised an eyebrow. "You have a different idea?" Sonny hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I think, before we go, we can visit an old friend." Rising from the sand, Nephis nodded. "Let's do that, then. I wanted to meet him for a long time as well." There was a lot they had to discuss, adjusting their plans in light of this new, harrowing experience. Cassie would have to participate in that discussion as well, even Mordred if he was willing, not to mention Ananke. For example, they had to determine the probability of the prisoner of the abyss escaping the underworld. Sunny felt that the creature would not be able to leave, at least for now. The abyssal horror that had kept it bound was not dead, after all, just wounded. It would recover from the damage it had received soon. Most of all, however, there were the white mists that shrouded the hollow mountain. Nothing could keep the void from seeping into the world. Surely a single unholy being, a creature merely tainted by the void, not born from it, would not be able to break through its flowing cage easily, but since Sunny and Nephis were already in the Shadow Realm, they could visit Eury's first. They did not walk to their destination, of course. Instead, Sunny used Shadow Step to carry them both through the desolate wasteland. After the suffocating darkness of the underworld, being surrounded by the endless expanse of shadows felt like a breath of fresh air, soothing and liberating. On top of that, he was not being eaten alive by the Shadow Realm, at least not as blatantly as before, so Sunny actually enjoyed their swift journey across the sea of obsidian dunes. He was moving with astonishing speed, but it was still going to take them a little time to reach Eury's. So, not wishing to waste it, Sunny summoned his runes once again. This time he ignored the counter showing his shadow fragments and looked directly at a different string of runes, the ones describing his shadows, in particular the one describing Saint. Saint had almost finished her evolution, after all. This time she achieved it much faster than ever before, perhaps because she had already been halfway to reaching a higher class, perhaps simply because the situation had demanded it. The runes read, Shadow, Jade Saint, Shadow Rank, Supreme, Shadow Class, Tyrant. Chapter 3116, Princess of the Underworld, Shadow Jade Saint, Shadow Rank, Supreme, Shadow Class, Tyrant. Sunny looked at these runes for a short while, feeling deeply satisfied. Finally, after a long while, Saint had evolved to a new class once more, this time reaching the coveted title of a Tyrant. There was a qualitative jump in power between a devil and a tyrant, marking the latter as the first of the higher classes, so he had high expectations for his oldest and most loyal shadow. Sunny continued to study the runes. They read, Shadow Attributes, Princess of the Underworld, War Master, Stalwart, Flame of Divinity, Heart of Darkness, Vessel of Nothing. Shadow Abilities, Royal Banner, Weapon Sage, Underworld Armament, Mantle of Darkness, Blade of Darkness, Shield of Nothing. There were 2 new additions, 1 attribute and 1 ability. Saint had absorbed a great deal of both true darkness and nothingness as well, meaning that her elemental abilities had grown far more potent. The new attribute had quite a catchy name. Sunny focused on it, reading the description. Attribute, Princess of the Underworld. Attribute description. This shadow has inherited the crown of the underworld, and with it, the legacy of endless war. Sunny stared at the short description for a while, contemplating it. The crown of the underworld. It was not difficult to understand the hidden meaning of these words. A long time ago, Nether had bestowed 7 suits of armor to his most flawless creations. However, those suits of armor, the mantles of the underworld, were both a gift and a trial. Sunny suspected that those of Nether's favorite children who had passed the trial would have been recognized as his heirs, the princes of the underworld, like the Titan of tainted jade, the Prince of Darkness. After all, Sunny had completed that trial himself, and that was the name of the enchantment responsible for tallying his victories. However, all of the princes were dead now, having either been destroyed in the endless war their creator had started or consumed by corruption. The last of the 7 princes had been slain by Saint, so ironically enough, she was the one who proved herself worthy of Nether's inheritance in the end, not them. Only Saint was not one of Nether's favored creations, and neither had she received a suit of armor from him. Instead, she had forged her armor herself and had chosen her own path, walking among the shadows through true darkness and nothingness. It was quite fitting, actually, for someone created by the demon of choice, sadly. The kingdom she was supposed to inherit was long gone. Her people were extinct, The cities of the underworld lay in ruin, and even Nether himself was dead. So this crown of his was an empty promise, a symbol of a long-forgotten past that carried great weight but offered very little to its wearer. Maybe that attribute did grant Saint some benefit, like gaining recognition among the creatures of the underworld or being able to control ancient sorceries left behind by Nether better. But mostly it must have simply functioned as a symbol of her authority, a spiritual mark that proclaimed her status as a tyrant. The ability she had gained was much more interesting. Sunny shifted his gaze to the runes that described it. Ability, Royal Banner. Ability description: those who fight under this shadow's stalwart banner are connected to her by the bond of loyalty, and are therefore bestowed the boon of her command. They are vessels of her will and conduits of her power, becoming living armaments for their commander to wield. Sunny's gaze grew sharper. If he was not wrong, then, the Royal Banner ability allowed Saint to fulfill the role of a general. Those who followed her command would be connected to her by a mystical bond and through her to each other. That would allow Saint to command her soldiers directly, and therefore any army she commanded would act with an extreme level of unity, cohesion, and tactical excellence. She possessed the War Master attribute, after all, which expressed her profound knowledge of all kinds of warfare. That alone was a tremendous boon. However, the description implied much more. It implied that Saint's soldiers would be enhanced by the connection to their general, sharing in her might. What did it mean? It meant that they would be infused with her will, as well as inherit a measure of her power. Not all of her power, of course, at least Sunny did not think so. The underworld armament, Mantle of Darkness, Blade of Darkness, and Shield of Nothing abilities were too specific after all, and could only function because of Saint's Heart of Darkness and Vessel of Nothing attributes. However, that left one ability, perhaps the most important ability of them all. It was Weapon Sage. If all soldiers under Saint's banner inherited a lesser version of her sublime and varied martial skill, while already benefiting from the direct control of a War Master on a tactical level, then the army she commanded would be truly terrifying. It would be nearly impossible to defeat unless the enemy forces were utterly, overwhelmingly superior in terms of raw power. Among soldiers, experience was more valuable than gold, as were ability and talent. Those who dwelled on the battlefield rarely lived long, so experience was difficult to come by. A seasoned veteran was worth 10 inexperienced recruits, or maybe more, if that veteran was not only seasoned but also competent and gifted, though they were simply priceless. What the combination of the War Master attribute's influence and the lesser version of the Weapon Sage ability did was make every soldier under Saint's command equal to such a priceless veteran. An army composed of only seasoned, indomitable elites was an army Sunny never wanted to face on the battlefield. He would rather be the commander of that army, or rather the liege lord of that army's commander, and now it seemed that he was damn. In short, Saint was now a force multiplier that could dramatically elevate the power of the entire Shadow Legions. Sunny had gained a legion of Shadow Saints and the shadow of the Prince of Darkness as well, not to mention Shadow Weave. Overall, the expedition to the underworld had proven to be quite fruitful, despite its disastrous ending. As Sunny rushed across the desolate expanse of the Shadow Realm, carrying Nephis with him, he could not help but feel a hint of dark exhilaration. He did not know what the future held, but he knew one thing, now that Saint was a tyrant. Those damn barrow wraiths would learn what sorrow meant very, very soon. Chapter 31117 Old Bones. Eventually, they made it to the graveyard of Soul Serpents. Eury's was just where Sunny had left him, a dozen kilometers away. At the bottom of a tall dune, it seemed that the ancient skeleton had not managed to crest it yet, rolling down its steep slope countless times. At the moment, he was sprawled on the black sand, staring at the sky. A distant essence storm illuminated his shattered bones, painting an eerie picture when Sunny and Nephis rose from the shadows. The white skull turned, staring at them with empty eye sockets. Sunny had to suppress a shudder, remembering the abhorrent skeleton that lay hidden in the abyss. Eury's remained silent for a few moments, and then said in a creaky voice, "My, oh my, it seems that I have guests. Ah, what to do? Please forgive me, children, the whole place is a mess." From his tone, It was hard to say what place he was talking about, the bottom of the tall dune, the shadow realm, or the entire world. In any case, the description fit all three. Nephis approached the battered skeleton and looked down at it, expressionless. Eventually, she said, "So you are alive, after all." Yuri's laughed. "Alive? Oh, I wouldn't go that far, but it's good to see you too, Abomination." Sunny frowned. "Hey, bastard, what did I say about using that word?" The ancient skull turned slightly, staring at him. Then Yuri's chuckled. "Something about breaking my old bones?" "Salutations, boy? How many cities did you destroy this time?" Sunny scoffed with an indignant expression, offended by that greeting. It was as if Yuri's thought him to be some kind of walking calamity hellbent on sawing destruction everywhere he went. "What? None. Why would you think—" But then he abruptly closed his mouth and just glared at the ancient skeleton silently for a few moments. In the end, Sunny had to say through gritted teeth, 1½ He did sort of destroy Weave when he and the thieving bird fell from the sky and crashed into it during their battle. And while the nameless city in the heart of the underworld ultimately survived, a couple of the great stalagmites did end up crumbling and falling into the white mist. Yuri's just stared at him silently. Despite the fact that the old skull could not express any emotions, Sunny could not help but feel that his gaze was mocking. Eventually, the ancient skeleton cackled. "Good job! You've been gone for so long, so I really thought that it'd be a bigger number. You have really restrained yourself well, it seems." Sunny let out a heavy sigh and sat down on the sand near Yuri's. Nephis followed his example, and a few moments later, the ancient skeleton asked in a curious tone, "So what have you been up to since our last meeting?" He seemed more subdued than usual somehow. Maybe Neff's presence made Yuri's want to be on his best behavior, or maybe he was simply tired of endlessly trying and failing to scale the steep dune. Maybe the curse of Shadow God was finally catching up to him and he was slowly losing himself. Remembering the appalling end of Azarax, the King of Kings, Sunny felt his gaze turning somber. He remained silent for a short while, then spoke in a reserved tone. "What have I been up to? Well, let's see." Sunny thought back to everything that had happened since his last conversation with Euris. "I went to Ariel's Hell and took your old friend Azarax off the tree. The curse consumed him eventually, but he helped me get to the old tomb hidden in the heart of that dismal place. I climbed into the tomb of Ariel, found the loathsome bird who had stolen my fate, and killed it. The vile thing did not stay dead for long, but I managed to reclaim what it had taken from me, even if in the process the damn bird absconded with more of my possessions." Sunny grimaced and then continued in a dark tone. "After that, I sealed a terrible idea in a deep well to save humanity. Later, the world is ending, so I was quite busy trying to keep it from falling apart. I did go on a mountain trip with my girlfriend. One thing led to another, and we ended up making the sun rise in the underworld. It was quite a sight." Sunny chuckled joylessly. "The view was simply to die for, and I did, and so here I am in the land of death." Yuri stared at him silently for a long while, not saying anything. In the end, though, he spoke in a friendly tone. "My, oh my, it is good that you took Azarax, that insufferable buffoon, off the tree. Your tale was quite amusing as well, but, I wasn't asking you, boy." Sunny blinked a couple of times. He threw a furtive glance at Nephis. "Oh," she smiled faintly. "The last time we met, I was still dormant, wasn't I?" Yuri's nodded. "And look at you now, already a mighty supreme. Well, you Nephilim were always an eerie kind." He looked at Sunny and asked, "Do you know what that abominable girl said when she found Azarax and me in the middle of hell, boy?" Sunny silently shook his head. Yuri's laughed. "I don't need two guides," she said. "So pick among yourselves whom I should free. My, oh my, can you believe it?" He did his best impression of Neff's dispassionate tone, then laughed again as if finding the memory infinitely amusing. Sunny looked at Nephis. Could he, actually? I can believe it very easily. She remained unperturbed and just shrugged casually. "I picked well in the end, didn't I? I'd say. No matter what horrible crimes Yuri's had committed in the ancient past, He did guide Nephis into the depths of the underworld, to a seat of nightmare. If she had chosen Azarax, he would have lost his mind before they even left the nightmare desert. In fact, he might have turned on her immediately after being taken off the tree. Nephis sighed. Many things have happened since. She remained silent for a few moments, then said quietly, "I was broken in one nightmare and rebuilt myself in another. I swore loyalty to the people who had betrayed and killed my father, then betrayed and killed them in turn. There was war, there were bitter losses, there were brief moments of peace and sweet triumphs as well. I am still pursuing my goal. I have come so far, but I am still only halfway there." Uriz did not answer immediately. "I have come so far, but I am still only halfway there." His voice sounded low and wistful. He turned his skull to the slope of the dune in the direction where the heart of the Shadow Realm and the death he was seeking lay. "Come to think of it, that describes my situation as well." Uriz looked back at them. "Unless, of course, that wicked shadow of yours keeps his promise and kills me. How about it, boy? Have you come to try again?" Sonny remained motionless for a while, then slowly shook his head. "Not today. There is no point. I have grown far more powerful than I used to be, and Nephis is here with me as well. But still, we are not strong enough to undo what Shadow God did." He paused for a few moments and then added quietly, "We may be gods ourselves soon, though, the next time we meet. If we meet. Nephis and I will be sacred at least. Then I will fulfill my promise." Uriz stared at him with his empty eye sockets. "You are going to make use of Weaver's spell, then?" Sonny nodded. "Yes, we plan to challenge the fifth nightmare as soon as possible." Uriz remained silent for a long while, and then sighed. "Go forth and conquer, then. I wish you luck. Gods know you'll need it." He paused, clacked his jaw, and added in a thoughtful tone, "But then again, the gods are dead, so, really, they wouldn't know anything at all." His voice echoed in the darkness of the realm of death, wishing them a safe journey. Chapter 3118, Dying City. A dying city sprawled under the dark sky, the sun obscured by billowing clouds of black smoke. The great river that had once flowed through it was gone, the sediment on its bottom littered with corpses and broken weapons. The proud walls of the city were covered in fractures and deep scars, some sections so battered that they seemed ready to crumble. The streets of the city were like a vision of hell, or maybe a scene from a hideous nightmare. Closer to the wall, countless buildings had burned down, with only their skeletal remains rising from the ash like blackened gravestones. Other areas were still intact, but enveloped by a suffocating atmosphere of fear and desperation. Here and there, rotting bodies lay on the cobblestones, with no one bothering to gather and burn them anymore. Those people who still clung to life were suffering from hunger, disease, and murderous thirst. Clean water was a rarity, so many resorted to drinking whatever kind they could find, ignoring the risk of sickness and death. The wails of people dying from the plague had become background noise, with nobody paying them attention anymore. The bay had become a graveyard of ships, their masts protruding from the waves like twisted branches. By now, it was all but impossible to bypass the complicated maze of shipwrecks to enter the harbor, or leave it. The soldiers who defended the city were like pale shadows of their former selves. They suffered from the lack of food and drinking water, too. Disease was just as rampant among them as it was among the civilian population. Most of all, the majority of them had already perished in the endless onslaught of war. There were very few people left in the city who had not been called upon to become soldiers, in fact, but their number was still greatly diminished. All men had long taken up weapons to defend the wall, and when too many of them died, women took their place. Even children were conscripted, gathering arrows from below the walls and helping with menial tasks. Worst of all, the sole supreme of the besieged city, the Mason King, was dying. Countless months of clashing with the tyrannical will of Azarax, the Plague of Steel, had eroded his spirit and worn out his soul. Now the old man was slowly fading away, and yet the city still stood. Its battered walls were scarred and fractured, but they refused to crumble. Its people were being consumed by disease and despair, but they had not given up. The soldiers who had sacrificed countless lives to defend the city were not ready to surrender to death yet. But everything came to an end, sooner or later. Looking at the nightmarish vista of the dying city, Effie knew that their days were numbered. There was simply a limit to what people could do, no matter how deep the well of their resolve was. The city had been besieged for so long. How long had it been, actually? She frowned, trying to remember. 2 years? No, not yet, but only a few months shy. Almost 2 years had passed since she and her companions had entered the nightmare. A little less since the steel horde established an encirclement around the city. There had been countless assaults, countless battles, countless losses. Being able to halt the unstoppable expansion of Azarax's bloody empire for so long was a miraculous feat, but did it matter in the end? The city was still going to fall. Its people were still going to be slaughtered. No matter how long they had managed to hold out, their valiant defiance was still going to end up being nothing but a short line in the glorious chronicle of the King of Kings, a paragraph, at best, no different from all his previous conquests. Worst of all, time did not stay still while they were fighting for their lives in the nightmare. The same number of months had passed in the real world as well. Effie's expression darkened, somewhere out there. By now, the world was probably ending. The dream realm was devouring the last refuge of mankind. Humanity was besieged on all sides. Sunny and Nephis were desperately trying to stem the endless tide of abominations, and Cassie was probably even busier than them. 2 years. Her son had not seen her for that long. He was about to turn 9, meeting another birthday without his mother. Was he all right? Was he well? What about his father? She sighed heavily. They probably missed her just as much as she missed them. Were they counting days, both hoping to hear news about her, and feeling their hearts sink every time someone knocked on the door? 2 years, damn it. Effie had known that the fourth nightmare might take them a long time to conquer, but she had not expected it to take years, with no end in sight. No, actually, the end was already near. It was just not the kind of end they wanted. The Mason was dying. The old man was still keeping Azarax at bay despite his broken spirit, but the spark of his life was growing feebler with each day. Once he was gone, no amount of valor would prevent the plague of steel from conquering the city. Effie and her companions would not be able to stop him either. She gazed at the nightmarish vista of the city one more time, and then looked down at her calloused hand. In the dim torchlight, her hand was trembling uncontrollably. Effie stared at it for a while and then slowly made a fist, willing it to settle. Finally, the tremors subsided. She inhaled deeply. The end? Let's end it, then. Little Ling's birthday is in December. I should wrap up everything quickly and return just in time to light the candles on his birthday cake. Effie smiled wistfully. Ah, cake. I haven't had cake in a while. With that, she turned around and descended the wall of the stone castle. In the next few days, she was going to break the steel horde's back, win the war, and write the final line in the chronicle of the great and terrible Azarax, the King of Kings. Chapter 3119. Drawbridge. Dawn was approaching, so the stone castle was slowly waking up. This beautiful stronghold had been the Mason's original creation once. The city grew around it, eventually becoming what it was today. Or had been, at least. The castle was a small city in and of itself. It couldn't compare to Bastion, of course, but countless people could find shelter behind its walls. Still, the inner stronghold of the besieged city had its own walls, its own moat, its own layered defenses, all isolated from the greater urban sprawl beyond. As long as the drawbridge was raised, getting inside was as difficult as breaching the city wall. More so even, since building a highly defensible fortress was far easier than ensuring the safety of a thriving metropolis. It used to be that the stone castle was sparsely populated, with only the royal family, their servants, and their closest retainer inhabiting its courtyards and walls. Now, however, the situation had changed. As Effie descended from the wall and made her way to the drawbridge, she had to carefully wade through a mass of people. The castle was overcrowded, with each courtyard and corridor becoming a makeshift shelter. The citizens were in the throes of nightmares, sleeping restlessly with nothing but flimsy straw mats between them and the ground. They were mostly those who were too old to fight, too young to be of use, or already maimed and unable to wield a weapon. Most able-bodied people had already been conscripted to help defend the city, so there were few of them here, behind the last line of defense. Some of these people slept, but most were awake, pressing themselves against the walls or hugging each other, covered with threadbare blankets and staring into the distance tiredly. The mass of them was like a furnace, generating almost palpable waves of heat. When Effie walked by, something ignited in their eyes, and for a short while they seemed like proper humans again. This was a recent arrangement. Before, the remains of the civilian population stayed in the city, scattered across its safer areas. It was better to keep them apart, since that made it harder for disease to spread. But now that the Mason was about to fall, there were no safe areas anymore. So everyone who was still alive was brought to the inner stronghold over the last few nights. Despite how crowded the castle was, seeing it like that was sobering. Before, it would have never been able to accommodate the entire population of the city, but the population had shrunk so much that now it was enough. So many people had died. More people had died than survived, really. That made Effie question if the accomplishment of holding the city for all this time was even worth a damn. Well, there were certainly benefits. All of them, those who had challenged the nightmare, were far more powerful than they were at the start. How could they not be? Close to 2 years of constant battles, almost always against an overwhelmingly powerful foe, had tempered them. They had already been the best and most seasoned warriors of humanity, and with the accumulating weight of experience, their skill and tenacity only grew. Their skill was improving by leaps and bounds. Their soul arsenals were expanding. They were learning to wield their aspects better and discovering new facets of their power. There were other, less conspicuous improvements as well. Tactics, strategy, logistics, civil engineering, leadership, and so much more. The task of running an embattled city, wringing every drop of usefulness out of the limited resources at their disposal, was teaching them things beyond martial excellence and personal valor. A few of them were close to unlocking their aspect legacies as well. The nightmares were always catalysts of explosive growth, and this one was no different. In fact, it was far greater in scope and intensity than all the previous nightmares Effie had survived. The problem, of course, was that she and the others would only get to enjoy the benefits of their growth if they survived this one as well, and that was looking harder and harder to achieve with each passing day. What was the point of all that improvement if all it ultimately granted them was a slower death? Finally making her way through the crowded paths of the castle, Effie reached the drawbridge. It was lowered, and the last batches of people were crossing it to escape the vast desolation of the devastated city. Soldiers were showing them the way, explaining their new temporary arrangements. A young man in a luxurious tunic was overseeing the process. The tunic was embroidered with golden thread, shimmering beautifully in the torchlight. It had seen better days, though, just like the people walking across the drawbridge and the city itself. The young man was the prince of the dying city, the youngest son of the Mason. His older siblings had perished centuries ago, having failed to outlive their supreme father. Their great-grandchildren were long gone as well. The family trees of Powerful Awakened were a complete mess. Effie glanced at the prince, wondering how her own family tree would look one day if she survived the nightmare and the apocalypse, both supremacy. It's a bit messed up as far as human connections are concerned. That was the price of becoming a demigod as well. When the young prince noticed Effie, a pale smile illuminated his face. He left his post and headed her way. The prince was a pleasant enough fellow. He was diligent, polite, and competent, even if his talents did not lie on the battlefield, just like his father's. He had also been able to maintain his optimism and decorum for a long while, helping Effie rally the citizens and keep them from losing hope. It was just that now there was a shadow of melancholy in his eyes. The plague had not spared the royal family either, taking the lives of 2 of his 3 children. The smile never reached his eyes since then. But just like the walls of the city, the prince had not crumbled. Approaching Effie, he bowed. "May the heavens smile upon you, priestess." Effie looked at him for a moment, then nodded. "And you as well." He hesitated, studying her, as if unsure what to say, so Effie spoke instead. "This should be the last of them, right? You only have a few hours left. Make sure that everyone is inside the castle." The prince turned to the stream of gaunt, battered people entering through the gate. "Yes, this is the last of them." His voice was distant. Effie sighed. "How is your father?" "He didn't look too well yesterday." The prince remained silent for a moment, then smiled wistfully. "He is fading away. I think the era of the Mason will end soon, maybe in a few days, maybe in a few weeks." He paused, then added in a soft tone, "My father, among the great and terrible supremes, he might not have been the most glorious, or one whose thrilling feats are sung about across the mortal realms. But still, long centuries of peace, long centuries of prosperity. If I wanted to leave behind a legacy, I would have wanted to leave a legacy like his." The prince looked at Effie and chuckled. "I'm sorry, my lady, as a priestess of war, you must find my talk of peace distasteful." Effie looked into the distance. "Actually, I am quite fond of peace." She hesitated for a moment, then turned to the prince and smiled. "It is just that my fondness for peace is purely theoretical since I've never known it. I don't think I'll recognize peace even if it hit me in the face." As long as Effie could remember herself, she had been fighting for her life, and by the time she grew powerful enough to survive, she was fighting for the lives of others. So, what was peace? She did not know. Effie sighed, then shook her head. "The legacy of your father is not long centuries of peace and prosperity, though. It is you, your family, and all these people. So as long as his people continue to live and remember him, his era will continue." The prince remained silent for a long while, then nodded. "As long as we continue to live, as long as we remember." With that he looked across the drawbridge at the desolate city. Stone breaks, but people endure. "Thank you, priestess." He turned to her then and looked at her solemnly. After a long stretch of silence, the prince said, his tone laden with meaning, "We will remember you as well, my lady." Effie inhaled deeply, then smiled and turned away. Stepping onto the drawbridge to leave the castle, she left the prince behind. This was most likely the last time they saw each other. If so, Effie wished for the young prince and his people to find peace and prosperity once more one day. Chapter 3120, Desolate Streets. On the other side of the drawbridge, a crowd of people, the last of the citizens to be led into the inner keep, were waiting for their turn to cross. The elderly were holding the smallest of children, while those who were old enough to stand on their own were hugging their legs, looking around with curious eyes. These kids had grown up while looking at the distant, magnificent palace of the Mason King, but few had ever been inside. The adults were broken by the horrors of war, but children were far more resilient. Since they barely remembered anything else, this was simply how the world was for them. So the light in their eyes had not been extinguished yet, and they were excited to see the castle up close. To the side of the bridge, a crowd of children surrounded an unlikely babysitter clamoring for his attention. "Uncle, Uncle, tell us about the living ship. Is it true that you fought a god once, Uncle? What does stardust taste like? Is it sweet?" Nightwalker chuckled, looking around with a helpless expression. "Why are you guys pestering me? I'm supposed to keep watch. Go, shoo, find your grandmas, and for the record, I can never fight a god. After all, Storm God is my grandma. How can I disrespect my elders?" Effie shook her head. Nightwalker had been in charge of an important task before. He had been the only one who could bypass the blockade, so he often sailed away and returned with supplies to feed the people of the besieged city. Even with how the harbor was now littered with shipwrecks and utterly impossible to navigate, he could still do it. The problem was that all the ships of his fleet had sunk, so there was nothing for him to sail on. Now that Nightwalker was grounded, all he could do was join the defenders of the city on the wall. His strength was greatly appreciated there, but without his perilous voyages, the city had no food source anymore, so people had been slowly starving for a long while. Effie knew a thing or two about starvation, so she felt their pain. Noticing her, Nightwalker shooed the giggling children away and rose to greet her. "It's a nice morning, isn't it?" Effie looked up. The sky was still dark, barely painted pale lilac in the east. "I'd say it's still the middle of the night." She spared him a look. "Are you ready?" Nightwalker chuckled. "Me? I should be asking you instead." He fell silent, mirth draining from his face. A few moments later he said quietly, "You can still change your mind, you know. You don't have to do it yourself." Effie smiled. "It's a little bit too late for that, I think." There was already no way back. There had not been for some time. She chuckled. "Ah, but don't get me wrong. I'd gladly trade places with you. Sadly, you're not the one Azarax has developed an unhealthy fixation on." She paused for a moment. "What can I say? I guess you're not charming enough." Nightwalker stared at her, aghast. "What are you talking about?" "My charm has never failed me. That bastard just didn't have the chance to get to know me, since I was busy hunting for supplies most of the time. Otherwise, he wouldn't even look your way." Effie grinned. "Whatever you say, Grandpa." Nightwalker's expression was quite amusing. She looked back to the bridge, then asked, "Everything has been prepared?" He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "The castle is secured. Kai and Morgan finished the preparations in the city as well. Seishan, well, you'd know best. As for Soul Reaper, we won't know until it's done." Effie sighed. "I'll leave the civilians to you then. Once the bridge rises, make sure that the keep stays safe." Nightwalker remained silent for a short while. Eventually he nodded. "The castle won't fall. I guarantee it." Effie left him behind as well. She passed through the crowd of civilians and reached the empty, desolate streets of the city. Since most of its inhabitants had been taken away to the stronghold, there were only soldiers left here, rushing as they made the last preparations before retreating into the keep as well. They stopped and bowed deeply when they saw Effie, an indescribable emotion hidden in the depths of their sunken, haunted eyes. Their expressions were solemn and only grew more so when she greeted them with an easy smile. At some point, however, her smile faltered. "What is that I'm seeing?" Out there in front of her were Morgan and Seishan. The Princess of Valor and the Princess of Song were sitting on the ground among the rubble, having completely forgotten their sense of decorum. They were playing cards. Effie blinked and rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was imagining things. But no, her eyes weren't lying to her. Morgan and Seishan were indeed sitting on the dusty cobblestones and playing cards, discussing something quietly amongst each other. She could hear bits and pieces of their conversation. "Another ace? How can this be? That is called skill, your highness." "Don't your highness me, wench? You're cheating." "How would I cheat? That doesn't even make sense." 5 aces in a deck of cards is what doesn't make sense. "Oh, so you have a pair of aces?" Unfortunate. Of course I do. Or do I only want you to believe that I do?" "I will believe anything you say, your highness. I wouldn't dare doubt your honesty." "How are you so good at being infuriating? It comes with practice. Stop practicing on me, then." Effie stared at them, dumbfounded. "What are you doing, fools?" Morgan and Seishan put away their cards and looked at her. Morgan shrugged, "Waiting for you, obviously." Seishan nodded. "What did you expect that we'll leave you all alone on this fine morning?" Morgan threw one last glance at her cards, then grimaced and stood up. "Let's go. We'll see you off to the gate." Effie gave her a long look, then smiled. "It's an honor, your highness." Morgan's eye twitched, and she forced out a smile. "Why, of course. Anything for our esteemed steward of the East." Seishan rose, then stretched and spoke in her husky, tantalizing voice. "By the way, I always wanted to ask, in your case, wouldn't it be the stewardess of the East? That would make more sense." Effie could only stare at her blankly. "Did the plague rot your brain?" Seishan shrugged. "Someone would have to split my skull open to find out." Hearing that, Morgan livened up. "If you want to, that can be arranged. I'll volunteer." Ignoring them, Effie walked past. "Fine, let's go. I appreciate it. Goodness gracious, it's still dark outside. A fine young lady like me shouldn't be walking the streets alone in the dark. Who knows what terrible things might happen? To whoever was foolish enough to bother her, that was." The three of them made their way to the city gate, sharing a light-hearted conversation. The mood was carefree and laid back, as if they were not passing through burned ruins and stepping over the blackened bones, circling around rotting corpses from time to time. It was so carefree, in fact, that for a short while, Effie was distracted from the truth, from the fact that today her life could very well come to an end. Chapter 3121, They will open the gate. The city was dead and quiet as they walked toward the distant wall. The streets were empty, with not a soul around. An eerie silence suffused the world, as if they had taken a wrong turn somewhere and somehow ended up in hell. If hell did exist, then Effie imagined it looking similar to this. She had seen all kinds of horrors in her life, and the blackened ruins, collapsed buildings, bodies scattered in the dust, the smell of rot and ash permeating the air, were nothing new to her. The devastation itself was not hell. The knowledge of all the human pain, despair, and broken dreams that lay hidden under the rubble was Effie. Was glad that Morgan and Sation had chosen to accompany her on this dreary walk. Otherwise it would have felt too lonesome. As they approached the city gate, however, the situation changed. She had ordered most of her soldiers to pull back, but somehow a grand welcome was waiting for her. Countless soldiers, all gaunt and battered, had assembled to see their commander off, forming two human walls on both sides of the road. They did not cheer, and neither did they say anything. However, as Effie approached, she could see everything they wished to say in their eyes. The soldiers saluted her silently as she walked past, their reserved expressions betraying a storm of turbulent emotions. Sorrow, reverence, pain, courage, she could see all of it, and more. But most of all, what she saw was strength. These people were all wounded, hungry, exhausted, sick, and losing hope. But none of them had broken. None of them was entertaining the thought of giving up. So she thought she'd give them a good show. Straightening her spine, Effie met the gazes of her soldiers and smiled. It was a confident, easy smile, one that betrayed no hint of fear or hesitation. The same smile they had seen countless times. If the young prince of the dying city had been honest when he said that they would remember her, Effie wanted them to remember her like this. It was a strange wish, considering that all of them were mere phantoms conjured by the spell and would be gone once the nightmare was over. What meaning was there in being remembered by forgotten phantoms? Finally, they reached the gates of the city. There, a lone figure was waiting for them, standing in the middle of the road, barring their way. It was Kai, of course. Morgan and Sation slowed down, allowing Effie to approach him alone. As she did, she whistled quietly. Uh-oh. Kai is not happy. Indeed, it was as clear as day. The others had tried to hide their emotions, but he did not bother to. His face was dark and somber, desperate even. There were black circles under his eyes, and his gaze was scathing. Bruised eyes, sunken cheeks, chapped lips. Goodness, Kai had really let himself go. The world had to be ending. Effie, stopping in front of him, Effie smiled. Why the long face? He stared at her for a moment, then frowned. There has to be another way. You don't have to. You must not. We can come up with another plan. Please, reconsider. Effie studied him silently for a short while, then chuckled. You know me, buddy. I'm not a very considerate person. It took me a lot of effort to consider this one plan. Now, you expect me to reconsider the whole thing? Gods have mercy, I cannot. He refused to be placated by her light-hearted tone, looking at her with dark intensity. Effie sighed. It's a good plan, Kai. It's the only way. You know it. Each of us just needs to do their part. My part is a bit flashy, but it's not the most difficult. In fact, I might be getting off easier than the rest of you. Kai gritted his teeth. He'll kill you! Effie remained silent for a moment, then shook her head and laughed. He might, but he won't kill me immediately, and that's good enough. So step aside. Kai glared at her for a while longer, then looked down. Eventually he moved to the side, allowing her to pass. Effie lingered for a moment, then patted him on the shoulder and walked past him. Now, only the gates loomed above her. She hesitated a little, then took a deep breath. Hey, Kai, can you do me a favor? He did not answer, prompting Effie to turn and glance at him. Once I'm out there, don't look. She did not say anything else, and he did not respond either. In the end, however, Kai nodded slowly. Effie smiled and nodded as well. I have an image to maintain, that's all. Well, you used to be an idol, so you should understand. With that, everything that needed to be said had been said. Effie looked ahead once more and raised her voice. Open the gate! The towering main gate of the city, which had stayed shut since the beginning of the siege, refusing to be breached or broken, finally groaned and moved. Opening that enormous gate was a complicated affair, since the mason had constructed it himself. It weighed too much to be pushed by people or awakened, even ascended, and saints would struggle to force it open. So a complex mechanism was involved, operated by a team of engineers. Now that mechanism had been activated, pushing two titanic slabs of mystical stone apart. The sun was already rising by then. Chasing away the night, a new day had arrived, bringing with it a promise of a brighter tomorrow, or a darker one maybe. Effie was not sure which, but she knew that tomorrow would be entirely different from all the days before. Once the gate was open wide enough for a person to pass through, she inhaled deeply and stepped forward. Behind her, countless soldiers struck their fists against their armor, solemnly shouting her name. The sound of their voices rose to the sky like a deafening roar, making the heavens quake. Effie smiled faintly. Damn it! She was a little touched. The irony of the situation, though, was that she was playing the role of the war maiden in this nightmare, so they weren't even shouting her real name. Those fools! Passing through the gate, Effie entered the vast, dreadful killing field that stretched from the wall of the city to the horizon. If the city only resembled hell, then this was its true face. Corpses piled like mountains here, with fat crows waddling between broken weapons and remains of towering siege engines. The ground had turned into black sludge, soaked with blood and ash. The stench was unbearable, pillars of smoke rising into the pale sky. She walked forward without looking back. Out there on the horizon, a dark line contoured the world. That line was the vast, seemingly endless camp of the Steel Horde at night. The fires its soldiers made looked like a boundless sea. That was where Effie was headed. Today, after a long and bitter siege, she was going to admit defeat and surrender the city to the King of Kings. Chapter 322, Field of Dishonor. It took Effie a while to cross the killing field. Behind her, the gates of the city stayed open, as if inviting the conquerors to come and claim their prize. The soldiers of the Steel Horde, of course, noticed the unusual movement. They saw a lone figure walking across the black expanse of blood-soaked mud as well. By the time Effie reached the encampment of the conquering army, there was already a welcoming committee waiting for her. Hiding her emotions behind a composed expression, she looked around. The Steel Horde was doing much better than the defenders of the city, who looked like walking corpses by now. However, its warriors didn't look too good either. It did not matter how numerous they were or how fearsome the power of the conquering horde was. These people had been stuck here below the walls of the once peaceful city for almost 2 years now. The casualties they had suffered were far greater than the losses among its defenders, a truly terrifying amount, to the point that it was impossible to count how many had died, and so they had learned terror. Even with Azarax instilling them with confidence, their eventual victory assured, the warriors of the Steel Plague could not help but feel a deep and penetrating fear when looking at the distant walls of the city. The casualties were not their only problem either. The empire of Azarax the Mighty was vast and powerful, but it was also young and vulnerable. His endless conquest left him with no time to consolidate his rulership and properly integrate the conquered lands, establishing a shared foundation of culture, laws, and economic interests that held empires together. So, the longer his conquest stalled, and the longer he failed to deliver new spoils to feed his empire, the more internal tension there was. 2 fruitless years spent under the walls of a single weak city-state, various regions of the Steel Empire were already sliding into turmoil and unrest. His generals, meanwhile, were growing uneasy about the fate of their families and noble houses back home. As a result, not only were the soldiers becoming restless, but the supply chains that sustained the great and insatiable horde were also growing strained. It took an unfathomable amount of provisions to feed the endless ocean of soldiers. With an unstable situation in the rear, satiating their daily needs had long become a problem. The warriors of the Steel Horde were not starving like the defenders of the city, but they weren't unfamiliar with hunger either. That was what Effie saw when she looked at the soldiers who left the encampment to meet her gaunt faces, worn equipment, haunted looks. The long siege had been cruel to them, too. Those were only the ordinary soldiers, of course. The dread warriors, Azarax's elites, were as hale and full of vigor as ever. Their tables never seemed to lack food, while their weapons and equipment were meticulously maintained. Effie struggled to keep her expression steady as the familiar aura of dread they exerted washed over her. Nothing could compare to the crushing, suffocating presence of the man who stood in front of the soldiers, though, watching her approach with a dark grin, Azarax looked like he always did. Years of bitter battles, countless lives lost, rivers of blood that spilled into the ground, all the hopes he had crushed and all the dreams he had broken, none of it seemed to matter to him. He was still just as confident as ever, just as indomitable as ever, just as amused and full of dark glee as he had always been. Under his dark gaze, Effie walked the last of the distance between them and stopped in front of the King of Kings, looking at him calmly. The dread warriors watched her. The ordinary soldiers of the Steel Horde watched as well. Far away on the walls of the city, if Kai had stayed true to his promise, he would not see, at least. No one that mattered would witness her indignity. Ah, what a surprise! If it isn't the priestess of war herself! Welcome to my camp, War Maiden. To what do I owe the pleasure? Azarax sounded relaxed, as if he had already known what would happen, as if this outcome was all but inevitable, and the only thing he had not guessed was its timing. Effie inhaled deeply, gathering her courage. It was funny. She had not needed to be brave while walking alone toward the war camp of a murderous sovereign, even knowing that he could easily kill her if he wished. Speaking the words she had prepared to say, however, was as difficult as raising a mountain into the air. She remained silent for a short while, then briefly glanced over her shoulder at the distant city. Finally, Effie was able to speak. You told me once that you would spare the women and the children if I surrendered to you of my own free will. Azarax's smile widened a little. Did I? I don't really remember, but I must have if you are reminding me, priestess. What of it? Effie inhaled once more, forcing the air into her lungs, and lowered her head. Aye. Saying the words hurt her more than any physical wound ever had. Aye. She grimaced, and then pushed the whole sentence out of her mouth, feeling like each word was a razor that cut her throat and lips. I surrender. Her voice was quiet. Azarax studied her for a while, then laughed. What? I didn't quite hear it. My soldiers did not hear you either. Effie closed her eyes for a moment. Then, raising her head, she looked at Azarax and said in a loud, clear voice, I surrender. The city surrenders. I ask you to give its citizens 3 days to bury their dead. After that, my soldiers will lay down their arms and allow the Steel Horde, the victorious Steel Horde, to enter the city unopposed. Azarax stared at her for a few moments, his smile slowly turning darker. Eventually he spoke in an even tone. I guess the old man is done for then, a pity. I wanted to rip off his head with my own hands, but as long as he dies, that is fine, however. His fearsome, suffocating gaze pierced Effie like a blade. You don't look like someone who has come to surrender and beg, War Maiden. For a moment, Effie's expression turned ugly. Then she exhaled slowly and composed herself. Well, he wasn't wrong. She had come to admit her defeat and surrender herself to the mercy of the victor. It was not a negotiation. She was begging. She was begging him to give the city time to bury the dead, and she was also begging him to keep his promise and spare the women and the children. Pride was not something that beggars could afford. Dignity wasn't a privilege afforded to losers either. Effie remained motionless for a few moments. Her hands began to tremble again. In the end, she looked down at the wet mud between them and slowly lowered herself to her knees. Her hands sank into the cold mud, and a few moments later her forehead touched it as well. I surrender. There she was, kneeling in the mud, having abandoned her pride, her dignity, and all hope. Seeing her lowering herself before him, Azarax laughed. Good. Now that is humility. I guess your endless pride was not unbreakable after all, priestess. He looked over her, at the distant city, at its gate, which was wide open. Then he spared a glance to his dread warriors. I'm a man of my word after all. So I'll keep the women and the children alive. Spare them, though? Well, there will be some of that. They'll survive at least. As he spoke those words, his elite soldiers were already assembling, dark glint shimmering in their eyes, and the camp behind him was boiling with movement. However, as for waiting 3 days, there has already been enough waiting. His smile turned into a dark, hungry grin. It's time for this damn siege to end. Will you watch with me as your city falls, priestess? I'd appreciate it very much. With that, Azarax laughed and pointed forward. Go, my warriors, go forth and plunder. Destroy that city. Leave no stone unturned. Chapter 312:3, Greater Power. As the dread warriors rushed forward like a river of hungry steel, Effie felt the ground tremble. She was still kneeling in the mud with her head lowered, an indescribable bitterness squeezing her heart. A moment later, someone's hand grabbed her by the hair and violently jerked her head upward. In terms of physical might, Effie was stronger than a dozen saints, but all her strength suddenly felt meaningless under the weight of the iron hand that was pulling her upward. Grabbed by Azarax, all she could do was grit her teeth and suppress a pained groan. Suddenly, he was very close. You're facing the wrong way, priestess. Come, let us watch your city fall. He threw her down as 2 soldiers grabbed her hands, binding them with enchanted shackles. A complicated weave of runes ignited on their steel surface, and she felt her essence draining quickly. Soon enough it would be completely exhausted, leaving her weak and vulnerable. Too easy to kill, only Effie knew that Azarax was not going to kill her. Not today, at least. As more soldiers arrived, carrying a fur-covered seat for their sovereign, the King of Kings sat down and leaned back with an easy smile. Effie, who was sprawled in the mud at his feet, slowly picked herself up. She looked away. In the direction of the battered city, the dread warriors and other elite legions of the Steel Horde were already halfway to its gates. The ordinary soldiers stayed back, though. Tell me, priestess, now that you betrayed your god, what should I call you? Then again, maybe I'll ordain you as the priestess of me. Should I establish a temple of my own? Azarax was grinning, but his eyes remained cold, peering at her with a dark, murderous hunger. Effie looked down, avoiding his gaze. Betrayed war god, huh? War maidens gave an oath to never surrender without a fight. If Effie were truly one of them, she would have been breaking the covenant with War God by lowering herself in front of Azarax. And that was precisely the reason why Azarax was not going to kill her just yet, because he saw the act of breaking her as proof of being greater than the gods far away. The dread warriors were nearing the open city gate. Everything was going according to plan. Effie sighed quietly and raised a hand, trying to wipe the grime off her face. Breaking things is far easier than building them, King Azarax. Building a temple would be no different. She had not spent these 2 years idly. Effie had fought countless battles against the Steel Horde, true, but she was also learning her enemy patiently. The structure of Azarax's army, the customs of his people, the history of how his father had come to power, and how Azarax killed him to claim the throne, and not only the Steel Horde. She had learned about other realms and other domains of this ancient time as well. Most of all, however, she learned about Azarax. What motivated him? What moved him? What his virtues were and what his vices were as well. And at the end of it all, she had to admit that Azarax was not that complicated at all. He was a genius warrior, yes. His aspect was frighteningly powerful. He was a tyrant with a natural talent for leadership as well. He was not the kind of enlightened and benevolent leader that people of her time usually imagined when thinking about an ideal ruler, but rather a king fit for his time. Someone who could crush people with his authority and keep them in line with an unshakable fist until the very thought of defiance and disobedience was eradicated from their minds. And he was quite charismatic, too. But beneath it all, his character was a collection of vile and banal clichés, only unique because Azarax took them to an absolute inhuman extreme. Azarax was absolutely prideful, egomaniacal, conceited, and sadistic. But most of all, he was entirely overcome by insatiable lust for power. All of his other traits stemmed from this one overwhelming obsession, and everything he did only pursued 2 goals. It was all either to gain more power or affirm the power he already possessed, lest it weaken and disappear. His cruelty, his greed, his ruthless tyranny, it was all a means of obtaining power. So was his narcissistic self-assurance. Since in the world Azarax inhabited, no one could be above him, and no one had a greater claim to power than he naturally. That belief clashed with the existence of the gods, who were above all, above everyone, no matter how deftly Azarax refused to admit, even to himself, that there were those out there greater than him. He was not unaware of reality. The gods were like a thorn in his side. Of course, he was not entirely unfounded in his confidence, even if it bordered on insanity. After all, Azarax had been transcendent before becoming supreme, and before that he was ascended, awakened, dormant. The path he walked was littered with the corpses of those who had been more powerful than him, and yet ended up dying by his hand. Those who had survived, meanwhile, had all become his thralls. Why would the gods be any different? That was why Azarax was fixated on Effie. She was a conduit for his hatred of the gods, a way of diminishing them that was in his power to conquer, and that was how she had known that he would not kill her immediately. There were only two possible outcomes to her surrender. One was that Azarax would viciously beat her until she was on the threshold of death, and then make her his thrall. The other was that she would keep her free of the enthrallment, resorting to mental torture instead, to break her and make her surrender to him fully of her own free will. Both outcomes were acceptable to Effie, since that was what she had planned for. Unless something completely unexpected happened, there was no way for her to lose at this stage. At least, she just had to redefine what losing meant. This was the first component of the plan. The second one had come from diligent study of this era as well. It had to do with what victory meant for the triumphant army. Chapter 3:1-24, Meaning of Victory. What did victory mean? To Effie, victory had always meant getting to live another day. It meant staying alive and not having to starve. Later, that also included her family, and all of humanity as well. But these were ancient times, and there was no nightmare spell here. There were no nightmares, and no dream realm slowly devouring the world. So what were these people fighting for? There were numerous reasons for war, but at its most fundamental level, wars were fought over resources. That was what Morgan had said, and she would know best. In the case of Azarax and his steel horde, the purpose of war was rather simple. They were here to conquer land and plunder its riches. The land itself was a resource. The people that populated it were as well, meant to be sold as slaves. Their possessions, meanwhile, gold, fabrics, artworks, and various items of luxury, would change hands and become the property of the conquerors. That was how militant empires and their most privileged class, the soldiers, thrived. Azarax knew it as well, and he also knew that his empire was only as strong as its army. As the commander of the Steel Horde, he would get the largest share of the spoils. But if he wanted his soldiers to stay content and loyal, he had to share his prize. So for the Steel Horde, victory meant plunder. After an adversary's stronghold fell, the soldiers were given time, usually a few days, to freely take whatever they wanted. These days were often the most harrowing and heartbreaking for the defeated people, and at the end of it the soldiers of the Steel Horde were satiated and enriched. Even if there was no legal text postulating the rules of plunder, it was a silent law. It was a quiet agreement between Azarax and his soldiers, and he would not break it easily, or at all. There was a process to the slaughter as well. Not all of the soldiers would get to share in the spoils of the war equally. The elite forces, such as the Dread Warriors, would be allowed to enter the fallen city and take their pick first. Sometime later, less prestigious legions would follow, taking whatever was left. And finally, the dregs of the Steel Horde would be sent forward, hoping to find something that their betters had missed. By the end of it all, the city would be utterly ravaged, its population slaughtered, those who survived victimized and enslaved. The larger haul would be presented to Azarax, who would take his share and distribute the rest as rewards to his champions. It was a barbaric, but highly efficient and motivating system. And now Effie was forced to watch that efficiency at work. How does it feel, watching everything you cherish become dust? Azarax's voice was not malicious or mocking, just curious. He chuckled, then let out a sigh. I'm asking because I don't know. His words were ambiguous, making Effie wonder if he meant that he had never been defeated, and therefore never had to experience something like this, or if he meant that he had never cherished anything and was unfamiliar with the feeling of loss as a result. In any case, he was being too presumptuous. Turning her head, Effie glanced up at the King of Kings for a few seconds. Eventually, she said evenly, "I think you have the wrong idea about me." Azarax raised an eyebrow. "Do I?" She hesitated, then nodded. "Have you forgotten how I ended up here? I'm a mercenary. I was paid to defend this city, so I did. The things I cherish are not here." Azarax stared at her for a bit, his smile turning a little sinister. "Really? Well, let's put that to the test." In the distance, the Dread Warriors entered the city gate with other elites following. No one stopped them. There was no hail of arrows falling from the imposing wall, no devastation of thousands of awakened abilities unleashed at the same time. In fact, there was no movement on the wall at all. That was because the soldiers who had defended it retreated. They had only remained at the gate in the early morning to say farewell to their commander. As soon as Effie left, Kai led them toward the inner keep. Now, the warriors of the Steel Horde were entering the city and spreading through its streets. They rushed past the burned districts, knowing that there was not much plunder there. The areas near the gate had not been affluent to begin with. Their true goal was the districts closer to the castle, and the castle itself. That was where true riches were. That was where the noblest people of the fallen city were supposed to be, as well. Noble slaves were far more valuable, naturally. If there was one peculiar thing about their advance, it was that the city was too empty. The soldiers of the Steel Horde knew that starvation, lack of water, and the plague had culled the population direly, but they were still surprised to see just how desolate the city looked. Azarax, however, smiled. His eyes glinted with a vicious glee. If Effie had to guess, she would say that it was because he felt his domain expanding. The Mason was still alive, but he could not resist the will of the King of Kings anymore. So at Effie's request, he limited his influence to just the castle, surrendering the rest of the city to his foe. Now that the Dread Warriors were advancing into the city unopposed, Azarax's will was advancing as well. Most of them continued to move toward the castle. Some got distracted after reaching more affluent neighborhoods, breaking into abandoned homes to ransack them. The elites who were not a part of the Dread Warriors did not hope to get their hands on the treasures of the stone castle, so they did not even aim for it, making their way to the residential districts where the nobility had lived. By then, the last of the soldiers of this first, most elite batch of plunderers had already entered the city. There was an ocean of the Steel Horde fighters inside the wall, moving like ants, all drunk on greed and dark desires. Azarax frowned faintly. "Isn't it too quiet, priestess? I would have expected to hear wails and begging by now." Still sitting in the mud, suffering from the early symptoms of essence exhaustion, Effie let out a sigh. "Yeah, about that." As she glanced ahead, her lips twisted into a faint, dark smile. "You'll hear it soon?" At that moment, a deep, reverberating sound resounded above the killing field. Then the titanic stone gate of the city suddenly moved and closed shut. Chapter 3:125. Walls of the Trap. As the gate of the city closed behind the elite forces of the Steel Horde, Azarax raised an eyebrow and glanced at Effie with a hint of cold displeasure in his eyes. "Priestess, it seems that you weren't entirely honest with me. Or is it that your soldiers are not as obedient as you believed and decided to disregard your orders?" He meant her promise that the defenders of the city would lay down their arms and surrender their lives without a fight. Azarax's tone was deceptively calm but dangerous, however. He did not seem concerned, and why would he be? After all, the greatest obstacle in his path was the walls of the city. Now that his soldiers were inside, the hardest part of the siege was over. Even if the remaining defenders tried to mount a resistance, they would be easily slaughtered by the elites of the Steel Horde. Plus, he was here as well. Even if Azarax had not joined the Dread Warriors in plundering the city, he could reach them quite rapidly if he wanted to. So even if something unexpected happened, he would have plenty of time to react. Or so he believed. Effie, however, had her own thoughts on the matter. It was all premeditated. She had known that the Dread Warriors and other elites of the Steel Horde would enter the city first. She had also known that Azarax would not kill her. More than that, she had known that he would not follow his soldiers inside. That was because Azarax would not be able to resist the temptation of staying with Effie as she watched the city fall. He would find a good vantage point and force her to watch, doing his best to break her spirit, reveling in her dishonor. His cruelty, too, had been accounted for. Effie had come up with the general form of the plan. Morgan, their tactician, worked out its every detail, including innumerable branching contingencies to account for unexpected variables and make the plan flexible enough to survive colliding with reality. Seishin was the one who had made it all possible, while Kai, Nightwalker, and Jet were meant to play key roles in what was about to happen. Effie smiled faintly, feeling her fear dissipate. She knew very well that she might die here. In fact, her eventual death was highly probable. Before that, she was bound to experience things that would make her wish she was dead. But that was all right as well, because the possibility of her eventual death had been accounted for, too. It was one of the variables, and not one of the important ones at that, because her own task would be completed whether she lived or not. They should be following my orders just fine. Plague of steel. But I have to admit, I might have been a little bit dishonest. I am not the most honest person in the world, you see, let alone in two worlds. Azarax frowned, scrutinizing her with a displeased expression. Then he turned to look at the distant city gate, but it was already too late. Effie and Morgan had known that it would not take Azarax long to reach the city and scale its walls, so whatever they were going to visit upon the plunderers had to happen rapidly. It had to happen instantly. And now Effie was going to enjoy the show, even if it could be the last thing she would see in her life. In fact, she had to thank Azarax for choosing such a wonderful vantage point. I hope he appreciates my showmanship as well. Far away in the city, the dread warriors and numerous of the best soldiers of the Steel Horde were busy ransacking the affluent houses or advancing toward the castle. None of them noticed that the city gate had closed yet, and of course, none of them had learned that the complicated mechanism which moved the titanic slabs of stone was destroyed immediately after the gate shut close. This time, forever. The people responsible for activating the mechanism one last time before sabotaging it were volunteers, those without families slowly dying from the plague. They knew that this would be their last mission, but they also knew that their lives would be used as fuel to cause the Steel Horde great harm. And since everyone in the city had lost friends and loved ones to the horrors of the siege, they were willing to trade their faltering lives for those of Azarax's best. As they completed their mission, Kai was far away, standing on a tall bastion of the inner keep's wall. The stone castle had been built near the sea, so almost all of the city sprawled before him, countless streets, myriad homes, and dark rivers of the Steel Horde warriors spreading through the tangle of streets like poison. There were several people behind him, Morgan, Seishan, Nightwalker, and the prince of the city. However, due to the distance, only he could see that the gate had already been closed and that its mechanism had already been destroyed. Kai inhaled deeply and then spoke in a low, emotionless tone. "It's time." Nightwalker sighed and nodded. "That's my cue, then. I will go and prepare the stone castle for battle." As he walked away, the prince looked ahead with a pale face, a storm of emotions raging in his eyes. However, he did not say anything, just clenched his fist, enduring the turmoil silently. Morgan and Seishin were matter-of-factly preparing for battle, their expressions as mundane and businesslike as on any other day. Kai closed his eyes for a moment. He knew what he was about to do. He knew what the price of his actions would be as well. Just like the prince, his heart was bleeding, even if it was for a different reason. He was worried about Effie. He was frightened for her. But he also knew that she was right, and that this was the only way. If they were stronger, smarter, or luckier, there might have been a different path to conquering the nightmare. But they weren't. They were weak, and in this cursed world, weakness was a sin. But it was also the fuel that allowed those like them to grow and overcome impossible obstacles, and so Kai opened his eyes. Looking at the dying city sprawled below him, he called upon his aspect and spoke a single word, "Burn." And responding to his command, the city was swallowed by flames. Chapter 3126 Inferno. Effie and her companions had been preparing for this day for a long while. In truth, she realized that the siege could only end in their defeat on the day the great river ran dry, and the Steel Horde entered the city by walking across its riverbed. There had been more battles after that, and while they managed to repel Azarax and his army time after time, cementing the newly built barricades with blood, it was a losing game. So Effie had decided to change the rules. Since then, Seishan had been developing a secret weapon, while Morgan had been developing another. To achieve the goal, she conscripted the help of the Mason King and his family, who were not only the rulers of the city, but also knew all there was to know about stonework, mining, construction, and alchemy as well. Additionally, she gathered all the sorcerers left in the city, most of whom were either disciples of the Mason King or descendants of his former students. Their task was both simple and difficult to complete under her guidance. They had to develop a highly incendiary concoction that blended alchemy and sorcery, produce great quantities of it, and hide it in secretly arranged underground caches throughout the city. With Morgan's extensive knowledge of history, warfare, and weapons manufacturing, creating a superior analog of the Greek fire was not a problem. The only problem was to source enough ingredients to produce it in the needed quantity in the harsh realities of a besieged city, with a naval blockade cutting it off from the world. Still, they managed to achieve their goal in the end. They also created a limited supply of an explosive agent meant to serve as the detonator and delivery vehicle for the sorcerous inferno. Now, thousands upon thousands of barrels full of highly flammable, unstable liquid were hidden in the tunnels beneath the city. Some were placed in the sewer junctions that had already existed before the siege, while some were placed in the secretly excavated chambers Morgan had created. A vast runic array connected all the caches meant to cause the detonators to activate simultaneously, and so, when Kai ordered the world to burn, that array came alive. Somewhere in the city, countless items followed his command and caught fire. Among them were the barrels of the flammable liquid and their detonators as well. And when one of them produced a spark, the heat was transferred to all the rest, causing them all to detonate at the same time. The result was both immediate and catastrophic. Throughout the dying city, the earth opened in a deafening roar, spewing towering pillars of fire into the sky. These pillars then turned into swiftly expanding clouds, swallowing the entire expanse of streets between the outer wall and the castle. Fire was literally raining down upon the warriors of the Steel Horde, caught in the middle, and it wasn't mundane fire either. Instead, it was a burning liquid that stuck to any surface it touched and could not be doused with water. The temperature at which it burned was utterly terrifying as well, chewing through stone and steel in mere seconds. There was no need to say what happened when it touched human flesh. Instantly, the city was swallowed by a harrowing inferno, its vast expanse disappearing into a raging blaze. Countless streets, countless homes, all of it either burned or collapsed into the deep fissures that opened in the ground, the thunderous roar of utter devastation washing over Kai like a requiem. The screams of the Steel Horde elites caught in the fire, however, were a far sweeter song. In an instant, all those who had rushed into the city to plunder it were either swallowed or surrounded by flames. The whole city burned, melting and turning to ash like a great funeral pyre for the countless people who had died to defend it. Even if there were pockets of safety among the intense flames, the fire was spreading, and they would not remain safe for long. And if the invaders attempted to escape the inferno by retreating, the gate was already closed, its mechanism destroyed, turning the city into an inescapable trap. In the face of such vast, callous destruction, the faces of every soldier manning the walls of the stone castle turned pale. But even if they were watching their city being reduced to ash, they felt sorrow and joy in equal measure, because their enemies were burning with it. However, it was not enough. The awakened warriors would perish, the ascended officers might burn to death as well, but the strongest of them, the transcendent powerhouses, could potentially find their way out of the inferno. They could stay alive until their sovereign arrived, at least. Kai could not allow that to happen. "I'm going!" His face was grim, the flames reflecting in his eyes. Leaving Morgan, Seishan, and the pale-faced prince behind, he rose into the air, and then dove into the flames. Slaughter. This trap had been set by paying such a high price, an unthinkable price. So, he had to make sure that it was all worth it, as close to being worth it as he could. "I'll slaughter them all." The flames roared as they took him in their immolating embrace. Far away, across the vast inferno of the burning city and the great expanse of the killing field, Effie smiled as she watched flames rise above the towering wall and heard the wind carry over screams of chilling agony. She looked at Azarax, whose expression was contorted in rage. Effie's faint smile widened a little, turning into a grin. "Did you say that you were going to destroy my city, Azarax? Look, you failed. You will never be able to destroy it now. It was never yours to destroy." A mad glint appeared in her eyes. "I destroyed it. It was I who burned it, not you. All the time you wasted, and for what? To be outdone by a transcendent mercenary?" As Azarax's expression turned dark and dangerous, Effie could not help but laugh. "What do you think the chronicles will say now?" Azarax, the mighty, the king of kings, wasted 2 years trying his hardest to conquer a peaceful city, but in the end, he could not. She was still laughing when his fist connected with her head. Effie was thrown to the ground. The pain was blinding, and she could feel something inside her head cracking as she fell, but even then, she still thought that it was pretty funny. Chapter 3127, Second Part. Effie had been drained of essence, and now she received a blow from a supreme. Although Azarax had not meant to kill her, she was still dazed. Even without her aspect, Effie was quite hardy, more so than most saints, unless they were of a divine lineage naturally. However, getting smacked by the King of Kings was not something she could escape unscathed in her powerless state. Her eardrum had ruptured, and she was pretty sure that her skull had cracked. Lying in the mud and tasting blood on her tongue, some flowing down her face as well, Effie watched flames dance above the wall of the city. It was a pretty sight. There were 3 parts to their plan of conquering the nightmare. The first one was right in front of her, the most elite warriors of the Steel Horde being burned alive in an inescapable trap. She had sacrificed the city to kill them. All of the city except for the stone castle, at least, which now sheltered the remaining population, so their distant screams were like music to her ears. However, this trap of hers was not good enough in and of itself. The dread warriors would not be able to open the gate, and all ways to ascend the wall from the city had either been destroyed or walled off, with traps waiting for those who did scale it. So those of them who survived the initial detonation had only one way left to go toward the last remaining safe area, the castle. It was Nightwalker's job to defend it. Kai, Morgan, and Seishon, meanwhile, were meant to hunt down the dread generals in the immolating inferno, making sure that these powerful transcendent champions perished in the flame. But there was no guarantee that they would succeed. The Steel Horde had already sustained calamitous losses, but how many more elites Azarax would lose depended on how soon he intervened personally. Even with his power and speed, he would not be able to save all of his warriors, but he could save some. And indeed, as Effie turned her head, she saw Azarax preparing to rush toward the burning city, and that was where the second part of the plan came into play. As Azarax took a step forward, there was the sound of hooves, and the soldiers crowding behind him, watching the distant blaze with stunned and frightened expressions, parted like a sea. A horse with foam on its bloodied lips galloped through their mass, and an exhausted rider jumped off its back, landing into the mud near Azarax and Effie. He was in such a hurry that drops of mud splattered on the King of Kings, which would usually get the messenger killed. At the moment, however, Azarax did not seem in the mood to pay it any attention. My lord." The messenger's voice trembled and his eyes were full of fear. Azarax scowled. "What is it?" The man, still kneeling on the ground, drew a hoarse breath and then spoke in a tone of urgency. The supply caravan, my lord, it was attacked." "So many are dead." The wraith took them. The King of Kings' expression changed, and he threw a furious look at Effie. "Here it comes." She prepared herself, but when his kick arrived, sending her flying like a rag doll, it still hurt like hell. As Effie rolled on the ground, failing to suppress a suffocated groan, she heard Azarax hissing a curse. Jet was responsible for the second part of the plan. Several days ago, she had secretly left the city and journeyed behind the enemy lines, making her way to the road that the caravans supplying the Steel Horde with equipment and provisions traveled. These caravans arrived daily, with an especially large one coming once a month. These caravans were heavily protected, and the monthly one was especially so. In fact, it was no different from a legion in and of itself, defended by countless awakened soldiers, ascended officers, and transcendent commanders. Today was the day it was supposed to arrive, and it was not a coincidence that Effie had chosen the same day to act, naturally. The immense size of the steel horde was its main advantage, but it was also its weakness. It consumed an unfathomable amount of food and demanded a constant influx of weapons, garments, medicine, and other equipment. Usually, a part of that burden would be alleviated by scavenging and plundering the conquered lands. However, ever since the steel horde had gotten stranded under the walls of the Mason City, there were no new conquered lands, only the surrounding areas, which had long turned into a desolate wasteland. So, the great army of the King of Kings relied heavily on the supply caravans, which was why Jet had attacked it at the same time as Effie surrendered herself, facing all its defenders alone. Her task was not to eradicate the entire Guard Legion, it was to destroy the supplies. Without them, the Steel Horde would learn what starvation meant as well. They would feel the same hunger that the people of the besieged city felt. Even if the next caravan could alleviate their hunger somewhat, the supply situation was already unstable because of the unrest in the neglected empire. These provisions had not appeared out of thin air either. They were the result of a heavy war tax that the farmers and artisans of the empire paid, often while not having enough to eat themselves. These people had just surrendered their grain and cattle to send off the great caravan. So what would happen if the authorities demanded the same amount of tax to be paid again only weeks later? Nobody knew. So Azarax had a choice now, a choice Effie had graciously given him. He could rush toward the city and save as many of his dread warriors as he could, or rush toward where the supply caravan had been ambushed, and save as many provisions as possible. Spitting a mouthful of blood, Effie looked up at Azarax from the ground. The King of Kings looked blurry. She was really not feeling well. Still, she thought she saw his hesitation. Azarax treasured the dread warriors, and especially the dread generals. They were the greatest trophies of his conquest, after all, the prideful warriors who had once defied him, but who were now his obedient thralls. However, he also understood that the dread warriors were merely one legion of his vast army, and without the supplies, his grasp on the entire steel horde might weaken. After all, what was the worth of a warlord who could not even feed his warriors? Azarax could not allow his soldiers to begin asking themselves that question. He refused to, rather, and so, gritting his teeth, he turned his back to the burning city and disappeared, rushing in the direction of the ambushed caravan. Effie was finally able to draw air into her damaged lungs, drawing a hoarse breath. Good, that's for the best. It's up to you now, Kai. Chapter 3128 Song of Fire. The dying city that had resembled hell was now in its final death throes, having truly become one. Fire was everywhere, greedily devouring the collapsing buildings. Thick smoke enveloped everything around, plunging the burning streets into an acrid darkness. Most of the city had been built from stone, but the blaze consuming it was not of mundane nature. The liquid fire Morgan had developed with the help of the local sorcerers burned hot enough to melt stone, and it fed on it too. The flames swallowed one building after another, turning the corpses of those who had fallen to the plague into ash. The flames were devouring the living as well. Everywhere in the burning city the soldiers of the Steel Horde were screaming in harrowing agony, thrashing as their flesh was melting off their bones. Neither steel armor nor awakened powers could protect them, and their tortured, terrified voices fused into a hellish litany. But not all of them were burning yet. No matter how many barrels of the Stonefire Morgan and her subordinates had created, it was not enough to cover every centimeter of the vast city. The fire was spreading, but it was not spreading fast enough. Those who survived the initial explosion had the chance to save themselves, still. Some tried to save themselves by launching an assault on the stone castle, which was protected from the blaze both by Morgan's careful arrangements and by the withering will of the mason. The rest tried to flee through the city gate, and once they discovered that it had been sealed shut, turned their gazes to the wall. All paths to the ramparts had been blocked or destroyed in advance, but humans, and especially awakened, were resourceful. They would find a way to scale the city wall, overcome the traps waiting for them, and some, those of them who survived, would ultimately escape. The rest might try to seek shelter in the harbor instead. The stone fire burned atop the water, having turned it into a sea of flame, but if one could hold their breath long enough, they might reach salvation after all. Kai could not allow that to happen. Nightwalker was holding the stone castle. Morgan and Sation were meant to block off the harbor, so it was his task to make sure that those who retreated to the city wall died, all of them, without exception. He rushed through the fire and smoke like a dark shadow. The flames could not harm him today. He had earned the right to move through them by bathing in the scorching blood of a dragon. As he traversed the inferno with terrifying speed, he encountered pockets of surviving soldiers among the shadows. The soldiers died before realizing what kind of monster lunged at them from the billowing flames. Awakened, ascended, Kai did not pay them enough attention to determine their rank. All he knew was that they were not the prey he was hunting for. They were not the dread generals who had to die today at all costs. Jet was somewhere behind enemy lines, destroying the supply lines of the Steel Horde all alone. Kai did not know what Azarax would choose. Would he go after the elusive wraith that threatened to starve his army, or would he plunge into the flames, devouring his best soldiers, so he had to hurry? He slaughtered more soldiers on the way to the wall. At first he killed them with his sword and his arrows. Then, judging it too slow, he assumed his draconic form, emerging from the fiery clouds of black smoke like a terrifying, towering visage of destruction and death. Wreathed in fire and smoke, his midnight blue scales looked almost entirely black. Then, even that seemed like a waste of time, so he simply commanded the flames to devour the soldiers of the Steel Horde in his place, using his aspect to make the blaze move. He felt it then. In the violent embrace of merciless slaughter, the heartbeat of fire. The blaze was like a living being, a giant, insatiable beast that longed to devour all of existence, to use all of existence as fuel for its fleeting radiance. It moved, it twisted, it churned, it grew, it withered, it wanted to be, it wanted to shine, it wanted to burn. Kai reached the city wall by then and clashed with those two dread generals who had chosen it as their path to salvation. He burned their soldiers first, and then called upon the flames to attack the transcendent thralls as well. The champions of the Steel Horde could endure the flame, but they couldn't endure the fierce black dragon that emerged from the billowing sea of black smoke, wreathed in cinders and fire. The three of them fought in the middle of hell, the dire force of their battle fueling the spreading inferno. The dread generals were strong. They were heroic. They were seasoned and experienced, having survived innumerable campaigns. But Kai was strong, heroic, and seasoned as well. In fact, he had survived far more horrifying things than these fallen heroes of annihilated kingdoms could ever imagine. So, he fought them fiercely. He fought them earnestly, and somewhere in the middle of that, the spell whispered in his ear. It said, "You have received an aspect legacy." At that moment, Kai felt something deep and profound take root in his mind, something that was as old as the world or possibly even predated it. He recognized its form as well. It was something that he had tried to master himself, but failed to fathom innumerable times. It was the true name of fire. There were those who were born with a talent for shaping and those who were born without it. Kai's case, however, was unique. His transcendent form gave him a unique resonance with shaping, making him believe that if he could invoke the names, the result would be much more destructive than for any other sorcerer. However, perhaps for that very reason, his mind had not been able to accommodate any names. It was as if there was a powerful force blocking him from learning them. He did not merely lack the talent for shaping, he was the opposite of talented, completely inept. Until now. Now the name of fire and a few more lived in his mind, having fused with his very spirit, making it feel like invoking them was the most natural thing in the world, like it had been his power all along. They were like songs, making him feel a familiar longing, and so Kai invoked it. He invoked the Song of Fire. In the next moment, a vast, roaring pillar of radiant silver flame escaped from his maw, swallowing the dread generals in an instant. Enveloped by that beautiful flame, they only survived for a second. Then their figures dissolved into the silver radiance, turning to ash. And then the ash was annihilated as well. The pillar of silver flame crashed into the city and exploded, turning into a radiant sea of immolating fire, drowning the world in obliterating heat. Kai was not done, though. His hunt was only beginning. No one was going to escape the burning city today. Chapter 329. Lack of Fear. In the end, very few of the dread warriors had managed to escape the inferno. Most of them perished in the fire, while the rest were either slaughtered by Kai, Morgan, and Seishan, or died while trying to storm the stone castle. The castle itself, as well as the survivors of the city sheltered behind its walls, remained safe. The dread generals were all gone, slain in the devastating chaos. The city was no more. From the outer wall to the moat of the inner keep, it was now an ashen wasteland. Piles of blackened rubble protruded from the ash like twisted gravestones, and clouds of smoke obscured the sky, making the day as dark as the night. Years of calamitous siege had not managed to destroy the peaceful city of the Mason King, but the actions of Effie and her companions did. It was not that great of a loss, though. After everything was over and done, Kai had a brief conversation with the young prince. The prince told him in a distant tone that the city was its people, not its buildings and walls. The people were still alive, some of them were, so the city was alive as well. Far away, Azarax had managed to secure the remains of the supply caravan. The army of soldiers tasked with protecting it had been decimated by Jet, their transcendent commanders slaughtered, and most of the provisions were ruined. Only a small portion was still intact. Soul Reaper herself had disappeared before Azarax arrived. He did not know how she knew when to flee. Perhaps the vast swarms of crows circling the camp of the Steel Horde had warned her. She was known to communicate with them from time to time, after all. Overall, it had been a devastating day for the King of Kings and his horde. Needless to say, Azarax was in a foul mood by the time he returned to the vast encampment of the besieging army with the battered remains of the supply caravan. The dread warriors and other elite units of the Steel Horde had been wiped out. Most of his thralls were gone. His soldiers were going to starve for a while, and their morale had been dealt a severe blow. And what had he gained in return? His gaze landed on the beautiful, prideful woman chained to the post of his personal tent. The priestess of War God, the War Maiden. That was his prize. Now that she was covered in mud, bloodied, and beaten, she did not look so arrogant anymore. However, he could still see it, there in the depths of her eyes, defiance, an infuriating lack of fear, an absence of submission. The priestess was still unbroken. That sight made Azarax's blood boil. For a moment he entertained the thought of turning her into a thrall. The idea was certainly alluring. Having a woman like that following his every command, wasn't it a tantalizing prospect? Plus, it would please him a great deal to send her into battle against her former comrades, watch them die by her hand, and see the city she had so desperately defended fall to her own blade. See the War Maiden witnessing her comrades die by her hand, and her city fall to her blade most of all? But no, there was no sport in that. Now that Azarax had grown truly powerful, far more powerful than any of the enemies he could allow himself to keep alive, he did not enjoy turning them into thralls that much anymore. The fight was over in an instant, and their resistance was as well. They did not really break, they were simply shattered. This one, he wanted to break thoroughly. He wanted to see her submit to him of her own free will. Looking at the priestess, who sat on the lush carpet and stared at him with a lack of emotion, Azarax sighed. What was the point of this stunt, priestess? Leaning down, he grabbed her chin and jerked her head upward. You managed to kill some of my men, and destroyed one supply caravan. And for what? Azarax scoffed, then shook his head. The walls of the city have still fallen. The last of your soldiers may have retreated to the old man's castle, but how long can they hold out? Even without the dread warriors, my horde is still vast and unrivaled. Now that my soldiers can enter the city, they will conquer that last stronghold soon. Even before that, your people will probably fall to starvation. They are completely isolated in that castle. After all, he smiled darkly. That is, if the old man does not crumble entirely before that. So, nothing has changed. All you achieved is buying your people a bit of time and inconveniencing me slightly, and at what cost? It cost you the only shred of mercy I was willing to afford that pathetic city, foolish priestess. Don't blame me for being merciless now." The war maiden stared at him apathetically for a few long moments, and then moved her hands slightly, the chains rattling as she pushed against the shackles. "What was it for?" Her voice was weak, making Azarax wonder if he had struck her too forcefully before. She looked at him silently, and then twisted her bloodied lips into a smile. "It was to kill you." Her smile widened, and was then erased by his slap. The priestess toppled, falling back to the ground. More blood flowed down her face, looking almost black in the dim light of the tent. Azarax exhaled slowly and then looked at her with displeasure. He remained silent for a while, then shook her head. "Well, in that case you failed. You did manage to spite me quite a bit, though, so prepare to atone for that." Effie had a feeling that she would not enjoy what was coming next, but she could only steel her heart and prepare. She had not lied to Azarax after all. The first part of the plan was to trap and destroy the elite forces of the Steel Horde inside the city, spearheaded by Kai and Morgan. The second part of the plan was to ambush the great supply caravan and leave Azarax's warriors stranded without food, achieved by Jet alone. The third and final part of the plan was to destroy the Steel Horde and kill Azarax. That one was all up to Effie. Chapter 3130, Bleak Days. The next few days were as ghastly as Effie had expected them to be. Azarax was boiling with rage, and he had myriad ways to take it out on her. Of course, he never really lost control. She'd be dead in a moment if he did, and while he wanted her to believe that his mind was overcome by rage, she could see that all his gruesome feats of cruelty were meticulously calculated. Azarax never truly lost control. Hidden behind his arrogance and outwardly unabashed savagery was a cold, calculating mind. He was always shrewd, knowing exactly how much unrestrained wickedness he could allow himself. Azarax's true goal was to break Effie's spirit, and to do that, he had wisely decided to break her physically first. The body and the spirit were inseparably connected after all. But even then, Azarax was careful not to damage her too badly, not to ruin her altogether, since he wanted her to become a thrall after all of it was over, and the Steel Horde moved on to its next conquest. In fact, Effie had a feeling that he wanted her to become his second-in-command. He wanted her to lead the Steel Horde as he conquered the rest of the mortal realms, to become the first of the new dread generals, no less. So, no matter how ghastly his torture was, she could still endure it. Somewhat. It was monstrous and gruesome, but not nearly as terrifying as what she had experienced at the hands of the Dreamspawn. Azarax was not starving her, at least. He did not know what her flaw was, after all, and he was not using her husband to turn the whole ordeal into a morbid nightmare. In fact, he was not doing anything that would leave a permanent mark on her. After a good healer tended to her wounds, that was. There were plenty of powerful healers in the Steel Horde, sadly, so that allowed Azarax to do quite a lot. His methods were both simple and effective. There were the utterly mundane forms of abuse and torture, such as beating, cutting, burning, breaking, and drowning. There were more esoteric ones as well, such as twisting the channels through which soul essence flowed through her body and wreaking havoc in her soul. The ancients knew far more about the fine art of torturing awakened than her own people. In that regard, at least, Effie had to give credit where credit was due. She thought that she was holding up well, at least as well as anyone could be expected to hold up while being tortured and maimed. But at the same time, she found herself slowly being reduced to a bloodied, scared beast who shivered when it heard the footsteps of its captor. Effie was still a person, after all. She was not immune to pain, nor was she immune to the fear of pain, so Azarax's methods, while crude, could not be called ineffective. Effie still refused to obey him, though. She remained steadfast in her defiant refusal, even if, after a while, he did manage to make her beg for mercy. On that day, Azarax finally smiled. He was standing there, covered in her blood from head to toe, looking at her with an expression of content and satisfaction. "There is progress after all, huh, priestess?" Leaning closer, he studied her pale face and grinned. "Good. To be honest, I was growing quite bored with this arrangement. Shall we come up with something new then? There's a crowd of people outside this tent clamoring to get to know you better, priestess. Do help me bolster their morale." Effie wanted to protest and say that she would actually prefer if he tortured her some more, but even if she didn't want to admit it, these past few days had taught her caution, fear even. So she held her tongue. "Well, he's bored now. Nothing I could do about it, is there?" Azarax was a very busy man after all. He had already dedicated a lot of his time to her, a dubious honor, but an honor nonetheless, so it was no surprise that he wanted to outsource tormenting her to someone else. His soldiers were starting to feel the lack of provisions by now, and the ghastly fates of their comrades were still fresh in their minds. They also knew that Effie was to blame for all their woes, which probably motivated them to tear her apart a great deal. For a moment, Effie thought that Azarax had finally decided to kill her. Dying did not seem like such a bad idea after everything she had to experience as of late. But no, she still wanted to live. She wanted to live desperately. After all, there were people waiting for her to return. Her husband, her son. She couldn't die so easily, at least for their sake. Plus, she doubted that Azarax would really allow her to die. Why would he do something like that after spending so much effort carefully keeping her alive? And in a sense, getting access to his soldiers was beneficial to her, so she did not mind. In the end, Effie ended up chained to a post in front of Azarax's tent, this time wearing a collar around her neck. She spent her time sitting in the mud, her back leaning against the post, observing the movements of the soldiers with bleak eyes. The tendons in her feet had been severed, so she couldn't stand up even if she wanted to. Her body was void of essence, making her as weak as a kitten. Well, a transcendent kitten, at least. The soldiers of the Steel Horde were free to do whatever they wished with her. However, they mostly stayed away, only glaring at her with hatred from afar. That was because there were a dozen corpses lying in the mud around her, about as far as the length of the chain allowed her to move. These were the corpses of the soldiers who had tried to lay their hands on the chained priestess of war, but ended up being killed by her instead. Chapter 3131, Secret Weapon. At first, Effie had believed that Azarax would order his soldiers to nail her to a cross and install it in front of the camp, in view of the city. That would have been quite ironic, considering his eventual fate. The ancients seemed to love crucifying people as well. It was their favorite form of execution, by far at least in this era. However, in hindsight, that wouldn't be very fun for the warriors of the Steel Horde, since there was little they could do to her on a cross. Having their nemesis nailed to a pair of wooden planks would limit their actions, and she wouldn't be able to offer any resistance either, which was the most amusing part as far as Azarax was concerned. So he had gone with a wooden post and a dog collar instead. Wounded and shackled as she was, Effie couldn't do much. But when the first batch of soldiers rushed forward to get her, she still managed to kill them. Did she need to be able to stand to kill these vermin? Did she need her essence? Did she need a weapon? The answer was no, which the warriors of the Steel Horde learned very soon. Effie used her legs to topple the warriors, crack their skulls and break their necks. Those who managed to reach her, after all, learned how sharp her teeth were. One even bled to death as a result, crawling back and clutching his torn throat in horror. Effie spat in disgust and glanced at the wary observers with a grin. Who's next? Actually, she would have preferred if the last soldier survived. He was of more use to her alive. There were some who survived after that, but eventually the soldiers ceased their attempts to punish her, frightened by the fates of their predecessors. So Effie enjoyed a few days of relative peace. She was not sure how much time had passed since her surrender, having lost track of it during the torture, but the world was still in motion. Judging by the movements of the Steel Horde, they were preparing for another assault. There had been rain recently, so even the most stubborn fires that still burned in the city would be all but extinguished by now. So nothing prevented Azarax and his warriors from attacking the stone castle. In fact, there were far fewer soldiers in the encampment than there used to be. That meant that many of them had already scaled the walls of the city and established forward bases there, clearing out the way for the main force to pass through. Effie did not know if this would be the first major assault on the stone castle after the defending forces surrendered the city, or if her friends had been fighting for their lives all this time. She did, however, know that they had not been defeated yet. Azarax would not have missed the chance to throw their bodies to her feet otherwise. Another mystery that Effie could not solve was what had happened to Jet. Her friend seemed to have escaped Azarax's rage on the day of the ambush, but there had been no news of her since. The soldiers of the Horde seemed both hungry and frightened, though hinting that Jet was still a threat. In fact, Effie had surmised why they were so wary of Jet by hearing bits and pieces of conversations happening in the encampment. The cause of their fear was not the ambush on the supply caravan itself. Rather, they were afraid that the eerie and elusive Wraith would continue decimating their supply lines. But most of all, the soldiers were afraid that she would aim her dreadful gaze elsewhere. They were afraid that Jet would leave the city and journey into the heart of the Steel Empire instead. Why attack the supply caravans, after all, when she could attack the settlements producing the supplies? With Azarax locked by the siege and the dread generals dead, there were few warriors in the Empire who could kill that demon. If she decided to rain terror on its heartland, it was very possible that nobody would be able to prevent her from razing entire cities to the ground. And while the soldiers of the Steel Horde were safe on the front line, under Azarax's watchful gaze, their families back home weren't. All of that added to the tense and anxious atmosphere in the vast encampment. Ironically enough, Jet's absence was doing more damage to the morale of Azarax's army than her blade had ever done. The stone castle still stood. The mason was still clinging to life. Kai and the other members of the cohort were still holding the Steel Horde off, buying Effie time to complete her mission. Her mission. Throughout the days of abuse at the hands of Azarax, Effie had not made a good showing of her resilience and indomitable will. It was partially because of how skilled he was at visiting pain upon living things, and partially because she was weakened and drained of essence, stealing her powers away. But in truth, there was another reason why Effie had ended up in such a pathetic state, and most of her efforts during the torture went into hiding that reason from Azarax. It was that she was being weakened by a far more sinister affliction than essence exhaustion. Sitting in the mud and chained to a pole, her hands shackled behind her, Effie could feel them trembling uncontrollably. Acting as if nothing was the matter, she looked at her side where a fresh wound had just scabbed over. A bit of blood was still seeping from the cut, mixing with the grime covering her skin. Her blood had been turning darker and darker over these past few days. Soon enough, she won't be able to hide her condition anymore. She would not be able to hide the fact that she was carrying the plague. Back when Azarax had diverted the river and invaded the city for the first time, Effie realized that they would be defeated eventually. So she gave Seishan a morbid task. She told her to make the plague stronger instead of learning how to destroy it. The sorcerers of the Steel Horde had created the plague, so they surely knew how to combat it as well. Effie could not just toss diseased corpses over the wall and hope that the adversary soldiers would be consumed by the same curse that had been unleashed upon the peaceful city, but she had something that Azarax did not possess. She had Seishan, the descendant of Beast God, the god of blood. So she told Seishan to take the plague that the Steel Horde had created and turn it into a much more dire, much more virulent, much more dreadful curse. A curse that Azarax and his sorcerers had no cure for. After that, Effie and her companions had been patiently waiting for Seishan to nurture the superior strain of the mystical plague within herself. The daughter of Kisong had almost perished while attempting it, but in the end she succeeded. What she created was a profane masterpiece of curses, a mystical pestilence so ghastly and grotesque that even a supreme would not be able to escape its jaws. The only obstacle in their path was actually delivering it to Azarax's doorstep. He was not a fool, after all, and he was especially ruthless, so if they weren't cautious, the King of Kings could detect and destroy their carefully engineered plague before it could really spread among his soldiers. Luckily, Effie had a perfect delivery system in mind. It was her own body. Azarax had a fixation on the War Maiden, after all. She was the only one whom he would not kill immediately and keep close to himself, trying to break her spirit down slowly. Effie herself was the tantalizing lure that Azarax could not resist, and therefore she was the flawless trap to destroy him. She had come to the camp of the Steel Horde to surrender, which turned out to be a distraction to lure its elites into a trap. But in fact, Effie herself was the true trap, even if she seemed like a human. What she truly was a guided warhead carrying a heavy load of a lethal, virulent bioweapon. She was a weapon of mass destruction disguised as a person engaged in the ghastly act of biological warfare. And with each day that Effie stayed alive, the plague she had brought with her was spreading wider and wider through the vast encampment of the Steel Horde. Azarax had been exposed to it the most, since he had spent a lot of time with her alone and came into contact with her blood on countless occasions. The soldiers who had touched her had been close to her or survived trying to accost her were next. Everyone whom they had interacted with since were most likely infected by now as well. All the people the secondary carriers of the plague had talked to must have caught it too. It must have spread far and wide in the camp of the Steel Horde, claiming innumerable hosts. The plague was in its incubation period for now, but it would begin to reveal itself soon. If even Effie, a saint, was starting to show symptoms, then mundane and awakened soldiers would follow at any moment now. Then, the third part of her plan would finally be complete. Chapter 3:132. Poisoned Chalice. It began slowly. Effie was still chained in the mud, with more dead soldiers scattered around her now. Azarax did not seem inclined to remove the corpses, perhaps as a way of making her already morbid existence even more oppressive, perhaps to instill a sense of competition into other warriors of the Steel Horde, as if seeing their dead comrades would motivate them to try harder and succeed where others had failed. That was a questionable tactic at best, but considering that a handful of fools inevitably attempted to attack Effie every day, it seemed to be working. In the meantime, her wounds had healed somewhat. When they did, Azarax personally arrived to disable her all over again. That was one of the only 2 times he had bothered to tend to her personally after expelling her from his tent. The second time was immediately after the first major assault on the stone castle had failed. That time, Effie really thought that she would die, but in the end, she didn't. The severity of the beating she received, however, helped mask her worsening condition. She had kept the plague under control for as long as he could, but by now her body was finally beginning to surrender. Effie was being consumed by persistent, harrowing pain. It was as if all her organs were devouring themselves. Her blood was turning thick and dark, almost black. Luckily, when it dried, it was almost indistinguishable from the mud, and her condition had only worsened after the last visit from the King of Kings. So no one had noticed the strange detail yet. The soldiers simply attributed Effie's groans and weakened state to the consequences of the beating she had received from Azarax. It gave more of them the courage to try attacking her in a group, hence the increased number of corpses. How the hell did Seishan endure it for so long? Effie had known that the daughter of Ki Song was not to be trifled with from their days on the Forgotten Shore. Still, experiencing the gruesome torment of the plague put things into perspective. Now, she could understand better how Seishan had survived a decade in that harrowing place, longer than any other sleeper who escaped the Forgotten Shore in the end. Effie's body was slowly rotting from the inside. At the moment, her transcendent physique was struggling to heal it faster than the plague was destroying it, locking her in a vicious cycle. For now, she was able to overcome the terrifying rate of virulent decay, but soon enough, the situation could change. By the time gruesome sores opened on her body and blood began to seep from her pores, even a blind man would know that something was wrong with the captured war maiden. Effie knew that Azarax would know the truth far sooner, though. That was because while she was still able to hide the symptoms, the soldiers of the Steel Horde could not. Seishan had engineered her plague to have a long incubation period so that it could spread wider before being detected. Now, that period was coming to an end. Azarax himself would have been the first of the infected, but he probably had not felt the changes happening deep within his body yet. He was a supreme, after all, and an especially powerful one at that. His body possessed an almost inexhaustible amount of vitality, so even if he had been infected by the plague earlier, it would take longer for it to conquer him. His soldiers, however, were much weaker. In fact, they were weaker now than ever because many of them were subsisting on pitiful rations. Hunger, exhaustion, and the burdens of a long siege had made them look gaunt and diminished, which allowed the plague to remain hidden longer. Its first symptoms were easy to miss after all. The overall fatigue, the hand tremors, all of it was easy to attribute to exhaustion and starvation. Only Effie knew that there was a different, far more alarming reason why many of the soldiers around the camp seemed like they were on the verge of collapsing. As of late, observing how widely the plague had already spread, she could not help but feel both horrified and full of dark, merciless joy. She wondered if the people of the first generation had felt the same eerie confusion when the nightmare spell descended into the world. It had been all but ignored for a long while, and by the time humanity began to pay attention, there was already no time to react. The same happened with the plague Effie had brought to the encampment of the Steel Horde. Some of the soldiers looked tired at first, but who wouldn't be when they had to lay siege to an impregnable castle on an empty stomach? Their hands were shaking. But whose wouldn't when countless soldiers had already perished in this grueling campaign, and many more would die before it was over? It was only when one of them bent over and vomited a torrent of viscous, black blood that the officers of the Steel Horde finally realized that something was wrong. Sadly, Effie had not witnessed that incident, but she quickly learned of it from the frightened whispers of the soldiers. Even then, though, the Steel Horde was slow to react. The plague had originated from its sorcerers, after all. So, when one soldier was discovered to be a carrier, Azarax wasn't too alarmed. He might have expected it even, considering that his soldiers were fighting inside the infected city now. Perhaps the inferno Effie and her cohort had unleashed did not destroy all pockets of the plague, so he simply ordered his sorcerers to begin administering the cure. It was only in the process of searching for all the infected soldiers that the healers of the Steel Horde began to feel alarmed. There were simply too many people showing the symptoms of the plague, and while it had not progressed to truly harrowing stages yet, it wasn't in its early days either. That went against the notion that these first cases were the result of random soldiers being infected while traversing the burned city. So the healers and the sorcerers began to treat them with uneasy hearts. Chapter 3333. Spreading Fear. A few more days passed just like that. The atmosphere in the encampment of the Steel Horde was turning more and more tense. It was as if dark clouds were gathering above it. The supply situation was growing more dire as the old provisions were consumed, while the new ones never arrived. There were rumors that the War Maiden's wraith continued to attack the smaller supply caravans, but Effie had no way of knowing if Jet was truly continuing her sabotage campaign or if the soldiers were simply frightened and telling tall tales. Azarax was steadily preparing to launch another assault on the stone castle. This one he meant to make the final one. He was unhappy with the supply shortage as well, and feeling the plummeting mood of the soldiers, knew that the best way to turn the situation around and keep his fearsome reputation as spotless as possible was to end the siege sooner rather than later. The Mason had to be taking his last breaths by now. If Azarax truly pushed an assault, the stone castle could very well fall quickly. Consumed by pain and drowning in her own blood, chained in the mud in front of the King of Kings' tent, Effie could feel the Steel Horde stirring like a hungry beast. Now that the soldiers knew that they could taste victory soon, their compromised morale soared once more. Even if there was not a lot left to plunder in the burned city, simply leaving this cursed place was a blessed reward. However, that last fateful assault was not destined to happen, not in the way Azarax imagined at least. Because by the time Azarax was ready to lead his warriors into battle once more, the sorcerers finally realized that the cure they had developed to heal their own plague was not working. That was when Effie saw the camp of the Steel Horde really descend into panic. Perhaps at any other time, the warriors of the conquering horde would have endured the harrowing fear of the plague. But now, after months of a bitter siege, having suffered incalculable casualties, with the elite core of the entire army having been completely wiped out only weeks earlier, hungry, and with the rumors of an eerie wraith haunting the empire. Even those soldiers who were not infected by the plague, the majority of them, could not help but feel suffocated by fear and anxiety. Effie laughed as she watched them squirm. Well, she tried to, at least, before bending over in a fit of wet coughing. "Serves you right, bastards. Die here under the walls of the city you wanted to destroy. Let your bones nourish the land you turned into a desert." Naturally, her hatred might have been misplaced. After all, These soldiers were mundane people. She doubted that when Azarax the Mighty ordered them to be conscripted into the Steel Horde, they could have said no. In fact, many of them, possibly even most of them, hailed from the lands the King of Kings had conquered in the past. Having been conquered, they had no choice but to become cogs in the insatiable machine of the militant empire. Choice was not a luxury afforded to those who had been subjugated, but this was the ancient past. Morality was different and far more primal here, so Effie did not care about the difficult lives of these people. They were the conquering horde that had come to plunder and burn a peaceful city, so as far as she was concerned, they could all go to hell. She only hoped that they would die sooner than she did. That, however, could very well prove impossible. Azarax and the remaining generals were not going to allow the Steel Horde to descend into a panic after all. If the soldiers were terrified of the plague, they just needed to be reminded that their king was far more frightening. It did not take Azarax a long time to restore discipline. After a round of vicious punishments and public executions, as well as a timely delivered, fearsome speech, order was restored, a semblance of it at least indeed. The wrathful blow of a supreme was more frightening than a mystical plague. And why wouldn't it be? If Azarax wanted to, he could wipe out every soldier of his army far faster than any plague could. After he reminded his soldiers who they served, though their fear had no choice but to turn into anger, and that anger had to be directed at someone. So while Azarax was busy conversing with his sorcerers to understand why the plague he had created was suddenly killing his own soldiers, the rank and file of the Steel Horde found a perfect target to pour their fear and anger on. Naturally, it was Effie, the witch who had brought the plague to their camp. At that moment, no one had proof that it had indeed been her doing. However, an angry mob did not need proof to make someone its target. Ironically enough, the warriors of the Steel Horde had stumbled onto truth in their blind search for a scapegoat. Effie moved slowly as she saw a large crowd surrounding the circle of mud that had become her home in these past however long it had been. The soldiers were glaring at her with murderous hatred, murmuring something in perilous voices, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords. They were staying outside the range her chain allowed her to move, for now. But she could see that today they were serious about rending her to shreds. When the soldiers tried to attack her before, they had never been that many of them. Usually there was a handful, a dozen at most. That had already been the limit of what she could handle in her weakened state. Now, though, there were hundreds of them, and their expressions were far darker and full of far greater malice than before. Effie inhaled deeply. Oops, it seems I'm in trouble. Chapter 3134, Angry Mob. Effie sighed and then pushed herself off the ground, where she had been lying in a fetal position. Her entire body was a sea of torment, and as she moved, a few of the sores hidden under the layer of mud broke, black blood seeping from them. Leaning on the wooden post tiredly, she stretched her legs and stared at the crowd of soldiers expressionlessly. They are really here to kill me, huh? But she wasn't ready to die yet. Despite everything, she still wanted to live. She wanted to live desperately, possibly more than even before. Effie remained motionless for a few seconds, watching the soldiers working up the courage to lunge at her, and then smiled. "What? Are you waiting for an invitation?" Her voice was creaky and weak, but they still heard her. Their eyes ignited with murderous fury, but Effie only laughed. "Bastards! You don't seem to understand the situation." She leaned sideways and spat a mouthful of black blood into the mud. "See that? That means that I am infected by the plague. I'll kill some of you. Many of you before the lucky ones manage to land a blow. But guess what? Even those who get lucky won't live long enough to enjoy their fortune, because they'll be infected by the plague as well." Crowding around a carrier of a virulent disease is not the brightest idea, don't you think? The soldiers paled. Those who stood in the front row tried to step back but failed, pushed forward by those behind them instead. Looking at their struggles, Effie grinned. "But that is not even your real problem. Do you want to know what your real problem is, fools?" She fell silent for a few seconds, breathing laboriously, then offered in a hoarse voice. "There must be 300 of you in that crowd at least, you morons. How many of the 300 of you are already infected, do you think? How many will be infected by the time you are done dealing with me? Catching the plague from me is not even the real danger. Who you should really be afraid of is the person standing next to you." That made the warriors of the Steel Horde shudder. Before, they had been looking at her with murderous malice. But now, they were suddenly looking at the soldiers around them, distrust and deep, dreadful fear written on their faces. Effie could not help but chuckle. That was what she wanted to see. That was what she was aiming for, even above the deaths caused by the plague. Mutual distrust, fear, doubt, hesitation. This was the true pestilence that could destroy the Steel Horde. After all, if Azarax's soldiers feared their fellow warriors more than they feared the adversary, how could they ever win a war? This was the rot that had to consume the Steel Horde from within. That was why Effie smiled, even as awful pain consumed her insides. "That's right! Look at each other, see? That one doesn't look so good. Why is he so pale? The one behind him is suspicious as well. Is that dirt on his clothes or blood? And the one staring at him from afar, doesn't he seem too gaunt all of a sudden?" Her smile widened. She was still smiling when a javelin shot from the crowd, ripping through the air at astonishing speed. "Uh-oh!" At that moment, Effie realized that she might have committed a tactical error. She had missed the fact that scaring the soldiers by saying that those who approached her could become infected might give them the bright idea of killing from a distance. It seems these idiots were not as idiotic as she had assumed. Effie's hands were shackled behind her back, and she couldn't really stand up because her tendons had been cut. She dealt with the previous attacks by using her legs and teeth, but dodging a javelin was a problem, especially because the person who had thrown it was obviously an awakened, or possibly even a master, or possibly even a saint. There were plenty of them left in the Steel Horde, and while most weren't as powerful as the Dread Generals had been, that didn't mean that they were foolish or incompetent. Azarax wanted to keep Effie alive, but these officers might have had other ideas. If someone here wasn't blinded by the same kind of unhinged lust for power as Azarax, they would see her clearly for what she was, a threat. They wouldn't dare to kill her openly, but a large crown of angry and scared soldiers was a great cover for a bit of murder, as well as a perfect tool for it if the unseen assailant used their cards right. It would be quite difficult for Effie to dodge the javelin. She still tried, though, awkwardly pushing her aching body to the side. The javelin failed to deal her a deadly wound, but she had not been quick enough either. It left a jagged wound on her side. Dark blood soaking the dirty rags her red garments had turned into. Arg! More pain. Honestly, she couldn't even be bothered to register this source of it by now. The worst part was that whoever had thrown the javelin was not done yet, and their actions might have given the rest of the soldiers an idea. Effie had successfully infected them with doubt and fear. But while the warriors of the Steel Horde were indecisive and fearful, they realized that they could allow themselves to feel these emotions after killing their source. She could practically see the gears turning in their heads, their wary gazes turning more and more perilous. An angry crowd was a scary thing. If only I had my essence. Chained and surrounded by hundreds of angry men, all of them thirsting for her blood, Effie glanced at the warriors of the Steel Horde tiredly. If she had essence, she could have snapped her chains and ripped off her collar. She could have called upon her powers and decimated these cowards. Hell, she could have assumed her transcendent form and squished them like bugs under her feet. Sure, her insides were being consumed by the rotting plague, and she was alone. But she still could have killed them all and avenged herself on the Steel Horde, but well, dreams didn't always come true. More often than not, only nightmares did. Chapter 3135. Final Straw. Effie sighed deeply, waiting for the brief moment of stillness to end. Once it did, she would probably turn into a pincushion. Surviving that would be a challenge. She could almost see when the hesitation in the eyes of the soldiers was replaced by malice and willingness to act. Even their fear of the plague was drowned out by bloodlust at that moment. But just before the soldiers could snap, a low voice reverberated above the crowd. "Who the hell gave you mongrels the audacity to block the entrance to my tent?" And almost immediately, that bloodlust was replaced by terror. The crowd of soldiers parted, revealing the imposing figure of Azarax, the King of Kings. He wore a dark, perilous expression, and his eyes were seething with barely contained rage. When he noticed the javelin sticking from the mud near Effie, that scathing gaze turned even more terrifying. In a voice that sounded almost like a growl, Azarax asked his soldiers, "Since when do I lead an army of cowards?" The soldiers had already been tense and wary, and his visible fury made them pale. Seeing this, all Effie could do was suppress a dark smile. What was Azarax trying to say? That he encouraged them to try and kill her, but only in an honest and above-board way, like attacking a bound and wounded woman with their hands, not ranged weapons, in all honesty. He was being hypocritical. He had chained her in the middle of the camp precisely because he wanted his soldiers to attempt killing her, or hurting her at least. However, he had only done that because he didn't really believe that they would be able to. What he wanted was to humiliate and torment his prisoner, grounding her spirit down, not lose his priceless trophy entirely. But ironically enough, at that moment, it was the spirits of his soldiers that seemed to crack. The hypocrisy of their tyrannical commander was the last drop that defeated their resolve, turning them from a crowd of seasoned murderers into a crowd of frightened, tired, starving men. "Disperse. We are taking that damn castle today, so prepare to march." As Azarax bellowed, the soldiers glanced at each other, hesitated for a moment, and then followed his command. That brief moment of hesitation, however, would have never happened before. He noticed it as well. His face darkening even further as the soldiers dispersed, he made his way toward Effie and silently jerked her upright. The radiant priestess of war was gone at that moment. Instead of her, a gaunt woman covered in dirt and dried blood was in front of him, her hair like a dirty rag, her face pale and sunken. Her eyes, however, were still the same, even if they were clouded by pain. Azarax snarled, then snapped her shackles with his bare hands and dragged her toward his tent. Unsightly, pathetic. At this rate, they will really kill you, priestess. We can't have that, though. No, that wouldn't be fun at all. Everything will be over too soon. Inside the tent, he threw her roughly to the floor and took off a leather cord from his belt, tying her hands tightly. Effie thought that a piece of leather was much better than enchanted shackles, but her joy was short-lived. A moment later, the cord moved like a living being and tightened around her wrist, betraying its mystical nature. At least her hands were bound in front of her this time. Azarax studied her for a few moments, then snarled. "Stay still if you want to live. I'll deal with you later with that." He stormed off from the tent. Effie was left alone. And once she was left alone, resting on the lush carpet instead of cold mud, she finally had time to realize it. That today, one way or another, it would all be over. The siege might not end just yet. The fight her friends were fighting could continue for a while. But the ending of the nightmare was going to be decided before the night fell. And her part in all this would most likely be over too. When Azarax promised to deal with her later, he had not sounded too menacing. As far as a sadist whose hobby, as of late, had been torturing her could sound that way. However, it was only because he still failed to realize the magnitude of what she had done. By the time he returned to the camp, numerous things would change. Kai and the rest of her cohort only had to push a little bit more to make the defeat of the Steel Horde inevitable. Hopefully, they knew that as well. The stone castle had to withstand the assault that way. The morale of the Steel Horde would be completely broken. It would be even better if news of Jet attacking another convoy arrived at the same time. Hunger was quite a frightening thing as well, after all. Hunger, disease, death, and war. The Steel Horde would soon learn to fear all four. Then, Azarax would not be able to deny the fact that salvaging the situation had become all but impossible. He would soon find out that he was being consumed by the plague as well. It would probably not kill him, but it would make killing him far easier. And when he realized all that, his anger would only have one way to escape. He could only vent it on Effie. Lying on the opulent carpet covering the floor of his tent, plundered from some fallen palace, no doubt, she smiled weakly. It would be quite ironic if he had saved her from a lynch mob, only to kill her with his own 2 hands on the same day. There was a silver lining to all of it, though. He'll only kill me if he completely loses control. And if he lost control, it would mean that his days were truly and utterly numbered. So, Effie's quiet smile turned into a grin. "Come back sooner. Azarax, come back quick. I'm bored with this arrangement as well." Chapter 336. Raised by Wolves. Lying there without motion, Effie extended her senses inward and explored her body. The mystical cord bound her hands tightly, and she felt like she wouldn't be able to rend it even if her strength returned. However, it was not enchanted to drain her, so her essence was trickling back little by little. She was still in the negative, suffering from the symptoms of essence exhaustion, but that would change soon. Then she would be able to use her aspect again. Much more importantly, even before that, her flesh would be infused with essence once more, becoming stronger and more resilient. That meant that she would be able to resist the plague better. That also meant that she would be able to recover from the wounds Azarax had dealt her, both internal and external. Faster. Effie's goal was to be able to stand by the time the Steel Horde returned from its assault on the stone castle. Then even if she died, she would not have to die on her knees, at least. Something so simple seemed like an insurmountable challenge now. She sighed and concentrated on guiding her essence. Time flowed, permeated by pain and anticipation. After a while, drifting in the haze of half-consciousness, Effie heard screams and chilling wails rising like a wave from somewhere in the camp. She wondered what was happening, but couldn't quite bring herself to care. Some time later, she thought she heard an echo of a distant deafening roar penetrating the walls of the tent. She also heard the sounds of powerful explosions and could smell a hint of smoke. The air tasted like ash. She didn't know the source of that smell either. Then she was suddenly terribly cold. By then she still didn't have enough essence to summon even a single memory. Her body was greedily drinking her essence, absorbing more and more of it. It was still far from being saturated, though. On the bright side, as a result, her wounds were healing faster. Effie concentrated on controlling the flow of her essence, guiding it through the mangled channels, permeating her body to the areas she wanted to be mended first. The essence veins themselves were being healed and straightened at the same time, too. A little bit more, just a little bit more. She was still healing by the time the dim twilight of dusk swallowed the world, and Azarax entered the tent, smelling of blood and ash. As he did, Effie caught a glimpse of the battered, shell-shocked soldiers. She heard a bit of their conversations as well. She had to suppress a laugh. So that's why. Kai had indeed realized the importance of today's assault. Under his lead, the defenders of the stone castle, Nightwalker, Morgan, Seishan, and the rest of them showed the Steel Horde hell. Even better, Jet had not missed the chance to act. She was probably observing the situation with the help of her crow, Echo, after all. Only this time she did not choose to attack a supply caravan. She wasn't somewhere far away terrorizing the Steel Empire either. Instead, once Azarax and his warriors engaged the defenders of the castle inside the city, she infiltrated the encampment of the Steel Horde and attacked its supply stores directly, destroying what little provisions there were left. So now, the Steel Horde had failed to take the stone castle, was without food and suffering from a swiftly spreading plague on top of that. Azarax's expression was ugly. He stared at Effie with a terrifying gaze, then reached down and pulled her roughly to her feet. She could see it then in his eyes hidden behind murderous rage. Azarax the Mighty, the Plague of Steel, the King of Kings, was rattled for the first time since she met him, staring at her furiously. He shook her violently and hissed. "Was that your plan all along?" Powerless in his iron grip, all Effie could do was smile. It was a good plan, wasn't it? For a moment, there was astonishment in his eyes. Then he responded, the only way he knew how, by slapping her with ferocious might. Effie saw stars, her mind buzzing dazedly. However, Azarax was dazed more than she was, because as she reeled from the blow, he was staring at his hand in shock. His hand, which had struck her so roughly, was trembling. Black blood was seeping from under his fingernails. Slowly raising his gaze, Azarax looked at Effie and hissed, "What did you do?" "What did you do, witch?" Effie felt that a few of her teeth were dislodged, and her tongue was cut by the sharp shards. Nevertheless, she tried to give him as brilliant a smile as she could muster. Her answer was simple. "I killed you." Azara looked utterly stunned for a moment. Then something in his eyes unraveled, and he seemed to be completely consumed by fury. He lowered his trembling hand, unsheathed a long dagger from his belt, and drove it into Effie's abdomen in one swift motion. As dark blood washed over his hand, she doubled over, blinded by pain. A strange whine escaped from her lips, then gradually grew louder. It seemed like she was groaning at first, but as Effie raised her head again, it became clear that she was laughing. She was laughing out loud, her whole weak, mangled body trembling from laughter. Hearing her laugh seemed to daze Azarax all over again. He froze for a moment, then growled and stabbed her again and again and again. He stabbed her until the sound of her laughter grew quiet. Finally dropping the priestess to the floor, Azarax turned and staggered out of the tent. Out there in front of him, his warriors were returning to the camp, falling to the ground to rest after a strenuous, bitter assault. They looked tired, weak, hungry, sick, defeated. Azarax's face paled. Behind him, meanwhile, the bound hands of the priestess moved, rising slowly and wrapping around the hilt of the dagger still protruding from her chest. She pulled it out of her body slowly, and then turned its blade around, bringing its sharp edge to rest against the leather cord that bound her wrists. Chapter 3137. Plains of Elysium. Effie did not feel too good, but at least she was free. A terrifying plague was devouring her from within, and a river of black blood was flowing from the brutal wounds delivered to her by Azarax. Effie felt like she was at the end of her rope, but the rope that had bound her hands was now cut, and she managed to escape. Azarax had made a mistake when he left his dagger in her body. At first, Effie entertained the thought of turning its blade against him. The mighty King of Kings was distracted after all, and had turned his back to her. One strike and the nightmare would be over. Her mind was dim and her thoughts moved slowly, but even in that foggy state her sharp survival instinct told her that trying to kill Azarax was a fool's errand. She would never manage to bring him down, not in one strike and not in her current state. Maybe when the plague had ravaged him more thoroughly, but not now, so Effie chose to escape instead. Using the fact that Azarax was dazed and distracted, she crawled to the back of his palatial tent and used the dagger to cut its fabric. Outside, the camp of the Steel Horde was like a disturbed anthill. The warriors returning from the city were pale and covered in soot. Those who had remained in camp were either dead or rattled. A whole swath of the encampment was completely destroyed and on fire, flames consuming what little was left of the Steel Horde's provisions. That had to be Jet's doing. The soldiers were running around trying to put out the flames, while some simply slumped on the ground in exhaustion. There were many wounded, and many of the wounded looked at their trembling hands in horror, dark blood seeping from beneath their bandages. The air was thick with smoke and ash. Effie used the chaos to make her way out of the camp. In truth, she did not quite remember how she had managed to escape it. She seemed to have killed a few soldiers on the way, since the blade of the dagger she was still clutching in her hand was smeared with blood, red blood, not black, which meant that it wasn't her own. But even if she had killed a few, the rest did not seem to have noticed her escape. Not immediately, at least. By now, they definitely had. Effie knew it because she was being pursued with her mind foggy. She couldn't quite understand where she was. She had found herself in a forest, surrounded by countless dead trees. The ground was barren and the sun was setting, plunging the world into twilight. Effie leaned on a tree, breathing heavily, pressing one hand against her mangled torso, but it was like trying to stem the flow of a river with a single stone. Azarax had not been miserly when stabbing her, so she received more wounds than what could be covered with one hand. The blood was still flowing, heavy drops falling into the black soil. That wasn't ideal, since leaving a blood trail while being pursued seemed like a bad idea. And there was something weird going on as well in the places where Effie's blood fell onto the barren soil. It seemed to bloom. Green grass, vines, and flowers sprouted from the earth, growing with astonishing speed. Even the dead trees nearby seemed to come to life, young buds swelling on their branches. What the hell is? Thoughts churned slowly in her head. She didn't understand what was happening, but was vaguely dismayed by it. A blood trail was already bad enough, and now there was an even more conspicuous trail of thriving greenery left in her wake. The forest was coming back to life wherever she passed, so one only had to follow the vivid green to find her. and the pursuers, whoever they were already catching up. She could hear the sounds of movement in the distance. Effie doubted that Azarax had chosen to pursue her personally. After all, he would have reached her in mere moments if he had. The King of Kings had to be busy trying to salvage the situation at the moment, reigning in the rattled steel horde. Plus, he must have believed her to be as good as dead. If Effie was honest with herself, she would admit it too. So the soldiers pursuing her were probably experienced trackers, seasoned veterans, and a saint or two to make sure she would not escape. Usually she would have turned the situation around and made these hunters into her prey. But at the moment, Effie was not even sure that she could survive a few more minutes. Fighting seasoned warriors of the Steel Plague was out of the question, and she still wanted to live. She was desperately resolved to survive, even if common sense dictated that she was too weak and compromised by the plague to survive her fatal wounds. Who cared about common sense anyway? Sense never survived collisions with reality when powerful awakened were concerned, so Effie decided to ignore the glaring truth of her impending and inevitable death as well. She groaned and pushed herself away from the tree, dropping the dagger and leaving a bloody handprint on it. Step, step, another step. With each one, more blood flowed from her wounds, and she felt a little weaker, but she still took the next one, and the one after that, and the one after that, stumbling forward as the sounds of the pursuit grew louder behind her. Something strange was happening to her faltering body, and to her tired soul as well. But Effie ignored it and focused only on what lay ahead, willing herself to keep walking even when all she could feel was the insurmountable imperative to fall and grow still. Maybe the green saplings bursting from the ground were the result of her burning, overwhelming desire to live. So Effie continued to stumble forward, one agonizing step at a time, until there was nowhere left to go. The forest disappeared abruptly, opening into a vast expanse of water. In the crimson glow of the blazing sunset, the water was painted vibrant red, glistening like a placid sea of freshly spilled blood. Effie froze, a stifled laugh escaping from her lips. End of the road, I guess? She could not walk on water, and with the sounds of the pursuit right behind her, it seemed that her journey was coming to an end. She still took a few steps forward, reaching the edge of the water, and stepped into it. The waves reached her knees soon, and she stumbled, falling. Doesn't even make sense. Why was there a sea in front of her? It was supposed to be in the opposite direction, behind the burned city. Effie couldn't have gone that way because that was where most of the steel horde had been returning from during her escape. So she fled away from the city. She pushed herself upright and sat in the cool water, staring numbly as her dark blood mixed with it. A belated realization arrived. This had to be the artificial lake Azarax had created to divert the river. It was quite scenic, considering its purpose. Effie inhaled deeply and looked up at the crimson sky. Behind her she could hear the sound of heavy boots striking the soil, as well as the sound of countless bowstrings being drawn. Her mind was empty, and somewhere beneath that emptiness, the cold and undeniable knowledge that she was about to die floated in the darkness. The warriors of the steel horde let their arrows loose. Effie was pretty tired. She was hurting horribly. Cold water washed her burning body, soothing her pain. So, for a moment, she thought that maybe it was all right to lie down in the cold darkness and rest. Instead, she used what little essence she had regained and activated her awakened ability, turning her skin as hard as steel. The arrows bounced off it, some shattering into splinters. A couple managed to sink in, but even then, their tips didn't penetrate too deeply. Penetrate too deeply, huh? Suddenly, Effie's lips twisted into a crooked smile. To hell with this. Lying down to rest in the soothing cold darkness. Who had time for that? Effie had no patience for the peace offered by death. She did not need its solace. So even while the plague was eating her from the inside and sharp arrows pierced her flesh, she decided to struggle a little more. She was going to see how many of her pursuers she would be able to kill before they brought her down. No, why consider that? She was going to kill them all, so there was no need to count. Suddenly, Effie remembered her second nightmare. She remembered the temple of the chalice and the children she had trained side by side with, enduring the harsh cruelty of the war maidens and the subtle insanity of the kingdom of hope together. until all of them were gone, and she alone remained, still struggling. That was the path of war god, wasn't it? The eternal struggle of all living things, the struggle to stay alive, to live, to thrive. Oh, war, Effie groaned. Rot forever in your grave, you damn god. She tried to push herself to her feet, but there was too little strength left in her body, so she barely managed to move. She kept trying. And as she did, something inside her seemed to reach critical mass. Something seemed to have reached completion. It rose, suffusing her entire being, overflowing like a wellspring. And then the spell whispered into her ear. You have received an aspect legacy blessing of war. As Effie gasped, clutching her bleeding abdomen, the spell continued to speak. You have received a fragment of life's domain. Your soul has given birth to a lesser domain, garden of prosperity. You have become the master of a soul garden. What? Flowing from beneath Effie's hand, her black blood suddenly grew brighter, gradually turning red, and she finally felt the change that had been happening to her reaching its culmination. Even if Effie could not see it at the moment, a profound transformation was happening within her soul. If she were to enter her soul sea, she would have witnessed the sea that rested under a clear blue sky, illuminated by the warm radiance of a brilliant sun, seething and roiling. Then something vast slowly rose from beneath the undulating waves. It was a great island with tall mountains rising to the sky and clear rivers running along its plains and valleys. Green saplings sprouted from the rich soil, and the barren island was swiftly covered by forests, meadows, groves, and grasslands. Flowers bloomed, and the branches of the trees bent under the weight of ripening fruit. The thriving abundance of this Elysian island was brimming with exuberant and inexhaustible vitality, and that vitality infused Effie's entire being, clashing with the plague that consumed her in a vicious war. What kind of nonsense is this? Effie wanted to laugh, but she couldn't because at that moment more arrows fell on her, more than a few managing to pierce her skin. She swayed, feeling more blood flowing down her body. If only she could stand up, then. Her essence was almost consumed now, and even if her newly unsealed aspect legacy had strengthened her, she would still lose the ability to use her aspect soon. Once that happened, those arrows would kill her all the same, but before Effie could run out of essence, she suddenly felt terribly cold. An icy mist obscured the shore of the lake, hiding her from the eyes of the archers. Terrified screams resounded from the mist, muffled by its cold embrace. Effie exhaled slowly and finally allowed herself to fall. Just before she plunged into the water, though, someone caught her. She looked up at the icy blue eyes looking down at her from the darkness. Effie sighed. "Big sister, I feel like crap." Jet, who was holding her, nodded silently. "You look like crap." Effie tried to chuckle and grimaced instead. "There's a garden, blooming in my soul, a soul garden." Jet frowned. "You appear to be delirious." "That's fine. But do try to get a grip, at least until we get out of here." Cradled in her arms, Effie looked up and grinned. "Get a grip, huh? What do you want me to grip exactly?" Tracing her gaze, Jet scoffed. "Looks like she's doing all right after all." "Good. Now let's run." Chapter 3108. A movable feast time flowed, its slow and steady current eroding both hope and sorrow in equal measure. The sky was bright, then dark, then bright again. Its distant veil was blackened by smoke, then cleansed by the purifying fury of rolling storm clouds. Inside the destroyed city, only the most stubborn cinders still glowed, hidden deep below the ruins. Outside the city, a vast encampment of the conquering army rested under the ashen sky, drowned by a suffocating atmosphere of suffering, confusion, and fear. When there was sun, there was dust. When there was rain, there was mud. The tents were dirty, damp, and battered. The people were covered in grime and soot, their grim eyes slowly turning lifeless. The soldiers were hungry. Hunger was a nightmare that haunted their waking days, stalking them persistently wherever they went. Whatever they did, it sunk its fangs into their flesh, sapping them of strength and tormenting them. It also gnawed on their minds, eroding their willpower. Hunger was not the only nightmare haunting the Steel Horde either. A vicious plague was preying on the soldiers, stealing their lives away. It was like an invisible monster that walked among them, unseen and silent, marking its victims and feasting on their flesh. There was no way to ward off the man-eating monster and no way to fight it. Once you were marked, all you could do was die. The agony of those infected by the plague was gruesome. Their deaths were hideous. Long before they could experience the torment of being eaten alive by the plague, however, most perished to cold steel. The King of Kings had commanded to cull the infected, so countless were executed as soon as they started showing symptoms, their bodies burned in communal pyres. The stench of burned flesh was inescapable. Even worse than the plague, however, was the fear of the plague. The fear was far more virulent than the disease itself, and often just as deadly. The plague only affected some of the soldiers, but the terror of infection affected all of them. A gnawing paranoia made the warriors of the Steel Horde wary of each other, turning their already bleak reality into an oppressive purgatory of suspicion and mistrust. And on top of the hunger, the plague, the fear, was the mounting pressure of a long and brutal siege. The Steel Horde had already been bruised and battered by the countless assaults on the stalwart city. Then the dread warriors, the most fearsome legion of the Horde, were entirely wiped out. And even now that hunger and disease were ravaging the remaining soldiers, the King of Kings was still throwing them at the walls of the stone castle over and over again, to burn in the flames of the fearsome dragon, protecting the ruins of the fallen city, to drown in the river of severing steel that encircled the castle like a moat, to vanish forever in the billowing clouds of chilling mist, their very souls devoured by the sinister wraith that haunted the ruins, to see rivers of blood flowing from every little cut they received, sapping them of life in a matter of moments, to be torn apart when space itself twisted and rippled around them. Despite the fury of the King of Kings, his soldiers had failed to take the stone castle time after time. So now, all they could do was crawl tiredly into their dirty tents, enduring the hunger and shivering from the cold, praying that these shivers were not a symptom of the encroaching plague, waiting for the next battle to claim their lives. The camp of the Steel Horde was consumed by fear, fatigue, and exhaustion. It was gray and silent, permeated by the stench of burning corpses. At the same time, an entirely different scene was taking place not too far away, across the blackened expanse of the burned city. A radiant island sprawled under an azure sky. Warm wind caressed the leaves of tall trees, making them sway and rustle. Clear brooks murmured as they flowed toward the gentle sea, permeating the air with a refreshing coolness. Everywhere one could look, the world was vibrant and full of life. The branches brimmed with fruit. The bushes were full of sweet berries. Flowers bloomed on green meadows, emanating a soothing fragrance. And among it all, the clear ringing of children laughing could be heard, spreading far and wide. There were people populating the island. Most of them were either old or very young. They looked gaunt, but color was already returning to their faces. The elderly gathered to talk, rest, and prepare simple meals from the gifts of the island. The children ran around, played, or splashed in the clear brooks. The island was entirely safe. There were no predators here and no enemies either. Food was delicious and plentiful, and clean water was abundant. This was the Garden of Prosperity, and the people it sheltered were the remaining population of the city, all of them except for the warriors who defended the stone castle from the faltering Steel Horde. However, the warriors benefited from the gifts of the Soul Garden as well, since both the fruit and the water could be harvested and carried out into the outer world. Feels weird, sprawled on a soft bed in the stone castle, still too weak to fight and recovering from her grievous wounds, Effie stared at the ceiling. It was a strange thing to know that there were thousands of people currently residing inside of her, and yet that was precisely the case. The Garden of Prosperity, her lesser domain, could be described concisely with just a couple of sentences. It was a physical space residing within her soul. Her soul sea had become a miniature mortal realm. That realm was the size of a large island at the moment, but if she became supreme, it would most likely expand to the size of a continent. Additionally, the fragment of the life domain she had inherited fused into that land, infusing it with boundless vitality. Effie could visit her soul garden and enjoy its gifts. She could also admit people inside or summon them back, It was a miniature paradise she carried within herself. Chapter 3139, Effie is Coming. Shut the gates. The reality of the situation was not entirely unfamiliar to Effie, since it resembled how her supreme memory, the Black Beast locket, functioned, albeit on a far grander scale. The space within the locket was artificial, but the soul garden was entirely real. It just existed inside her soul. What did it mean for Effie? In the future, it meant that she would be able to shelter an entire nation inside herself. Would that make me like a great citadel? There would be Bastion, Ravenheart, the Night Garden, NQSC, and Effie. I do have some outstanding components, if I do say so myself. She suppressed a giggle, knowing that it would hurt like hell. On top of everything, residing in her soul garden would be much safer than living anywhere else in the dream realm, since no ordinary nightmare creature could get in. So what? One day, some guy would be asked where he's from, and he'll say, "Oh, I'm from Effie." Her expression became strange. Effie remained silent for a few moments, then shook her head and sent a succulent grape into her mouth. Alternatively, she would be able to carry an entire army, no different from the Steel Horde, within herself, and deploy it anywhere at a moment's notice. So people would scream, "There, on the horizon, Effie is coming, shut the gates," she grimaced. In any case, that was for the future. At present, the reality of the Soul Garden served a far clearer purpose. It was basically a cheat in the time of a siege, supplying both the population of the stone castle and its defenders with an inexhaustible source of food and water. Even the royal family, which had forgotten the taste of luxury over the long siege, was enjoying abundance once more, and the people were as well. To be honest, Effie's plan had already been based on outlasting the Steel Horde. It was just that, initially, she had expected a bitter contest of endurance, with both sides suffering from thirst and starvation. The defenders were supposed to come out victorious in that contest due to possessing a vital advantage, due to the fact that Seishan of Clan Song, the heir of Beast God, was on their side. In the end, however, it had turned out that the survivors of the fallen city possessed two vital advantages instead of one. They also had Effie and her soul garden, which solved all of their remaining problems, except for one, the fighting itself. But even then, a starving soldier could not compare to a soldier who fought on a full stomach, so their advantage shone during the battles for the walls of the stone castle as well. The strongest elites of the Steel Horde were gone, while Azarax himself was weakened by the plague. Additionally, with the number of his warriors diminishing day after day and the confidence in the King of Kings plummeting, his domain was growing weaker as well. Even the great Steel Empire behind him was stirring in unrest, his authority over it slowly becoming tenuous. If Azarax was less prideful, he would have retreated from the walls of the city, returned to his empire, and consolidated his rule. Then he could return with fresh forces in a few years, finishing what he had started. In fact, that was what most of his remaining generals, who had families and things to lose back home, wanted. But Azarax was the epitome of a supreme, an individual so determined and obstinate that the world itself had no choice but to bend to his will, and he was an especially tyrannical one at that. So his pride was absolute. He refused to admit defeat or even tolerate a temporary setback that could be perceived as such. So the Steel Horde remained locked in a bloody siege. Effie had a feeling that it would not last much longer, though. Soon enough, one of the sides would reach its breaking point. There was a chance that it would be the Mason King and his people, but if Effie had to bet, she would bet against the Steel Horde. Not that it mattered to her at the moment, because she was on medical leave. She might have survived the weeks of torture, the brutal burden of the plague, and being stabbed by an enraged supreme. But it was not like she had miraculously recovered to full strength. Her body was still a wreck, and even with the Garden of Prosperity blooming in her soul, it was recovering slowly. The damage that had been dealt to it was simply too severe. So all there was to do was relax on a soft bed and savor delicious fruit. The fruit was delicious. But I sort of miss meat. She would have to go about getting some animals into her soul once she got out of the nightmare. Did it sound weird? Probably, but Effie didn't care. Some fish as well. Actually, was there already fish in her soul garden? She hadn't explored it that much, so she wasn't sure. She seemed to see bees and other small critters there already. and she thought she had heard birds. Where had they come from? Effie had no idea. Maybe they had come as a part of life's domain, or at least were born from it. Isn't Earth War God's realm, though? She was a little confused. As Effie enjoyed another grape, the door to her spacious chamber opened, and Kai walked in, bringing with him the smell of soot and ash. His face was grim and cold, but when he saw Effie, it was illuminated by a smile. "You look better already. How do you feel?" Not long after Kai arrived, Morgan stopped by as well. Seishan brought a deck of cards. Jet appeared, as if attracted by the smell of fruit. Well, and when that many beautiful women gathered in one place, Nightwalker was bound to show up. Effie's bed-resting session had somehow devolved into a war council. She sighed. Well, it isn't bad. Not too long ago, their meetings had been permeated by the suffocating atmosphere of anxiety and grim anticipation. Now the mood felt almost light. There were even chuckles and an occasional bout of laughter. Observing her friends, Effie sighed again and ate another grape. "Well, that's food for you!" The world seemed like a brighter place on a full stomach. A few days later, a different war council took place across the ruined city in the camp of the Steel Horde. Only this one was not graced by the sounds of laughter. Instead, it was somber and tense, full of unspoken truths and boiling resentment. That meeting was destined to decide the outcome of the long siege, Chapter 314 War. Dangerous tools. In the heart of the vast encampment, a grand tent stood, surrounded by an open space. Tall mounds of human skulls, which had once belonged to the enemy soldiers, surrounded it like morbid decorations. Inside, the tent was adorned with horns and antlers of terrifying beasts the King of Kings had slain, and a grave silence suffused the air. Azarax, the mighty, the plague of steel, was seated on an imposing throne cut from rough stone. Below him were the commanders of the numerous legions of the Steel Horde, those who still lived at least. Dozens of transcendent champions and a scattering of ascended stood along the walls of the tent, their expressions grim and reserved. Usually there would scarcely be any ascended invited to the war council, but with so many generals having died in the siege or contracted the plague, those who were below them had to assume command over the battered troops. The positions closest to the King of Kings, where the 7 dread generals had usually stood, were conspicuously empty. In fact, this gathering was different from the previous ones, because there was a wide open space between Azarax and his officers, isolating him like a hollow moat. That space was there because Azarax, too, was infected by the plague. The merciless conqueror was still fearsome and mighty, his imposing figure instilling terror in the hearts of his subordinates. But he was also diminished. His posture was crooked, his complexion was deathly pale, and there were traces of black blood left in the corners of his mouth, under his fingernails, and below his nostrils. In fact, blood continued to seep, filling the tent with the smell of iron. The plague of steel being consumed by the plague of blood. There was something both frightening and ironically poetic about that, making the gathered commanders feel a hint of sacred fear. It was as if the gods themselves were punishing their king. There were whispers across the camp, in fact, saying that the King of Kings had angered one god in particular, War God, the god of life, as well as of victory and conquest. That was why a seemingly insignificant city had managed to resist Azarax for so long, and that was why the unstoppable conquest of the Steel Horde had come to a crushing halt. That was why the soldiers of the Horde had been punished by a deadly plague, and so many of them had perished in the jaws of war. Of course, no one dared to say these things loudly, since doing so would get them killed. However, the fact that people dared to whisper was already telling. Before, the soldiers would have never been bold enough to voice their discontent, knowing to keep it to themselves. But how could they remain silent now? The stone castle still stood. The King of Kings was stricken by the plague, and more of them were dying every day. More than that, those most loyal to Azarax, his thralls, were all dead. The dread generals were gone, and their legion was gone with them. Other core forces of the Steel Horde had been wiped out, or were severely diminished as well. Although their numbers had not been great enough to put a dent in the endless ranks of the Steel Horde, the Horde itself was changed in their absence. That was because the dread warriors and other elite legions that had perished the day the city burned represented the core of the Steel Empire, the lands Azarax inherited from the father he had killed, and which therefore were his first conquest. Most of the soldiers that remained hailed from the realms he had conquered later. Some realms had been a part of the Steel Empire for a few generations, while some had been swallowed by it only recently. The greatest champions of the fallen kingdoms had been chosen by the King of Kings, defeated by him in personal combat, and became his thralls. They were all dead now, but not all talented warriors had been enthralled. Some had been judged too weak to receive the recognition of the King of Kings, while some had been born or risen to prominence after the conquest. Some simply did not strike his fancy due to their background or character. They were the ones who eventually came to lead the lesser legions of the Steel Horde, and they were the ones who stood today in the Great Tent, having outlived their supposed betters. Needless to say, their loyalty to Azarax was not as indomitable as that of the thralls and those elites who hailed from the core of the Steel Empire. For many it was simply predicated on the fact that his power was insurmountable, and going against him meant death for them, their families, and their people. Many were loyal due to a sense of honor and the weight of given oaths, but their devotion was not absolute. And just like everything else about the Steel Horde, that devotion had been slowly eroding under the weight of mounting casualties, the plague, and their king's wrathful folly. "My king," one of the generals spoke, his voice low and full of resigned caution. "The soldiers are tired. The provisions delivered by the minor caravans are not enough to feed everyone. Our people are hungry, and hunger has stolen their strength away. Many have perished to the plague, and more still are dying in battle." He paused for a moment and threw a brief glance at a tall, transcendent man who stood silently among the generals, leaning on a spear. That man was younger than most people in the tent, with a reserved expression and a calm, heavy gaze. He was one of the strongest warriors left in the Steel Horde, as well as a descendant of a royal family from one of the conquered realms. While not known for his martial feats, the man was steady and astute, famous among the lesser legions for having the lowest number of casualties among his soldiers. He spoke rarely, but his words were always measured. Therefore they carried weight. The general sighed and added, turning his gaze back to the bent figure of Azarax, "This cannot continue, my king. It must not. We must return home and replenish our forces. Most of all, we must find a cure for the plague. The siege cannot continue until we do." Azarax, who was leaning on the handrest of his throne, threw a dark gaze at him and remained silent for a while. The force of his oppressive presence grew even more unbearable, making the transcendent generals pale and those who were ascended struggle to breathe. Eventually Azarax spoke in a low, chilling tone. "Since when do I rule cowards?" The general pursed his lips, hiding all traces of dismay from his eyes. Azarax shifted slightly, forcing a sore that had scabbed over to tear and spill blood. His already grim expression turned a shade darker, making the generals shiver. "Since when do my officers think that they can give me commands?" He leaned forward a little, looking at the general who had spoken with dark intensity. "Are you trying to challenge my authority, Worm?" The general flinched and shook his head. "No, no, my king. It was not a command, it was counsel." Azarax grinned and then grimaced, spitting a mouthful of blood. His voice sounded hoarse and menacing when he spoke. "Counsel? I see. So you feel qualified to give me counsel now? I assume others share this coward's opinion." The generals glanced at each other, trying to hide their tension. In truth, they did. Almost all of them were reluctant to continue the siege. Some were frightened by the plague, some were incensed after seeing their soldiers dying in senseless assaults. Some wanted to return home, where growing unrest threatened their families, status, and lands. Some merely saw no reason to continue fighting, since the city had already been burned, and there was little left to plunder there even if they won. With only the castle still standing, most of them were not going to see a reward after taking it. So, they all wanted the same thing. They wanted to convince Azarax to abandon the siege. It was just that none of them dared to speak. The one who had was already a brave enough fool, since their king was not known for patience. He was not known for being merciful to those who defied him either, so the courageous messenger risked being killed on the spot. Azarax let out a chuckle. "Listen to me, wretches. I am Azarax the Mighty, the Plague of Steel, the King of Kings. I have never been defeated, and I have never failed to take what is rightfully mine either. This city won't be any different. The siege will continue. The blood will continue to flow. A frightening smile split his dark, pale face apart. It will continue to flow until the stone castle is taken apart stone by stone. All the people sheltered behind its walls are burned alive, and the Mason King dies by my hand. I will sever his head, fashion it into a cup, and use it to drink wine at the countless feasts to come. Then people will laugh and say, "Look, this was a fool who had dared to defy Azarax the king." He took a laborious breath. "This is my will. You, all of you, are nothing but tools I use to carry it out. So think long and think hard about what you say next. What use do I have for tools that fail to serve their purpose?" An uneasy silence settled among the generals as they glanced at him. In front of them, the mighty figure of Azarax was just as menacing as ever, but also changed. He sat crookedly on his stone throne, leaning on the handrest. Although his eyes burned with frightening intensity, his face was pale and gaunt. Black blood trickled from his mouth, dampening his beard, and there was a feverish, sickly glint to his skin. His breathing was ragged. So many people had died from the plague, but Azarax didn't. He wasn't going to either. Mere mortals might be devoured by the ghastly disease, but his mighty body would eventually devour it instead. Days would pass, or maybe weeks, and he would return to his former glory. Many of them would be dead by then, or perhaps all of them, but the King of Kings would persist. He would be alive when their grandchildren grew frail from old age, and when time turned their bones to dust as well. That was the nature of a demigod, and not just any demigod at that, because Azarax was a supreme who had defeated and slain countless others like him. How could a creature like that understand them? How could they persuade him to understand? Shivering, full of dismay and resentment, the generals glanced at each other. What could they say? What arguments could they conjure up? What words could they use to make their terrifying king listen? Eventually, the gazes of many settled on the quiet saint who stood among them, leaning on a spear. He was known for being insightful, calm under pressure, and using his words wisely after all, so they hoped that he would show them the way. And he did. The quiet general studied Azarax with a concerned, heavy gaze for a while, as if weighing something in his mind. Then he seemed to come to a decision and stepped forward. He didn't use words, however. He used his spear instead. Chapter 3141. Fate of a tyrant, a morning came when Effie was called back to the wall. This time, however, it was not to defend it. Using a crutch, she limped her way across the castle with Jet. The halls and courtyards weren't crowded anymore. At least, the citizens who had found shelter inside were now safely protected in her soul garden, enjoying all its gifts. So, she did not have to carefully make her way through the mass of people. Still, Effie could not help but grumble. Ugh, who made this crutch? It's so shoddy. Feels like it is disintegrating a little with each step. Jet gave her a look. Be thankful, fool. Do you think it's easy to make a crutch in a besieged castle? There are no trees around in case you didn't notice. Plus, people of your height are not exactly common. She paused for a moment and then added, The royals offered to make one from stone while Morgan had the bright idea of making one from steel. In the end, Nightwalker disassembled a bunch of priceless antique furniture to fashion this thing. In the real world, you could buy a city block with that. Effie gave her crutch another look. A whole city block? Jet smiled faintly. Well, the world is ending, so real estate prices are suddenly very affordable. Chuckling, they ascended the wall and pushed their way through the crowd of soldiers standing on the battlements in silence. Everyone was here, even those who had ended their shifts and were supposed to be resting. All of them were looking across the burned city in a strange, transfixed silence. The castle stood on elevated ground, so they could see past the city wall from here. As Effie and Jet made their way to where Kai, Morgan, Sation, and Nightwalker stood, they looked into the distance too. Laughter died on their lips, and they found themselves drawn into the silence. Ah, the sun was rising, its rays spilling over the horizon. They illuminated the blackened ruins of the city, the crumbling wall, the terrifying killing field below it, and there, beyond the killing field, in the distance, the vast encampment of the Steel Horde. At this time, it would usually look like an ocean of shimmering light, with countless fires burning in the dim twilight of the early dawn. However, today, the siege camp was dark and quiet, with only pillars of smoke rising above it here and there. Mundane people could not see, but saints like Effie were able to discern more. Kai, meanwhile, saw it all. Even without his magical eyes, though, she could tell at one glance what had happened. Effie felt her breath turning slow and haggard. A sudden weakness permeated her body. The Steel Horde was gone sometime during the night. The warriors of the King of Kings had abandoned the camp, retreating the way they came. They took what they could with them, but left countless tents and weapons behind. Many of them were dead, after all, and those who survived had a long and arduous march in front of them. If they truly did retreat, of course. Effie slowly turned to Morgan, struggling to find words. In the end, she just asked in a hesitant tone, "We won't find a big horse statue there, will we?" Morgan lingered for a moment, then shrugged. "There's only one way to find out." The other members of the cohort nodded solemnly. It took some time to organize a sortie. Only the strongest of the defenders were allowed to go, since the encampment of the Steel Horde was still infested by the plague. Seishan was with them, but it was better to be safe than sorry, so nobody below the ascended rank left the castle. Effie went too, hoping that her precious crutch would survive the journey. They passed the blackened streets of the destroyed city. As they traveled, Effie remembered various scenes from her time here. There was the restaurant she had often gone to, back when the city still had supplies. There, a square where she had once watched children enjoy a puppet show, missing her family. There, a street she had often used to travel from the castle to the wall. All of it was gone now, turned into ash and cinders. As they neared the wall, there were more memories. Rushing soldiers, endless battles, the joy of those who survived, the sorrow of those who had outlived their loved ones. Countless scars, countless wounds. The wounds had healed and the scars had disappeared as well. But the memories remained. The wall remained as well, even if it was crumbling. Effie felt that the only thing keeping it upright was the will of its builder, the mason. But the old man was dying now. Once he was gone, the wall would probably succumb as well. Then, the city she had come to know would be truly and utterly gone. Finally, they crossed the killing field. The last time Effie had walked across it, she had been on her way to surrender to Azarax. That had probably been the darkest day of her tumultuous time in this nightmare. Only a few weeks had passed, and she was coming back. However, the circumstances were entirely different now. Soon Effie and the rest of the scouring force entered the eerily empty camp. The tents still stood, but the soldiers were gone. Winds blew as they scattered smoke across the desolate expanse of the abandoned camp. Weapons and equipment lay discarded in the dirt, piles of rubbish littering the mud. Here and there an unbearable stench emanated from the tents. Lifting the fold of one of them, Effie grimaced and covered her nose. There a decomposing corpse lay, wrapped in a blanket, bearing the familiar and ghastly signs of having died from the plague. No one seemed to have bothered with collecting and burning the dead. The retreating soldiers had enough mercy to kill those infected who were still alive, at least, instead of leaving them to the slow and agonizing death from the plague. It didn't make sense. Why would the Steel Horde just leave? Had Azarax truly decided to retreat to save his remaining forces? Effie could not quite imagine him admitting defeat. She had always expected to fight one final, decisive battle against him. Even if they did not manage to slay the King of Kings himself, they could at least destroy his army, ending the nightmare that way. But the Steel Horde was simply gone. There was no sign of Azarax either. All that remained was silence and desolation, which made Effie feel a sense of eerie, confused unease. The scouts spread throughout the camp, investigating the mysterious absence of people. Effie wandered it for a while as well, looking around in confusion. The eerie sense of incongruity grew, but she also felt a powerful, overwhelming sense of relief. Her enemy was gone, after all. The terrifying army that had been besieging the city for 2 years had retreated. It was almost unfamiliar not to feel the weight of the Steel Horde pressing down on her. But it was not unwelcome. Quite the opposite. Finally, they found the answer to the question that had been plaguing their minds ever since they entered the camp. It was hidden in the great tent at the heart of the encampment, where Azarax and his generals used to hold council. The tent was empty as well, but the stench of blood was far more powerful here. There were puddles of it on the floor, which had almost, but not quite, dried, as if many people had died here recently. There were no corpses except one. There, on the throne that towered above the vast expanse of the tent, a plague-ridden corpse sat, staring down at the uninvited guests with glassy eyes. Azarax was nearly unrecognizable. The plague had changed him somewhat, but it was more so because of the traumatic damage done to his body. He was impaled through the chest with a spear pinned to the backrest of the stone throne, with dozens of arrows and javelins striking out of his flesh. Every part of his body that had not been pierced had been hacked and torn apart by sharp blades, as if hundreds upon hundreds of blows descended upon him in quick succession, delivered by scores of hands. All of him was painted black by the plague-ridden blood, making him look like a ghastly effigy of a human made from tar and mangled flesh. He must have resisted fiercely after being struck for the first time. It had taken hundreds of blows to bring the fearsome Azarax down, and even then Effie was not sure how many of his attackers had survived their mutinous ambush. But in the end, he still died. Azarax the Mighty, the Plague of Steel, the King of Kings, had been weakened by the plague of his own making and slain by his own generals, becoming the greatest and final victim of the Steel Horde. It was a fitting end for a bloody tyrant like him. In fact, Effie thought that it was better than he had deserved. "I hope you die 1,000 deaths, bastard." She inhaled deeply, remembering all the pain and humiliation she had endured at his hand. The years of a bitter siege and all the soldiers she had lost to his ambition as well. All the civilians who had perished because of him. Reality was far more cruel than Effie, though. Instead of dying 1,000 deaths, Azarax had been robbed of the right to die, spending thousands of years nailed to a tree in a god-forsaken desert before succumbing to the curse of Shadow God. She used to think that such a fate was a bit too gruesome, but now Effie was glad for it. That much torment was enough to make up for 1/10 of the sorrow he had caused, perhaps. Looking at the imposing, monstrous corpse that sat on a bloodied throne, she inhaled deeply and then let out a long sigh. "Goodbye, Azarax. You called yourself the King of Kings, but you died like a dog, a fate most fitting." Their nightmare seemed to be coming to an end. Chapter 3142. Far Away. A few days later, Effie found herself standing on the shore of the sea. In front of her, the people of the fallen city, who had left the safe harbor of her soul garden, were busy working. Some were clearing the bay, some were salvaging the wrecked ship that had been pulled from its depths. Their work was hard, but they seemed cheerful enough, haunted and unnaturally quiet, yes, but nevertheless full of vitality, and most of all undeniably alive. The gaunt bodies had filled up somewhat, and they did not look like walking corpses anymore. The quiet despair had also disappeared from their eyes, replaced by tranquility, hope, even with anticipation of a brighter future. Effie quite liked the sight. There was activity boiling throughout the city as well. However, it did not look like the citizens were trying to clear away the rubble. Instead, they were simply searching for anything that had survived the fire and could be of use. Soon enough, the other members of the cohort joined her to observe them. Effie raised an eyebrow. "Where's the prince?" The prince had called them out here to discuss something, but now he was nowhere to be seen. Kai remained silent for a moment, then sighed. His father had taken a turn for the worse, so the prince is with him. Effie lingered a bit before nodding. She turned back to the sea. Despite everything that had happened in the past 2 years, the sea was clear and beautiful beyond the harbor. It stretched toward the horizon, glistening in the sun, its waves murmuring steadily like they always did. She let out a heavy breath. "Did he mention what their plans are? Are they going to rebuild the city?" Jet, who had approached quietly, shook her head. "The prince said that the city, what remains of it, is a place of death and sorrow now. To them it is a graveyard, so they are planning to build ships and sail somewhere else. Somewhere far from conquest and war, somewhere far away, to start anew." Looking at the sea, Effie smiled. Well, I can't say I blamed them. It must feel nice to have somewhere else to go. Back in the real world, there was nowhere far away from war. War was everywhere. That didn't mean that humanity couldn't start anew, though. Turning to her friends and companions, Effie studied them for a few moments. I guess this is it, then. We won. The others nodded in confirmation, even if their expression betrayed a hint of bewilderment. Nightwalker shook his head. It's astonishing, really. I thought at least half of you would die if any of us survived at all. Seishan smiled. Unlike you, most of us have no experience dying over and over again, so we thought we'd pass. Morgan simply shrugged. I don't know what you're talking about either. Look at us. Great clan valor, great clan song, great clan knight, the best and the brightest of the Forgotten Shore, the most fearsome soldier of the government. If the 6 of us couldn't conquer the nightmare, then who could? She paused for a moment, then looked to the sea and sighed. Although I feel that this is it. There probably won't be new Supremes for a long, long while after us. This one nightmare had already gathered the best of what humanity had to offer. The next generations, if they would get to be born, were not going to experience a world as terrifying as the one the 6 of them had been raised and tempered by. New champions might rise from among the descendants of humanity eventually, but it would take a long time. Jet studied them for a moment, then smiled. Still, we did well, didn't we? Effie could not help but agree, leaning on her crutch. She grinned. I'd say, with that, they fell into a relaxed, exhausted, peaceful silence. There was not going to be a lot of peace after they returned to the real world, so they had to enjoy this precious moment as much as they could. Soon, a strange, imperceptible change rippled through the world. It was as if the weight of the sky had changed, and the scent of the air had become a little colder. As if something old had come to an end, and something new was beginning. A few moments later, a deafening, roaring crash resounded from the distance. Turning to look across the blackened ruin of the burned city, Effie and her companions saw the impregnable wall they had defended bitterly for 2 years crumbling into a cloud of dust. It collapsed entirely across its length, pulled down by its own battered weight and erased from existence. They all knew what that meant. Somewhere nearby, within the walls of the stone castle, its creator had finally breathed his last breath. The Mason King had endured long enough to see his people to safety, but now he was dead. Effie looked at the beautiful walls of the distant castle, considering they had met 2 Supremes in this nightmare, which couldn't have been more different from each other. In many senses, the Mason and Azarax were opposites of each other, both representing distinct extremes. Azarax was powerful and ambitious, proud, and impossible to ignore. An epitome of a tyrant. The Mason, on the contrary, was quiet and unassuming, so much so that his presence was almost imperceptible at times. He had not been a powerful warrior, but created beauty and prosperity wherever he went. Effie was not sure which of them would have fared better in the age of the nightmare spell, where abominations and dreadful perils besieged humanity on all sides. But she knew that she wanted to be a Supreme like the Mason. She wanted to inspire and protect her people instead of using them as fuel for her own benefit. She smiled. Rest well, old man. With that, the beautiful view of the stone castle, contrasted sharply against the blackened ruins behind it, suddenly grew vague and indistinct. Effie inhaled deeply, breathing in the bitter air of this forgotten city for the final time. Their nightmare had come to an end. Chapter 3143. Coronation. Sonny had survived the expedition to the underworld, and even if it was just barely, he had not returned from the journey empty-handed. The weave was finally complete. Saint was a supreme tyrant now. The shadow of the Prince of Darkness rested in his soul, and a legion of fearsome shades joined the Shadow Legion. However, the spoils of the expedition were overshadowed by its heavy implications. Sonny and Nephis had always known that they were no match for the fallen gods of the Dream Realm, the unholy nightmare creatures who were its true masters. At least not yet. But facing one in battle, if their brief encounter with the abyssal prisoner could even be called that, put just how inadequate they were into perspective. There was only one conclusion: they had even less time to augment their strength than they had thought. That lit a fire under them, forcing them to accelerate their preparations for the nightmare even further. The plan had been to wait until Jet, Kai, Effie, and the rest attained supremacy before departing. so that humanity could persist in their care. Now, however, Sunny and Nephis could not help but consider an earlier, and therefore much more dire, date. There were still many things they had to do before leaving in search of the fifth seed. Their plans of finding a place to harvest mystical stone in the underworld had failed, for example, which meant that an alternative source had to be discovered. The apocalypse had not stopped on account of their busy schedule either. Humanity was besieged on all sides. In the dream realm, countless citadels were struggling under an onslaught of abominations, while some had already been lost. The waking world, meanwhile, was slowly descending into a global crisis. All lands controlled by humanity were under threat. Still, the next few months felt almost peaceful, knowing that challenging the fifth nightmare would mean nearing the end of this terrifying race. Sunny felt like he needed to enjoy these last days of humanity. Not of mankind, but rather of the humanity he himself possessed. He was not sure how apotheosis would change him after all, but knew that he would not be the same after becoming a deity. It was a strange thing to know that he would not be human for much longer. In truth, it was more than a little scary, almost as scary as death. More so, perhaps, since Sunny had died on several occasions and still remained himself. A transformation so profound that your previous self would seem a stranger felt far more frightening. Would he still enjoy drinking coffee? Would he be able to become engrossed in a novel? Would he know how to treasure the touch of soft fabric and the refreshing feeling of a warm bath? Would he have any kind of human emotions left at all? Would he still experience the joy of spending time with friends? The tender attachment to his sister, Sunny did not know, and the unknown frightened him. It terrified him, really. And yet there was no other path but the path forward. None of these things would be there much longer if he failed to conquer apotheosis anyway. So there was no point in hesitating. The apocalypse continued. Even as Sunny and Nephis frenetically prepared for the nightmare, alarming news arrived from all corners of the world. On the forgotten shore, the Shadow Legion was pushing back the Barrow Wraith under Saint's command. However, something was stirring in the depths of the burning forest, and even the primeval hunters seemed ill at ease now. In the east, the eerie darkness continued to spread, swallowing more and more land. In the west, calamitous snowstorms were rolling from the frigid wasteland, bringing with them swarms of nightmare creatures. In the south, leviathans who had spent thousands of years in the lightless depths were now rising to the surface, as if chased by something on earth. Nightmare gates were opening almost every day now, and the abominations escaping from them were stronger. The mystical interference caused by the call was wreaking havoc across all three remaining quadrants, disrupting industry and infrastructure. More pieces of the waking world were being swallowed by the dream realm, allowing nightmare creatures to bypass the gates. Resettlement wasn't progressing fast enough, even with how strong humanity had become. With the Fire Keepers, the Blood Sisters, the River People, it was slowly losing ground. Sunny knew that he and Nephis had no choice but to challenge the nightmare, but, at the same time, he didn't know if anything would be left by the time they returned. The fact made him feel indignant. It was already unfair to be born into a world like this one, but to strain against it for so long, achieving one unlikely victory after another, to accomplish so much and come so far, only to end up losing everything after all. That left a bitter taste in his mouth. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, but also an eternity, time passed. The winter solstice was swiftly approaching, which meant that Effie, Kai, Jet, Morgan, Seishan, and Nightwalker had been gone for almost 2 years now. The memories they had left behind were still intact, but there was no news of their fates. Sunny and Nephis had almost steeled themselves for departing without learning what had happened to their friends. But then, one day, the world shuddered. It was as if an invisible ripple spread through the fabric of reality, changing it forever. There was a remote monitoring station left in Antarctica, keeping watch over the 3 colossal nightmare gates towering above the vast battlefield. The signal barely reached the relays, though, so it was not very reliable. In theory, if one of the gates disappeared, they were meant to learn about it almost immediately. In practice, however, Sunny and Nephis knew that something had happened because the longing domain suddenly and inexplicably weakened. The 6 saints who had challenged the 4th nightmare had released control of the citadels before delving into the seed, but they were still widely renowned and venerated figures, so their simultaneous rise to supremacy had taken a big bite out of Neph's domain. At first, she and Sunny assumed that something terrible had happened, an unexpected calamity that had wiped out a great number of people in an instant maybe, or some other emergency. They scrambled to react, but before they could even leave the ivory tower, Cassie's voice resounded in their heads, informing them of the real reason the world seemed to have shaken. The truth, for once, was not alarming. It was astonishingly joyous instead. On that day, 6 of the greatest champions of humanity had conquered the 4th nightmare and became supreme. The world welcomed new sovereigns, and this time, their arrival was met with exhilaration instead of bloodshed and fear. Chapter 3:144, The Gathering of Demigods. On a day unlike any other in the history of mankind, the Ivory Island descended from the sky and landed on the misty waters of the Storm Sea. It had traveled far from its usual place above the Mirror Lake, moving halfway between Bastion and the rapidly growing city in the delta of the River of Tears. Silverweb, the city of the river people, was not too far either. So was the night garden moving among the waves like a towering wall on the horizon. 2 smaller ships could be seen as well, sailing across the sky. They were the Chainbreaker and the Timeslayer, the storied vessels capable of braving the heavens. These ships were bringing exalted guests to the Tower of Hope. Today, the Great Pagoda was meant to serve as a meeting place for the demigods of humanity, so no mere mortal would find themselves under its roof. The meeting had taken some time to arrange, but it was happening mere days after the new sovereigns conquered their nightmare. They had received time to reunite with their families and explore their new powers, albeit just barely. Now the demigods had to make arrangements among themselves, deciding which lands would be ruled by whom, how they would share the burdens of protecting humanity, how they would divide it among themselves so that their authorities did not clash, how they would stave off the apocalypse until true deities were born from their ranks. The vast meeting chamber was bathed in light, with a large wooden table occupying most of its great width. The host of the meeting, the current ruler of humanity, entered first. With her alabaster skin and silver hair, sparks of white flame dancing in her eyes, she looked like a radiant spirit of light, a messenger sent by the heavens down to the mortal world. Her gaze was steadfast and heavy, though giving her radiance a stark and awe-inspiring edge. She was changing star, Nephis of immortal flame. Next was her companion, a being so fearsome that even his existence was a forbidden secret. An exquisitely beautiful man with porcelain skin, raven black hair, and eyes that were like onyx jewels rose from her shadow. It was as if a sea of darkness was given form. There was something serpentine about his elegant movements, and the shadows across the chamber grew deeper as he appeared. He was sunless, lost from light, the Lord of Shadows. The third to arrive was the dreaded King of Nothing, Mordred of Nowhere. He came out of reflections, gazing upon the world with his strange, mirror-like eyes. The world reflected in them was the perfect copy of itself, and yet eerily different. Wearing an aloof expression, the King of Nothing spared his peers a curt nod in greeting and took a seat in silence. A petite woman wearing a white tunic and a sea-wave cloak entered next, her delicate beauty so stunningly breathtaking that it escaped description. Her hair was like a waterfall of pale gold, and her eyes were hidden behind a blindfold. There was an air of solemn mystery about her, and her presence was easily forgotten. She was Cassia, Song of the Fallen, the blind prophet who had broken fate. Next came a young woman with tantalizing features, wearing a nebulous black mantle. She had an elegant figure and glistening ebony hair, her skin dusky, her eyes piercing blue. Illuminating the world with a captivating smile, she bowed gracefully to the others and took her seat, greeting them in a melodious voice. She was Ananke, the silk weaver, the sorceress who ruled the river people and the twilight sea. Not long after Ananke took her seat, finally, the new supremes arrived. The first to enter was a fetching man who looked younger than the others gathered in the chamber, but was actually older than all of them instead. He had strange, nebulous silver eyes that seemed to gleam with distant starlight, flawless dark skin, and a dashing smile. When he appeared, a cold breeze seemed to blow from the sea, bringing with it the smell of salt, distant lands, and wanderlust. He was Nightwalker, the last legend of the first generation, and the founder of the House of Night. As for a regal title, he had only been supreme for a few days, so people had not had the chance to come up with one yet. Following Nightwalker, a woman of exotic and riveting beauty entered, her dress a darkly crimson hue. Her supple skin was gray like stormy clouds, smooth like silk, and devoid of any imperfections. That gave her an exotic and tantalizing but outwardly inhuman look. She was poised, reserved, graceful, and exquisite, like the embodiment of nobility and regal elegance. Her inhuman beauty was of the kind that put both longing and fear in a person's heart, and when she entered, everyone who looked at her felt soothed and at ease. That ease, however, hid a darker side. It was the ease of prey bewitched into lowering its guard by a predator. She was Seishan, the lost princess of song, the most tenacious daughter of the Queen of Worms. Following the princess of fallen song, the princess of fallen valor arrived. She was a striking woman with dark wavy hair and alabaster skin, her eyes as cold as the sharpest of swords. More arresting than their sharpness, however, was their vibrant color. They were as red as freshly spilled blood, the same as her scarlet lips. With her pale skin, raven black hair, and austere elegance, she looked both beautiful and daunting. When she entered, the world was suddenly permeated by a lethal sense of clarity and sharpness. Unlike before, however, that sharpness did not radiate outward. Instead, it was reserved and focused inward, making it seem that she could cut the world with one graceful movement of her finger. She was Morgan of Valor, the Princess of War, although now that she had become supreme, calling her a queen would likely be more appropriate. A man so handsome that his beauty could become a deadly weapon entered next, following Morgan closely. With auburn hair and sparks glinting in his green eyes, he greeted everyone with a radiant smile. Even demigods could not resist the devastating force of that smile. Some responded with their own before knowing what they were doing. Some looked away with strained expressions. His presence was light and effervescent, but also carried a hint of melancholy, making every emotion seem more poignant and precious. His voice was pleasant and impossible to ignore as well, making them want to listen to it forever. He was Kai, also known as Nightingale, the Dragon Slayer. Soon after his radiant smile seemed to warm the world, a sense of chill permeated the air. A woman of ravishing beauty entered the chamber, her icy blue eyes glowing with cold light in the shadows of the doorway. Her figure was riveting, her flawless skin was smooth and white as snow, and her raven black hair was cut short. She carried herself with a relaxed grace, and her subtle presence filled the chamber with the feeling of otherworldly cold. Despite its subtlety, however, she was impossible to look away from. She was Jet, the Soul Reaper, a woman who was neither dead nor alive, and who inspired fear and reverence in equal measure. Finally, a tall woman with a stunning, alluring figure entered the chamber. She was tall and athletic, with perfectly defined lean muscles rolling under her dewy olive skin and an air of infectious vitality about her. Everything about her screamed of strength and vigor, and it was hard not to feel your blood flowing faster in her presence. That alluring presence filled the air with liveliness and energy, causing a certain primal intensity to permeate her surroundings, infusing them with stimulating, spirited force. Now that she was supreme, that energy had only become stronger, threatening to feel overwhelming. She was Athena, raised by wolves, known by many as War Beast. Since the others were already seated, Effie looked around with a confused expression, lingered for a few moments, and then asked, "What? There are no snacks." Sonny sighed deeply and covered his face with a palm. There was not one, not two, not three, but 11. 11 Supremes in the room. More than there had ever been, and for once they were not at each other's throats. Instead, by some miracle, they had all gathered together to discuss how they were going to coexist peacefully. Sonny groaned inwardly and mumbled, "Still, it's too many sovereigns, damn it." Then he looked at Effie, glared at her for a couple of moments, and said, "Of course there will be snacks. Who do you take me for?" Chapter 314, New Supremes. There were a lot of things to discuss, so the meeting was going to take a long time. It could even stretch over several days, considering that Sonny, Nephis, and the other 3 Supremes who had stayed behind did not even know the details of the nightmare the rest conquered. Those who returned were not fully familiar with their new powers either. A lot of the decisions that needed to be made depended on that knowledge, so Sunny expected to spend some time helping the new sovereigns make sense of their supremacy. What a novel idea. Sunny and Nephis had to figure out the powers of a supreme all on their own, relying only on each other in exploring the nuances of the will and domain powers. Well, naturally they had, after all, they had ascended to supremacy by killing their predecessors, so there had been no one left to teach them. These new supremes, however, could enjoy the benefit of having more experienced comrades show them the way. They would have to do a lot of work on their own, naturally, but it was still a starkly different situation. Must be nice. Sunny was not bitter at all. Just as he expected, the meeting ended up consuming several days, and in the process all of them learned more about what the new demigods could do. Needless to say, their supreme powers were both extremely potent and, in several cases, exceedingly peculiar. There was also a lot of confusion because to them, those born in the age of the nightmare spell, the power of a domain carried an innate duality. There were two ways a supreme could build a domain, one natural, one provided by the spell, with the latter overshadowing the former in most cases. So finding the true mechanism of spreading one's authority far and wide wasn't even important for some of the new supremes. Still, it couldn't hurt to know. The most straightforward power among the 6 new supremes belonged to Nightwalker, and even that one was weird as hell. His aspect abilities had been enhanced across the board, with a couple standing out among the rest. His already fearsome transcendent form, that of a cosmic star beast, had grown numerous times greater, as if that giant creature had been merely a whelp before. He had also become capable of manipulating space at a greater scale, and, more importantly, of twisting it permanently. That alone was a tremendous boon, since it allowed many others to enjoy the benefits of Nightwalker's aspect freely. He could make a road that allowed people to traverse a week's worth of distance in just a day or two, for example, with some effort, but forever. What else could he do with that versatile power? Only time could tell. Sunny could not help but imagine a network of teleportation platforms that would connect distant corners of the immensely vast dream realm one day in the future, though. Instant teleportation seemed like an unreachable goal, but then again the demon of repose had been able to create the Night Garden. Who was to say that, given time, Nightwalker would not be able to accomplish something similar? His domain would have to grow quite powerful for that, probably. And speaking of his domain, the natural path to expanding it was somewhat unexpected, at least to Sunny, whose view of supremes was twisted by the few examples he had. Apart from conquering citadels, Key Song had expanded her domain by creating puppets. Anvil expanded his by forging swords and bestowing them upon loyal warriors. Sunny was still unsure if the swords had been the core of the domain or the people wielding them. Cassie's domain consisted of those she remembered, while his own consisted of shadows of those he had killed. Neff's longing domain, meanwhile, consisted of people she had inspired to strive for something they longed to achieve. Nightwalker's domain had nothing to do with people, though, or any kind of living beings. It was land. He could expand his domain by laying claim to land, but only land that had not been claimed before. In other words, without the spell, he would have had to dedicate his life to journeying and exploration, always striving to find the next frontier. Only that would allow his domain to grow and his people to flourish. The problem, naturally, was that all easily conquered lands in the dream realm had already been claimed, and all that remained was a collection of unexplored, increasingly harrowing hells. Still, knowing Nightwalker, Sunny could imagine him having a swell time traveling to exotic, distant hells and meeting exciting, unusual eldritch horrors one day in the future. What mattered now, however, was that he would be able to use the components of the Night Garden better as a supreme. With Nightwalker at the helm, the living ship would be able to serve as a connection between various cities of humanity, even if it ceased to be a part of the longing domain. Seishan's new powers were also quite straightforward. Just like the rest of the Supremes, all her aspect abilities had grown more potent or evolved. The core of her supreme power, however, was founded in her unique transcendent ability, which allowed her to transform others instead of herself. The surviving handmaidens of the Bright Castle had been infused with her blood, thus undergoing the empowering transformation and becoming known as the Blood Sisters. Now, however, the power granted to them by Seishan's augmentation had grown tremendously, and they also gained access to lesser versions of her other aspect abilities, especially the ability to grow even stronger by spilling blood. That was not all there was to it, though. The most far-reaching change in Seishan's powers was that the people she had granted the blood blessing could, in turn, bestow it upon others now. There was a hierarchical structure to the spread of her power, with each next generation of those chosen receiving a weaker version of it, but seemingly no limit, none they had discovered yet at least. For all Sunny knew, there could be 7 possible degrees of separation to this blood blessing, or even some random number of them, like 16. Naturally, Seishan could expand her domain naturally by bestowing her blood blessing to chosen champions, and having those champions spread it further. The more people they took into the fold, the more spirit essence she would draw from them, and the more fearsome her will would become. Blessing someone took a toll on Seishan, though, so she couldn't transform crowds of people. But that was where the spell could help. She could also expand her domain greatly by controlling citadels. In fact, that was a far easier and more efficient path. Nothing prevented her from doing both at the same time either. Everything seemed great on paper. It was just that those who received Seishan's blessing did not only inherit a lesser version of her powers, but also, seemingly, a fraction of her flaw. In the grand scheme of things, though, that wasn't a big problem. Sunny was sure that nothing awful would come of it. Next was Morgan, whose supreme power had turned out to be the most versatile. Apart from her aspect abilities receiving an overall enhancement, she gained a deep affinity to runes and runic sorcery. Her ascended ability had evolved in an astonishing way as well. Before, Morgan had been able to copy a number of enchantments and store them in her body, making her capable of adapting to almost any situation. Now, not only had this ability become more expansive, but it had also transformed in quite an astounding manner. Simply put, it allowed her to copy the enchantments stored in her body onto other living beings. There was a limit to how many enchantments a person could accommodate, and of what power, but if she wanted, she could greatly enhance the power of any human below the supreme rank. A mundane person could accommodate an enchantment of the dormant rank. An awakened person could accommodate 2 enchantments, one of the dormant rank, one of the awakened rank, and so on. Which meant that she could make mundane humans almost strong enough to contend with awakened, and make awakened capable of facing fallen abominations on somewhat equal footing. The only limit was her imagination, the enchantments available to her, and the competence of the charmed person. Those carrying her enchantments willingly would become members of her domain, so she could only enchant beings below the supreme rank. She could place her enchantments on her enemies as well, though, making her supreme power a bit more sinister. And while doing so, if her will was sharp enough, she could carve her sorcery into nightmare creatures of any rank, not just those weaker than her. That would not make them her subjects, but could certainly help her kill them. That was a potent and versatile power that could both assist Morgan in battle and benefit innumerable humans greatly. The only thing Sunny was not entirely clear on was what exactly Morgan's source element was. In the end, they tentatively theorized that it was swordsmanship, or rather any kind of martial craft taken to an extreme that made a peculiar kind of sense. Morgan had been meant to become a weapon for her father to wield, but in her defiance, she became a sword that wielded herself instead, a sword sharp enough to cut the world. So while anyone could receive her enchantments, those who dedicated themselves to overcoming their nature and striving for the heights of martial arts answered to them better. They could draw more power out of them, and Morgan received more spirit essence in response as well. Sunny could imagine her being called the Sword Queen in the future, which sounded almost like the title of her father, but was actually the opposite. Anvil had looked down on all people, chillingly regarding them as weapons to be used. Morgan, however, had the power to arm her subjects and help them pursue their lives with greater passion, reaching greater heights. Sunny found it a bit weird, though, that there were 2 Supremes who had come from the Valor family. As far as he was concerned, Anvil was the epitome of an awful father. But both of his children had become Supreme, so if anyone unfamiliar with the King of Swords heard about the dynamic sibling duo, the King of Nothing and the Sword Queen, they'd probably assume that Anvil had been the greatest dad in history, setting the golden standard of parenting goals for all eternity. That was a concerning thought, but not as concerning as the fact that there was now a whole continent inside of Effie. Chapter 3:14-6 Great and Wondrous Powers. Effie's aspect legacy had granted her a fragment of life's domain, which was not a fragment of Earth, interestingly enough, and helped her soul give birth to a lesser domain of her own, the soul garden, which was a domain of thriving and prosperity. Then the fragment of the divine domain fused with her soul garden, imbuing it with exuberant, mystical vitality. And when Effie attained supremacy, her aspect abilities growing more potent or evolving, her lesser domain evolved as well. Now there was nothing lesser about it anymore. It expanded, becoming the size of a continent. It was just that her domain was located in her soul sea, not in the dream realm or the waking world. As for her supreme power, it was rather straightforward. It shared the augmentation of her dormant and awakened abilities with all her subjects, albeit in a diminished capacity, similar to how her ascended ability functioned before for those of her warriors who saw her during a battle. Now, however, the effect of her ascended ability was greatly enhanced for members of her domain, making it far more profound and potent. Those who resided and thrived in her domain would naturally become its subjects. That actually was a great boon for the human domain as a whole. Since far more people would be able to abandon the dying Earth now, it was as if humanity had suddenly gained a new great citadel. It was unclear just how large a population Effie's domain could sustain yet, but it had to be substantial. Effie was in a strange position, though, because her aspect legacy had suddenly interfered in the natural progression of her aspect. It was quite possible that there would not have been a soul garden without it, and therefore Effie would have possessed a different source element and would be able to naturally expand her domain in a different manner. In fact, it was quite possible that she still could, which would mean that she possessed a dual source element. They suspected that one of them was nurture and prosperity, while the other was warfare, the kind of warfare meant to protect what her domain nurtured, that was. So it could very well be that those warriors who were inspired by her on the battlefield could also become a part of her domain, even if they did not make their home in her soul garden. That inner realm needed a name better than the soul garden, by the way, and everyone unanimously agreed to forbid Effie from naming it herself. Otherwise, one of the most vital sanctuaries of humanity would have ended up being called something like the Big Pantry, Effie's huge soul food vault, or snack quadrant, which would not be great for morale. Sonny thought that Effie's huge soul food vault was a pretty good name, actually, but for some reason everyone had ignored his opinion. Then there were Kai and Jet, whose supreme powers were the strangest, which was not to say that they were weak. On the contrary, they were quite fearsome. Especially Jet's, whose power was probably the strangest and most frightening of them all. Kai's source elements seemed to be songs, which was a bit confusing considering that his domain could not really be called the song domain, for obvious reasons. In any case, his supreme power was a word. Kai was able to leave that word on a living being's soul as a mark, or a brand, thus making them a member of his domain. That could be done voluntarily or involuntarily, although Kai, of course, would never resort to the latter, even if it made it easier for him to bend those affected to his will, therefore opening an easier path to great power. The former, meanwhile, was more difficult to accomplish, since it demanded a certain quality from the person being infused with his word. Perhaps it was a natural affinity, or maybe simply talent. The point was, different people could draw different benefits from becoming a member of Kai's domain. The fundamental benefit they received was being able to share in Kai's ascended ability, which allowed him to reshape the world with his voice. Most people were incapable of achieving anything with that power, though only those with the right predisposition could achieve more, even if it could not compare to the frightening extent of Kai's own ability. However, for whatever reason, that only worked when they sang. Simply speaking had no effect whatsoever, and coincidentally, people with musical and artistic inclinations had a better chance of being receptive to the word and becoming powerful chanters. Those especially talented could receive other boons as well. Some chanters inherited enhanced vision from Kai's awakened ability. Some could even gain the ability to fly, although there were very few of those. And to make things even weirder, the statement that most people could not achieve anything while chanting was only partially true. Yes, an average person would not be able to do much after becoming a member of Kai's domain, but for whatever reason, that was only true if they chanted alone. If a large group of people did it together, though, their ineffective efforts fused, producing a powerful effect. The larger the choir, the more pronounced the changes. Sunny could not even find words to describe how bizarre that domain and that supreme power were. He could somewhat accept an image of a talented singer augmenting their cohort with a good song or disturbing the minds of their enemies with a terrible one. However, imagining a whole army singing as they went into battle and becoming stronger for it, that was a bit too much for him. Why couldn't people just get augmentations in the normal, natural way? Like being wrapped in living shadows, wreathed in radiant flames of someone's soul, or staring at the lavish figure of a 100-meter-tall woman. Actually, now that Effie was a supreme, her transcendent form would probably be taller than 100 meters. Nightwalker's, Morgan's, and Kai's forms had become far greater after all. Seishan's ability to transform people had grown more potent, while Jet could now turn into a far more voluminous wraith if she so wished. So Effie would not be an exception either. And speaking of Jet, her supreme power was one all of them were still struggling to wrap their heads around. In fact, it remained largely unexplored since it could only be truly uncovered in battle. A few things were already clear, though. The most startling of them was that Jet could not generate spirit essence, and therefore she did not really possess a domain either. Instead, her titanic, shattered soul core served as a substitute for a domain, its sheer size adding incredible weight to the tyranny of her will. The larger it grew, the more potent her spirit became, and it had grown tremendously already. Jet's aspect abilities must have grown more potent or evolved in some ways as well, but without an army of nightmare creatures on the Ivory Island to test them, there was no way to truly find out how. The only exception was her transformation ability, the change in which was evident enough, and her awakened ability, the one responsible for her being known as Soul Reaper, since it allowed her to attack the souls of living beings directly. Now, however, it seemed to have changed in a mysterious way, allowing Jet to attack the spirit of her enemy as well. Not only was she able to directly weaken the will of her opponents, but she had become generally resistant to its effects, all but ignoring them at times. Needless to say, that made her a harrowing enemy for those who had attained a high rank and relied on the will to defend themselves and destroy their foes. Just like even saints were wary of Jet in the era when Supremes were merely a rumor, now, those of the supreme and great ranks, as well as those above, had a reason to be scared of her as well. Jet was neither dead nor alive, but she was certainly a natural killer. As for her source element, it was soul. There was no surprise there, albeit quite a lot of irony. Observing the 6 new sovereigns, Sunny could not help but sigh. Such great and wondrous powers. But was it going to be enough? He had a feeling that even if it were, it would be just barely. Chapter 3147, 3 Tasks. Having more or less determined the general scope of everyone's powers, albeit not in a detailed fashion, the 11 demigods could finally discuss the grave matter of humanity's survival from an informed position. There were countless minute decisions they had to make, minute only in the grand scope of the apocalypse, of course. In truth, each of these issues could decide the fate of thousands, if not millions of people. Put all together, these minor choices could decide the fate of all humanity as well. Luckily, the 11 Supremes did not have to figure out every little detail, like the precise deployment of troops, the timing of each resettlement effort, the resource allocation for the refugees, and so on themselves. They simply had to decide the general direction in which they wanted to move and entrust the rest to their subordinates, who were far more competent in the infinitely complex task of managing the day-to-day function of humanity. There was also the fact that planning anything in too much detail was simply meaningless, since the situation across both worlds was highly unstable and changing unpredictably every day. So the best anyone could do was prepare for the highest possible number of eventualities and pray that the worst projected scenarios would not come to pass. Even if, deep down, that was pretty much exactly what everyone was expecting to happen. If one disregarded this infinite number of minor decisions, though, it all boiled down to 3 profound choices: The Supremes of humanity had to accomplish 3 global tasks. Someone had to conquer the 5th nightmare. Someone had to keep the dream realm from being consumed by an endless tide of nightmare creatures. And finally, someone had to make sure that billions of people did not perish while the waking world was falling apart. So, the most important decision facing them was just that. They had to decide who would undertake each of the 3 tasks. It was obvious that Sunny and Nephis would challenge the nightmare. They were the most experienced Supremes among the rulers of humanity, after all, as well as the strongest. However, it was unclear if they would enter the seed alone or in the company of trustworthy allies. Sunny had somewhat expected Mordred to volunteer. He had mentioned considering doing just that, after all. In addition, although the Mordred of today was not the same as the Mordred of yesterday, he still wielded a divine aspect. Among the sovereigns, only he could claim to be as powerful as Sunny and Nephis were. The guy avoided committing to an answer, though either still hesitating or preferring not to share his decision. This new Mordred was a strange guy. Sunny received an impression that he did not care whether humanity survived too much, extending his help only out of courtesy. Mordred had isolated himself from the rest of the world, maintaining contact with just a few select people like Morgan, Rain, or Cassie. He wasn't as invested in the apocalypse as the rest of them. However, it was precisely because Mordred still seemed to care about at least one person, his sister, that Sunny felt like he could very well choose the nightmare in the end. While Mordred abstained from voicing an opinion, someone else surprised them, though. It was Cassie, expressing her intent to challenge the 5th nightmare with them. She spoke the words in a steadfast tone, as if having made the decision a long time ago. Sunny had a feeling that she might want to follow them into the seed, but then again, Cassie had an established role in the vast machine of humanity. Many things depended on her, so her absence would be felt almost as much as that of Nephis. For that reason, he had assumed that she would choose to stay. Sunny was not sure how he felt about being proven wrong. On one hand, there was a sense of joy in his heart. Relief, even. Cassie was their closest friend and confidant, after all, a companion unlike any other. Many years ago, it had all started with the 3 of them enduring the dire trials of the Forgotten Shore. There was no need to mention how powerful and useful to have around Cassie was, either. In a battle, she might not have been the most fearsome of the Supremes, but her profound affinity to revelations had saved them almost as many times as cold steel. Her aspect and domain were also exceedingly unique, making her a priceless ally. But it was precisely because of how deep the bond between them ran that Sunny felt uneasy and reluctant at the thought of Cassie joining them in the nightmare. All nightmares were deadly after all, and the 5th one promised to be more harrowing than the rest of them. Sunny knew that he might never return from it, but the thought of Cassie perishing in the depths of a nightmare cut him deeper. It was easy to risk your own life after all. Putting the lives of those you cherished at risk, though, that was a far more bitter pill to swallow. In the end, however, there was nothing he could do. Not that he would, anyway. Cassie was a Supreme now, same as Sunny, so he could not dictate her decisions. He had no ground to stand on, and no desire to refuse her help either. So on that day, it was decided that the 3 of them, Changing Star, Lost from Light, and Song of the Fallen, would enter the seed of a 5th nightmare and attempt to become the new deities of humanity. With the decision made, many plans had to be adjusted. The other sovereigns had already come to terms with the thought that Sunny and Nephis would be absent for a long time. Years, most likely, and judging by how long the others had spent in the 4th nightmare, it might not be only a couple of years either. Now they had to contend with the fact that Cassie would be gone as well. Without her, a lot of things would change. At any other time, the news that Song of the Fallen would disappear for an unknown number of years would have caused a shockwave among the people who depended on her knowledge, insight, and mental communication to survive. However, today, it was almost a footnote because a far more staggering change was about to occur. The longing domain, which had served as the supporting pillar of humanity in the dire years of the early apocalypse, would soon cease to exist. Chapter 3148, Division of Power. There was no way to avoid it, since Nephis had to make space to allow other Supremes to establish their domains. More importantly, it was almost a given that she would not be able to assist her subjects from the depths of the nightmare. So, clinging to her throne served no purpose. And lastly, There was the simple fact that no matter how their attempt to conquer the fifth nightmare ended, the longing domain would disappear anyway. If Nephis perished in the nightmare, there would be no more changing star to govern the sea of frail flames burning in the hearts of humanity. If she succeeded, though, she would not be a sovereign anymore, she would be a spirit, and spirits did not govern domains, not in the same way supremes did, at least. As a matter of fact, neither Sunny nor Nephis knew what exactly would happen to their domains after the apotheosis. However, they knew that a deity was meant to be one with his or her source element, not merely controlling a construct made with the help of it. Perhaps they would still be able to exert influence over their domains, or over what had once been their domains, rather. Perhaps the scope of their influence would even increase. However, its nature would definitely change, and neither of them knew how. They knew, however, that spirits existed on a plane above the Supremes and were not concerned with expressing their authority. Although Sunny and Nephis did not know what apotheosis would mean for them, they did know what their absence, as well as the absence of the longing domain, would mean for the warriors of humanity. There would be no miraculous flames to heal their wounds and save their lives anymore. There would be no radiance to shine from beneath their skin and make them stronger. Some of them had grown accustomed to the caring support of their goddess, but now that support would be gone. Apart from that, the nature of the relationship between mundane people and the nightmare spell would change as well. At the moment, humans who resided in the dream realm had two ways of challenging the first nightmare. They could either leave the confines of the longing domain, or relay their desire to become awakened to Nephis, thus prompting her to withdraw her protection and allow the seeds of corruption hidden in their hearts to bloom. The latter was an unreliable method, since Nephis could not pay attention to each of the billions of sparks composing her domain at all times. The former, meanwhile, was somewhat difficult to accomplish, simply because the longing domain was so vast, encompassing all settled regions of the dream realm. The swiftest and most reliable way to challenge the nightmare, therefore, was to leave the dream realm altogether and return to Earth, either with the help of a saint or through Neph's dream gate. Everything about that process was about to change. First of all, dream gates were meant to be a one-way passage. They only allowed people to enter the dream realm from the waking world, not the other way around. It was because of Neph's dream spawn attribute that her gate was unique, functioning as a nightmare gate as well and allowing people to return. Without her, though, leaving Earth would carry the weight of finality for most settlers. Leaving their domain in the confines of the dream realm, on the contrary, would become easier simply because the human domain would become a coalition of smaller domains in the future, instead of being synonymous with just one. At the same time, people would have to learn how to petition their sovereigns in order to escape from the protection of their domains instead of praying to Nephis. Sunny could not quite imagine any of the new Supremes being treated with the same type of religious reverence. Not yet, at least, so the meditation halls and barely disguised prayers would probably have to be replaced by something new. The transition would not be a swift or easy process, however. Considering how desperately humanity needed more awakened, Sunny imagined that accelerating it would become a priority. There were other matters to address as well. The remaining Supremes all had unique advantages and disadvantages when it came to building domains. Some could do without the assistance of the nightmare spell, while some would be able to support humanity better if they controlled a large amount of citadels. Some, like Jet, would find no use in ruling a citadel at all. All of that had to be considered when deciding how to divide the longing domain, so that humanity attained as much strength as possible while it was being split between its supreme protectors. Sunny felt a bit of incongruity as he watched the ruler of the most powerful and expansive domain in existence calmly discussing how to divide it among other Supremes. Godgrave had not been that long ago. After that bloody civil war, who would have thought that something this peaceful would be possible one day? I'm almost speechless. The 11 demigods deliberated for a long time, eventually coming to a tentative outline of a decision. According to their plan, out of the 7 sovereigns that were certain to stay behind, 4 would stand guard over Dream Realm, while 3 would defend the waking world and oversee the resettlement of its population. If there was one unexpected benefit to the great number of sovereigns War Realm had given birth to, it was that its inhospitable laws could not keep all of them away. Even if the waking world was actively pushing those who had attained supreme power out, They could remain on Earth for several hours before truly feeling the strain. That meant that they could take turns overseeing its expanse and make sure that at least one Supreme was always present in the waking world in case some kind of unexpected calamity befell it. The three sovereigns who took responsibility for the dying cradle of humanity were Jet, Kai, and Effie. Neither of them particularly needed the assistance of the spell to build their domain. Jet would draw no benefit from ruling citadels. Effie carried one within herself, making it easy to gain new subjects, while Kai was limited in whom he could effectively convert. So, by process of elimination, they were the best choice. Additionally, Effie had to be present on Earth to hasten the evacuation of its people. Her soul garden would greatly boost the rate of resettlement, moving the whole timetable of the Great Exodus forward by a few years. That alone was reason enough to assign her the task of guarding the waking world. While these three focused their attention on the waking world, the other four would have to stand their ground and defend the dream realm to the last drop of blood. They were Ananke, Morgan, and Seishan, with Nightwalker serving as the link between them. Ananke would remain in Silver Web, overseeing the storm sea and protecting the lands of humanity from things that hid in its depths. Seishan would claim Ravenheart and the Citadel cities located in the basin of the River of Tears. Ironically enough, that meant that she would regain the lands that had been meant to be her birthright, assuming reign over the former territories of the Song clan. The same held true for Morgan, who would claim Bastion in the vast expanse of the former Sword domain. She would return home as well. Nightwalker, meanwhile, would take the helm of the Night Garden and turn it into a wandering stronghold of humanity, responsible for keeping the three parts of the human domain connected and capable of supporting each other. Once the plan was finalized, Sonny leaned back in his chair, looking around with a strange expression. A scion of the Song family would once again rule Ravenheart. The Princess of Valor would return to Bastion. The Night Garden, meanwhile, would fall into the hands of the House of Night once more, almost as if it had been meant to be. Sonny was not sure if that was poetic or upsetting. How come after everything we did to destroy the great clans, nothing seems to have changed? But of course, in truth, everything had changed. This peaceful meeting was the best proof that the world had been irrevocably altered. All the blood they had spilled was to make this moment possible. Sonny sighed. At least no one laid claim to the forgotten shore. A troubled smile appeared on his lips. That, too, was a headache he would have to solve, but not today. Today, they had to draft the speech announcing the tectonic changes awaiting humanity in the upcoming weeks. Chapter 3149. Loose Ends. A few days later, Sonny stared into the distance, a contemplative expression on his face. He remained silent for a long while, then sighed. Things do not look great. He hesitated a little, then shook his head. It used to be that humanity was conquering new lands every day. There was so much energy when Nephis first ascended to the throne, so much momentum. We were achieving one victory after another. Those times are behind us now. The world just had to go and end on us without a warning. We were so busy preparing for the end of days that it arrived without anyone noticing. One day, we simply looked around and found ourselves in the middle of the apocalypse. Sonny smiled bitterly. These days, we are not conquering new lands. In fact, we can't even seem to hold on to the ones that were already conquered. It's a controlled retreat for now, but the human domain is shrinking, little by little, every day instead. And do you know what really grinds my gears? His smile turned contemptuous. It is that because of that bastard, the dream spawn. Most people don't even remember the good times that well. The longing domain is about to disappear, and its glory days are all but gone from everyone's memory. That seems quite unfair, don't you think? Sonny cursed, and don't even get me started on the waking world. That whole place is a mess. Nightmare gates opening everywhere, chunks of it being swallowed by the dream realm, swarms of abominations besieging all three quadrants. The Barrow Wraiths, the Black Millipedes, and every other kind of horror imaginable, gods. I really hate those. He inhaled slowly. Well, at least things are looking up now because of Effie, Kai, Jet, Seishan, Morgan, and Nightwalker. South America has been evacuated and the coastal areas are next. Ananke and the cities in the Storm Sea have been a real lifeline for us in the past couple of years. and now that Effie and her soul garden are ready to enter the fray. I think we can get ahead of the apocalypse for once, at least for a little while, leaning back. He shook his head. Who knows? The world might still be in one piece by the time I become a god. I sure hope it will be. After all, it would be quite unfortunate to become a god at the same time as all of existence crumbles. There won't be anyone left for me to boast to. What even is the point of godhood if one cannot be smug about it in someone else's face? In response, there was a long stretch of silence. Then a heavy sigh dispelled it. Has not being a god ever stopped you from being smug? Sonny raised an eyebrow, then frowned in indignation. The voice meanwhile added, and for the love of gods, why are you monologuing in my room? Listen, there is a legion of dead shadows in your soul. Can't you use one of them, any of them, to ramble at instead? Sonny was, of course, in Revel's room. The room was just as messy as ever, but at least the great and terrible Light Slayer was in a more presentable shape than her usual reclusive self, if being covered in sweat, grime, and blood could be considered an improvement. She had just returned from the battlefield and had yet to shake off her fearsome image. No, what am I talking about? Of course, it's an improvement. Anything was an improvement compared to her usual sloppy look. Sonny did not have to be ashamed of how unprofessional his supposed top minion, that was to say, the esteemed elder of his shadow clan, looked. He stared at Revel in confusion. Of course I can. But where's the fun in that? Groaning, Revel threw an exasperated look his way. Why are you hiding in my room, anyway? Did you make Aiko angry again? Sonny coughed. Of course not. Why would I make her angry? I don't know what you mean. She seemed unconvinced. Why are you here, then? Sonny cleared his throat. By the way, do you remember that time I mentioned hiring Aiko as my assistant? Then disappearing for a few years, leaving her in charge of a crumbling business in the absence of its main asset. Revel nodded slowly. Sonny stared at her with a vague smile for a few moments. Well, I'm leaving for a few years, and I'm leaving you in charge of the Shadow Clan. Congratulations, I guess. His smile was flawlessly innocent. That is why I'm here, to deliver the news and the congratulations in person. Oh, and I also had a question. Revel looked around her room with a strange expression. What was that emotion? Sonny couldn't quite recognize, but thought that it looked strangely similar to melancholy. What is that about? I just handed her a promotion. Of sorts. Why were people so ungrateful? She sighed. Can't say I didn't see it coming. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Oh, you did? Well, that simplifies things. Revel nodded. You didn't make a secret of your intention to challenge the nightmare, after all. Our people can only enter the Forgotten Shore with the help of your dream gate. The expedition to the underworld did not produce a safe and reliable path connecting us to the rest of the dream realm under the Hollow Mountains, either. So, once you're gone, we will be either stuck here or forced to retreat. I was expecting this conversation for a while. She remained silent for a few moments, then glared at Sonny. I just didn't expect it to happen in my private quarters, immediately after I returned from a battle against one of those damn Barrow lords. Revel's scowl deepened. And speaking of my private quarters, do you know what private means, damn it? Sonny was surprised by the question. Who do you take me for? Of course I do. He let out a derisive scoff. It means that I have to enter through the shadows instead of opening the door. A book Revel had nearby flew in the direction of his head, and Sonny elegantly caught it in the air. Turning it around to look at the cover, he blinked a few times. What? There's a sequel. But how? How does she keep accidentally seducing all these men? Revel growled. Focus, anyway. You had a question? Sonny tore his gaze away from the book, put it aside, and surreptitiously wiped his hand on his tunic. Oh, yes, he leaned forward and asked in a friendly tone. Say, how do you feel about pets? Then he leaned back and sighed. You see, I have this snake. It is a sweet little fellow, about 1 kilometer long, house-trained, loves eating people. Did I say eating people? I mean people, it loves people. He paused for a moment. Anyway, I was hoping you could look after it while I'm gone, just for a little while. Chapter 3150, Final Preparations. Sonny wanted to use the Grace of Shadow's ability of Soul Serpent to bestow it upon Revel. There were 2 reasons why he had chosen to make that decision, each of equal importance. The first one was pretty obvious and had already been touched upon by Revel. He had to make arrangements for the Shadow Clan before leaving, the main of which was the fate of the Forgotten Shore. Sunny and his forces were entrenched there, holding their own against the Barrow Wraiths. With Saint becoming supreme, he was able to push the abominations back to the border of the burning forest. But if Sunny went away, the line of defense would collapse. In fact, if he did not take some kind of measures, the line of defense would simply cease to exist. The members of the Shadow Clan would find it difficult to travel between the Forgotten Shore and other lands of the Dream Realm as well, not to mention between the Dream Realm and Earth. Since establishing a safe route through the underworld seemed impossible at the moment, all they would be able to rely on were Revel and the Nameless Temple. In any case, the simplest decision seemed to be to give up on the Forgotten Shore and relocate his forces somewhere else. Sunny was tempted to do just that as well, but ultimately he felt compelled to fight for his lightless Demesne. He had invested too much effort into making it his stronghold, as well as a secret sanctuary for humanity. More than that, giving it up felt like the first domino in a vicious chain of defeat. The Forgotten Shore was not just any region of the Dream Realm. After all, it was the entire northern front line of humanity's fight against the encroaching nightmare. If it fell, all other human lands would feel the pressure eventually, if not soon enough. Both on a strategic and personal level, the Forgotten Shore was important to Sunny, so he had chosen to make sure that it remained in human hands, which meant that he had to come up with a way for humans to defend it even in his absence. The question of how to go about that, however, was innately connected to the second reason he was leaving Serpent in Revel's hands. It was the fifth nightmare itself. No person of the waking world had ever conquered it, and even in history, there were few examples. Sunny only knew of one of Quetzalcoatl and other rulers of Mictlan, who had managed to become deities, but seemed to have lost themselves in the process of apotheosis and ended up destroying their own people. He knew that people of the Storm Realm, the Twilight Sea, had never produced a spirit. It was unknown how the scions of the Beast Realm and Heart Realm had fared, but none of them managed to survive the spreading nightmare, so it was safe to say that their achievements had been ultimately proven insufficient. In short, there was scarcely any information about what the fifth nightmare entailed. The only pieces of knowledge they did possess came from Yoris and, to a larger degree, from the Dreamspawn, and gods knew where he had unearthed that information. According to the Dreamspawn, Sunny's very own domain, as well as all his powers and tools, would be turned against him in the fifth nightmare. They would, or at least could, become an obstacle instead of helping him pass the trial. So even if it felt counterintuitive, Sunny's intuition was telling him that unburdening himself from as much power as possible would aid him in achieving apotheosis, as well as maintaining a measure of control over who he would become as a result of it. Apart from that, doing so felt oddly fitting. The fifth nightmare would most likely become the most dire trial of his entire perilous life. Stripping all superfluous advantages and facing it as close to his pure self as possible felt like the kind of resolve he needed in order to survive it. That meant that Sunny had to leave some, if not all, of his shadows behind. If it was possible, he also had to reduce the number of shades populating his soul. As much as he hated the idea of parting with his loyal followers, that also lay in line with his overall goals. Sunny's true goal was not to conquer the fifth nightmare or become a deity, after all. Those were merely measures he had to take in order to achieve it. What he really wanted was to make sure that humanity survived the apocalypse. There was no point in becoming a god if all of mankind was gone by the time he did, and leaving his shadows to guard the strongholds of humanity would diminish the possibility of all humans perishing. Those supremes who were staying behind could certainly use all the help they could get, and Sunny's powerful shadows could be of immense help. The question, however, was, would Sunny even be able to leave them in the real world? When his body, spirit, and soul entered the seed of nightmare, would the spell graciously allow the inhabitants of his soul to stay? Sunny did not know, but he suspected that it would. Others were able to leave their memories behind, after all. So why couldn't he do the same with shadows? The problem was that his shadows could not exist without him. They drew their power from him, returned to the nurturing embrace of his soul to recover and heal from the wounds they received, and in some cases relied on him for sustenance. So even if Sunny did leave them behind, their usefulness to the effort of preserving humanity would be limited, and there was a real possibility that they would be destroyed, because his shadows were not independent beings. As Uriz had said once, they were not yet complete. Sonny had not known how to make them complete before, but after venturing into the underworld and recovering Shadow Weave, he had come up with a theory. That theory had been developed further and tested in the month following that dreadful expedition, and now finally Sonny was ready to put it into practice. On the eve of departing for a dreadful nightmare, he was preparing to grant his shadows freedom. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.